they are cooking that cow. Breezy falls. Insanity goes on a killing spree. Curtain call opened up. Out June looking for an angle in with Between the Worlds. Already one kill going to get picked up. It's onto Insanity. He'll get out of the range of it. Fourth shot not going to land in the fight. Breaking out. Crimson instantly has to bail, and so does Out June. CCG are getting fed to the wolves right now as a rampage is found by Tomi. Ember's Divide will yeet them to their demise, and 4 fall for CCG. Unblemished is Luminosity, and they'll claim the ace.
The hub, I'm so sorry. The knockdown coming through, the kill back, maybe it's enough. Kizno will not survive. That's a little unfortunate. Now he's gonna die. Up with the all-in. It's gonna be him getting the kill as well. But now Chrome chasing him down. Lethal tempo activated. He the smite from Music to get the one grub. There's that TP you're talking about. TFLA coming on the flank, going with the hammer smash, and Pobelter looking for the big combo, but right into the bullet time. They all have to spread. Levitate separating the entire team as Samikin looking for Pobelter, looking for the revenge. One more auto. Spica's trying to save him. The dodge out. Pobelter, it will fall. The shutdown goes to Samikin, and now Cracker's in the fight. Cracker's looking for his own stake in this game, but Spica.
Continue this gold advantage here. And the Emperor's Divide running low jazz. He's going to try to flash away, but the Keeper's Verdict is going to keep him in place. And Mega Inferno Bomb compared to a 2.5 item zigs. Low jazz goes in, finds a suppression onto 1 with Breezy, but now he's gone. And Public Execution right into the backline. Bad's forced to flash away. Still has the cleanse, but his front line is gone. Decoy trying to do everything he can with the World Ender to keep his world alive. But Array in the front line, you know, having a little fun with that AMI. Welcome back, y'all, to another day of the North American Challengers League as we are continuing to wrap up the regular season, now officially halfway through our Super Week, the last week of the regular season. My name is Rafa, joined once again in the caster booth, aka Mr. Matthew Cubby David Samuelson, full name, doxed up, yep. And then, you know what, if you guys played nice tonight on the broadcast, I might even give a P.O. box so you can send him some fan mail. Cubby would really love that this season.
I mean, I didn't know I had a P.O. box, so I appreciate the investment that you're putting into me.
Don't worry. I installed one as soon as I left LA. So I needed to find a way to send you some care packages every now and then.
That's fine. I still owe you a couple packages myself, but excited to be on the broadcast today, Rafa, for our second to last day of the regular season. Every team that we have in NACL has one match to go, and while we have the playoff standings decided, still fighting, posturing for some seeding, and the first match today could just decide our promotion and relegation teams as well, so still some stakes on the line.
Yep. And even though some of our series will not necessarily determine or change some of the outcomes that we get for the last 5 series total left that we have over the next couple of days, what it will give us a preview of is some of these early playoff matches, you know, just like even talking about later today, Conviction and CCG, that could be an early playoff preview between these two. But of course, everyone, as these conversations are going, want to make sure that we can keep up the conversation with you all, checking out our main hashtag NACL, as well as our socials at NACL, pretty much on every platform except X. That's at Watch NACL. So make sure you are following and checking out the broadcast, all places there. But to give you guys an idea of what is to come, we gotta make sure to look backwards in the past couple of days and see how all of the action occurred and unfolded throughout our Super Week. And it starts off with Dark Zero and Blue Otter. Actually, I lied. Yesterday's matches, that was first day. Supernova against Pulse. That was actually a 2-1 full distance series.
Yeah, shout out to Supernova. I mean, was a must win for them when it comes to ensuring that they are not in that relegation spot. And of course, going down that first game was a bit of a surprise. But Supernova were able to clutch it out. It had a really big game 3. Did like their draft a lot in that game. They ended up playing it very well. And again, Supernova really survive from being at threat of being relegated here if AMI does drop the series today. So the fact that Supernova were able to pick that win off and make it look quite convincing, especially in that game 3, was very big. So prop Supernova. And then, of course, the second series, Rafa, I was bummed. I didn't co-stream yesterday. I had some stuff come up, and man, I missed what I think is the biggest upset of the split or not the split, of the year so far in North America, as Winthrop managed to take down the full near airport roster in a thrilling game, or 3-game series.
Yeah. You know, when I first heard the result, I was like, oh, okay, you know, Double Lift and Biofrost weren't able to make it again, you know, and it was the Sushi and blanking on the support sub that came in the last time that they had the swap. But the fact that it was, like you said, the full near airport starting roster, Double Lift and Biofrost still in, and Winthrop University rising to the occasion, I think this collegiate squad story has been so cool this split, because as we talked about before, not just, you know, on the NACL broadcast, but even continuing the conversation over on CLO on the weekends, this university is playing pretty much every single tournament that they can possibly play in. There's so many games going on, and the fact that they're able to manage a great upset like this just goes to attest to how much growth they've been able to pretty much get under their belt, as well as, you know, all the reps are finally paying off in these big moments.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've really kind of become a Winthrop fan later on in this split, just because, as you highlighted, Rafa, no team is playing more in North America right now, as Winthrop involved in multiple collegiate leagues, right? And of course, the big league, the Riot League, right? CLO top 32. First round, they dropped to the lower bracket. I believe there are only 4 or 5 teams left at the moment, and Winthrop are still standing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
so, and frankly, might have the best chance to actually take down Maryville. I know that's what some of the fans think after some of the plays that we've seen. So I know for Winthrop, we talked to Sword after the last win the other week, and obviously they've had so many games, it's been so fast and furious, but he did say, you know, in a way, yes, it all kind of blends together, but also it almost relieves the pressure. We're used to it, and it feels like they're getting more out of it with these big games. So it's been fun to watch. I mean, obviously Winthrop, like they had their bumps in the middle of the season, but hey, this is the time of the year where push comes to shove. We're wrapping up NACL, and I know all the colleges really care about CLAW, not just for them, how competitive it is, but also front offices oftentimes care more about CLAW than NACL. I know, like, you know, for the based NACL fan, you might be scratching your head, but for the university president, that makes a little bit of sense. So Winthrop has been clutching up really across the board. Been very fun to see, and we'll see if they can do so later on tomorrow, as they have a chance to take down that Maryville roster that's still standing in NACL as well. Or I might be the sub squad tomorrow. I might be speaking out of line. Niles did say. Yeah, we're kind of waiting to see.
It's the only thing that we are not sure about going into tomorrow. But what we are sure about is the current standings for the NACL regular season. Those top 6 spots, those are locked in. Those are guaranteed going to the playoffs. Blue Otter is our only team that is locked in the spot of, unfortunately, missing playoffs, but also, fortunately, not going to the promotion relegation tournament. Polestar is the only team that has been locked in to the promotion relegation tournament, where it is the last spot that is yet to be determined is between AMI and Supernova, and that spot could be determined with our very first series of the day.
Yeah, I will say there is one scenario where Blue Water does fall in that relegation spot, but it would require a loss in the series against AMI today, so they do control their own destiny. Would also need Supernova to beat Luminosity Gaming in order for them to fall in that relegation spot, which is pretty unlikely. So pretty confident that Blue Water can survive. But while we have this, of course, our first matchup, AMI versus Blue Water, and the tiebreakers for AMI and Supernova, you can see there in the standings with Supernova sitting above them. Really important earlier on in the split. Supernova did manage to find a 2-0 against Apex Mission Impossible. So that means that they own the tiebreaker in the head-to-head. It doesn't matter, as you know, this match, because of that, because Supernova is ahead in terms of their record, this is a must-win series for Apex Mission Impossible if they want to avoid relegation. So very cut and dry for them. It is win and, you know, be done for the year, or I should say for the split, or it is lose and do your best to prepare for that promotion relegation tournament that they will face.
True. So not only with a Blue Otter win, they would, you know, secure their fate in at least guaranteeing themselves playing in Summer Split. but also they would guarantee Supernova's fate because, as you pointed out, the head-to-head score that Supernova have over Apex Mission Impossible guarantees that, you know, even if it came down to the game score, you know, it is still Supernova favored for the tiebreaker head-to-head. So, Blue Otter, you're not just playing for yourselves, you're also playing for Supernova. So Supernova are your biggest fans right now. And for Apex Mission Impossible, of course, you are playing for yourselves and doing everything you can to maybe find your first map win since week 2 of the NACL.
It's again for AMI, they got off to a nice start by taking down Pulse and Winthrop early on in the split, but they have not won a single map in NACL since April 2nd. It's been tough treading for AMI. Now, of course, when 2 out of your first 3 series are against Pulse and Winthrop, you do have to face some of the Titans that we have in the league. AMI have struggled a bit. Oh, actually, I lied. They did face Pulse in week 3. That was the win. Okay, so haven't won a map since April 10th. Not April 2nd, April 10th, but almost a full month. And we have seen AMI, again, have some struggles. I think that against the best of the best that we have in NACL, they got individually outclassed. We've also seen some other games where still feels like AMI, you know, they can play as a team. The macro is there, but just some setups that have gone tragically wrong around objectives that I think have really changed things up. So you got to see them come together today, Rafa, as again, this series is for their own fate. It is win and sayonara until summer, right? That's a positive. Get a little bit of a siesta until the summer split, or have to work really hard to earn your way back into the NACL summer split.
Yeah. Well, at least they were able to do it, you know, once through the open qualifiers, getting here in the first place. You know, who knows? If it is worst case scenario for them having to play through the promotion relegation tournament, you know, confidence maybe that they can do it again here. Now, the other confidence factor is that AMI got a 2-1 over Winthrop University. Maybe, considering that Winthrop University have beaten Near Airport recently, you know, on paper, AMI should be at least having the momentum, the confidence, saying, well, if Winthrop can beat Near Airport, we can surely beat Blue Water. We're going to take a look at, you know, some of our stats for a little feature matchup that we got going on here in the top lane, starting with Decoy, who in some of their wins, Decoy was quite massive in being able to surmount them. But against the other side of the coin for Blue Otter, Quacker putting a little bit of focus for this particular player on the Rift, because there was a tweet released earlier by him, I think it was yesterday, and he was just informing the community that this is potentially, if not most definitely, his last run in NACL in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer for me. I know that he did tease he might be looking for a Masters and to compete in C-Law, but Quacker, a player that you know, I used to coach against in C and scrims, someone who for me would always had a lot of game. Has been a really solid top laner in this league, and really every time that he has hit the Rift, I feel like he's been serviceable at worst. So it would be a shame to see if this is the last one run for Quacker, and also for this Blue Otter squad, as this was a team that stuck together from last split to this one, and that's a pretty long gap, a pretty long time of competing together as a squad. Really doesn't feel like that's going to be the same case going into this next split. It does feel like there are going to be changes here at Blue Water. So I know you know, Kobe is kind of saying it's end of an era over there. Definitely feels like that's the case with this team. So obviously this wasn't the split that they wanted, but to go out with a win and to make sure that, again, the relegation spot is very unlikely to be Blue Water, but to make sure they can control their own fate, take care of business against AMI, and make sure that they can have their spot for summer. I think it would be an appropriate way to go out for a team that really won a lot of fans along the way with how well they played, especially this past summer last year.
Yeah, that summer run was probably the biggest story that I was hearing about, you know, over on LCS, while keeping up with my colleagues in NACL and just going, hey, so, you know, is this guy's going to make a run for it? It's like, I mean, more than likely, but let me tell you about, you know, Blue Otter right now, you know, and of course, you know, Dark Zero being able to make it their first win overall in NACL, which was pretty exciting for them. But yeah, I had a lot of higher expectations for Blue Water based on what we saw from Summer Split. But I think it's not just a, you know, us expectation. It was a community sentiment, and of course Blue Water, they had higher expectations for themselves, and I think we can all be, you know, sympathetic in a feeling of that, you know, they're disappointed that they didn't get to achieve higher results this split, at least being able to lock themselves into playoffs.
Yeah, again, this was a squad that really, my memory of them last year was that they were the team that actually played the Dragonsteel roster the best. Like that was a very close best of 3-0 behind the scenes. They said that their win rate against them was pretty close. Dragonsteel had a lot of respect for them, and I mean, again, that's a team that won NACL last year. Where that roster didn't drop a single map. 4 out of the 5, right, with CCG just coming in. They didn't drop a single game when they played as 5 in the NACL. So you know, to have Blue Water competing against them in the last summer, and to have really where those two rosters went in terms of trajectory. I know that Blue Water weren't exactly able to practice as much behind the scenes, had some their own struggles as well as any team can go through throughout the split. But yeah, not going to be seeing them in playoffs. Going to be hopefully the last time, if you're a Blue Water fan, that we see them here, because you don't want to see them in that relegation spot. You're hoping they take care of business, get that win, make sure that they can avoid that. So again, we'll see if Blue Water can go out on top, or if AMI get that must win, which I will say, Hawk, he's a low jazz AMI believer, which I respect. We haven't seen great form from AMI of late, but again, their backs are up against the wall. They need to win in order to control their own destiny with that promotion relegation slot. And keep in mind that last series for Supernova, they go up against Luminosity Gaming, and that is a pretty tough win. We have seen the three-headed Hydra be very tough to beat. As the only time that one of those teams actually fell to someone that wasn't one of the three-headed Hydras in Near Airport, Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity Gaming was just yesterday, as Winthrop took down Near Airport. So that is how strong those top 3 teams have been in the league. Will be a big challenge for Supernova tomorrow. So again, a must win for AMI to really put that pressure on Supernova to have to win to earn their way out of that relegation spot.
That's right. And, you know, to be fair, Matt, Blue Water were close to joining Winthrop University in the ranks of, you know, teams that were able to beat, you know, the top 3 in our league, all because Quacker was having a ball on that Olaf game. And, you know, shame for Blue Water. I know they are probably, you know, feeling the, but what could have been, you know, but at least they were able to show a lot of strength in it. As I'm hearing, we're getting ready for draft for our first game of our first series of the day. Vamos ver, AMI taking on Blue Otter. As we've seen with the bands, they have evolved over the course of the regular season. Now that we're back on, or we're on the new map, Thornbound Otacon. I know we've been on it for a while now, but for me, this is my first time casting Thornbound Otacon or Spirit Blossom map with y'all on NACL. And with AMI, they are paying very big respect to Samakin Zoe as always, but also another pick that I'm, you know, at least very excited to see. Getting a lot of respect. Yep, the Shen. Yeah,
the Quacker Shen. He was playing it before the buffs. We were seeing Shen, of course. They buffed Shen's Q. I mean, that's pretty much his entire damage in the kit is Q, and then Sunfire Cape or the Titanic Hydra, whatever you want to build. So big deal whenever they change that ability to give it that extra percentage in terms of HP damage, which has been really big. We've seen a lot of Shen being played now across the globe on 15.9. So yeah, gonna be interesting to see what the first pick is here, as Talia is a real big power pick for me, but it will be that Nefiri for Low Jazz and AMI. Nefiri has been really, really good in this league as 15-4 in NACL. That is a 79% win rate. So we'll see what Low Jazz can do.
I'm actually curious what Nefiri's win rate has been like since the most recent round of Nerf bats.
You want the 15-9 win rate?
Yeah, the 15-9 win rate. But while you're getting those stats, Matt, I'll keep us on track for the draft. Varus and Aurora picked up in response. Decent poke already being set up here. AMI are going to answer with a Victor Control Mage matchup into the Aurora and the Rumble. So you have some of the premier AP solo laners that you could look for on this patch for AMI. And for Blue Water, they're going to ensure that they at least secure this Xinjiao before we get to the second round of the draft phase.
I wonder what bands are going to throw at Quacker here, as I think it is important to note Samakin does get his hands on Aurora. That's a champion that has been banned away from Samakin quite a bit this year as well. So could be powerful there for him in the mid lane. Obviously, Victor does scale really nicely into that matchup. And as we see bans come out, a Nico ban, a little bit of a surprise, I guess. That, for me, that says that they really want to save that counter pick at support for Rovax, as Nico has really emerged as a powerful support that's really getting banned into the first phase across the globe. Do you think it's a little bit harder to execute at this level, as you aren't quite as tanky as some of the other supports? You have other ways of being slippery. It takes quite a bit of skill. And of course, this is a tier 2 league, but we have seen some good Nikos in the league. Shout out to Manui, who we'll see later on today. And oh, I lied. All right, well, Rakan's up. That's a Rovax special. They have his ends out already. Piggyback Rakan on in, so it's going to slam that, and we'll see if it is the Alistar response for Pocus and AMI.
Saving actually the top lane counter pick all the way until the very end, even though they already know that this is a Rumble top for Decoy. So just paying extra attention to what AMI's final composition is going to be before Quacker picks his champion of choice. I think this is Blue Otter basically saying, you know what, we need to see whether we need, you know, an additional front line for you, or if we have some liberties to go something for a little bit more volatile, something with a little bit more carry presence to take against the Rumble in lane.
I mean, also it's Quacker, right? Maybe he sees an angle where he wants to play a carry. I will say it could be a sneaky angle for maybe a Quacker Udyr. That's a pick that he put a lot of time in last split. I thought really doubled up. We're playing Varus top?
Varus top!
Oh my, okay. Well, that explains that.
And that's why they wanted the Rakan, Cubby, so that they could just go for the Lovers Duo bot lane, pull a switcheroo, and make sure that no funny business was going to be the case if for some reason Xayah was not going to feel great into the bot lane of choice for AMI. But you know what? They feel comfortable with it against Ashe and Rel. Varus top, what is this? Is this summer split all over again? Was that when we saw the Varus top craze, or was it earlier than that?
The spirit of Zamudo lives on, you know, as Zamudo was really the one that was abusing this. No, I mean, Varus top, this is a risky pick for Quacker, but Varus is a really strong laner, and man, I would just love to hear how depressed Decoy was, seeing that was going to be a Varus top into his Rumble and comms, man. We weren't expecting that one up here, and like, we're exciting it, and I can just hear Decoy and comms like, man, I gotta play against this. Are you kidding me?
Just the groan would be enough. It's like,
yeah,
it's Varus top, bro.
So, I mean, for me, this puts a really big target on that top lane, as we are going to see Quacker go for the PTA and also take the flash and the teleport. We'll say that with this pick, I think it's just a no-brainer now. Music's going to be pathing towards that top side. And the question is, does Low Jazz match or not? As with Varus, if you know, playing a risky top laner like this, it's risky because if you get behind, you are a singular person in the top lane. Your ability to get chain ganked and taken down and taken out of the game, very real if you are AMI. So definitely something they're going to have to navigate. But I really like the Xayah this game. I think there's a lot of value for Xayah to get out of, you know, Equalizer, try and go airborne when the Fury jumps in, and also, going up against Ashe, a pick that I feel like has been kind of missing after some of the changes. Do like the fact that Baz took this. I do feel like Ashe value is a little bit low right now, but Xayah has a lot of ways to play around that. You do get outranged, but at least that W, you kind of match the attack speed of Ashe, and then also going airborne. One of the ways you can get out of that arrow.
Yeah, and the nice thing with Blue Otter's composition is that they are very flexible in which direction they want to go for. Normally, when you pick Xayah and the rest of your team really wants to go forward, which we have seen a couple times, has felt very awkward for Xayah, because it's like, hey guys, I want them to come into my feathers. I don't want them to run away from my feathers. Otherwise, it's very hard for me to maximize my damage output. But Xin Zhao can always, you know, play front to back and just peel and kite using the power of the Crescent Guard. Rakan can absorb dives if the Featherstorm is not available. And the Aurora is also, you know, kind of flexible in that direction. And you have a Varus top, right? So Varus top doesn't want to, you know, flash forward with Chain of Corruptions unless, you know, the game is so stompy that you might as well just, you know, have some fun with it. But we're gonna get a chance to see how all three of the laning phase, or all three of the lanes, are playing out in the first couple of minutes of this laning phase. Now the junglers going for a full clear, mirror-sided. So Music is going to be ending up on the top side, which I really like, just making sure to playing towards the priority of this Varus. Depending on how much poke Quacker's able to find on decoy, maybe you could look for an early dive, at least to pressure some summoner spells, if not a full kill, and just really snowballing this Varus top.
Rumble's still definitely going to be hard to dive, but this matchup, really nice. Just playing range into Rumble is some of the Rumble changes, that the Q having percentage HP damage, and then also the E having percentage Magic Pen Shred. It's a nightmare for melee tanks. So taking some range into it, if you can get around the harpoons and try and space the flame spitters, I think that's kind of the logic of this pick for Quacker, not to mention just how strong Varus is as a champion in the lane phase. We've seen it, well, Baz though. I was about to say we've seen it in the 2v2, but I see it in the 1v1. Baz flashed out.
Forcing out
bait.
the flash. Yeah, now Lojaz can at least come in. There's no more CC though, so there's no need to burn a summoner spell from the side of Levitate or Rovex in terms of the defensive maneuvers. There's already a Knight already used just to kind of force Baz away, but that is a flash down on Ashe. So if Xin Zhao, aka Music, wants to make a return on the bottom side of the map with this next clear, could be an angle.
The next question is, how tanky does this Varus get, or what does he build?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day, if we want to really talk about cursed immunotech, it was Radiant Virtue Varus being played in the top lane.
Right. Because we would see, who is the Game Changers ADC? What's her name?
There was Avril, Yumichi, and I am blanking on the third.
Oh my goodness.
Was competing. You put me on the spot with this one, Rafa. That was a fun event to cover, but it's been a while.
I would see tweets of her playing Varus top all the time. And she was the first AD carry that I saw, like, kind of donning the Radiant Virtue.
Was it Mia?
No.
Okay. That was a good guess. Mia, of course, 5-role challenger player.
Alice.
Ryle, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
That was the other one,
Ryle.
yes. Good call.
Yeah. Ryle would be playing top lane, and that's where I first saw the tech. And I mean, she was being a real rat with it, but she was showing the power and the dominance and the oppression of Varus top, and then soon everyone else started.
Tooth. Oh, yeah. We'll see if it's Rageblade or Nash's Tooth. Quacker, you are so based. I swear to God, Nash's Tooth is Varus' best item. Shout out to Command Attack, who is a Challenger Varus mid lane player. And if we're going to shout out Quacker, we do have to shout out Command Attack too. Again, both University of Illinois drums going way back. But Varus with Nash's Tooth, it scales with your W. The Blight stack scaling is actually very, very powerful.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if for Quacker, if he's going to end up completing that Nashers, if that's the goal, and then what items end up coming next, because that Nashor's build, a lot of it's just about rotating out those Blight stacks. Of course, if you're able to do so successfully, you get the refund on the Q cooldown now, so could be quite big. And a very curious lane setup we have at the moment, as Rovex just straight up walked up here and they're going to 2v2, and Quacker has 6 early. There's no flash on Baz, so this is scary.
Yeah, Baz has to just walk away from the wave, because Chain of Corruptions could have flown out at any second if Baz was too far forward and just set up a kill there. But they sent Baz and Pokus up towards the top side because they just could not handle at least being in the 2v2 versus Levitate and Rovex. So that's why Rovex had to answer it afterwards. But now, reminder for everyone, if you are just tuning in and you're seeing, pretty new colors on the Rift because you haven't seen, the update and switch over, this is now the Spirit Blossom map. So a couple changes objectives-wise. Grubs are now at 8 minutes, so that's why, it was just a Dragon secure for the side of Blue Otter. We have not seen any grub rotations quite yet. That'll be happening in the next 35 seconds. We also have Thornbound Otacon, which is something that we'll look forward to in 20 minutes, and that thing is crazy, Matt. That is probably the strongest iteration of the Otacon, at least recently now.
I really like that change, actually, the Otacon. Also, of course, the map looks different, so if you ever invested in those, Valkyrie Blue Light glasses, could pay off now. As now, speaking of paying off, a potential dive, Quacker, level advantage, looking. Oh, TP, though.
They're being really cautious with it, but they waited for Samakin to arrive first for the guaranteed 4 vs 2 before initiating the dive. They find 2 kills on the back. Equalizer from Decoys, he's teleported back up, but now he's got to be careful because he's still super low, and the wave has not fully dived yet. Decoy not going to survive this one. Quacker's willing to give his life to ensure that it's an overall 3 kills for 1 for the side of AMI. And now Lojaz is looking to see if he can find a pick off here. A straggler. He's level 6. Looking. Oh, beautifully played by Rovix, interrupting with the grand entrance. And Samikin, all he has to do is just flash away. Oh, Summonary by Fine Mini will still ensure a kill onto Samikin's Aurora.
I think the Scorch got him. As you called it out, Airy plus Scorch just barely finds Samikin. That was a great grand entrance to prevent the grand entrance from the Fury's ultimate to get on top of the AD. That said, still picking up 2 kills in the back half. It's a win for Blue Otter, but I do like what AMI's done here with being able to secure the grubs that rotate up. Nice answer from Lojaz and Fine Mini as they rotated around the map. Definitely going to be 2 grubs taken. We'll see if it's 3. Music does have Smite if he wants to poke around, but just doesn't have the help from his friends. So, yeah, nice answer for AMI. Is a little bit of a back and forth. Love the fact that Blue Otter setting up dives and bringing Aurora here. It was a good 4v2 dive. It was played out relatively cleanly. Of course, Quacker falling, not quite ideal, but a good play by Lojaz to really slowly rotate on up there as, again, get a second look. Blue Otter, yes, they wait a long time for the dive, but Pocus loses the Aftershock and blows all of his CC before tower aggro comes down. I think that's what made the first part of this dive so clean. And then Decoy, and this Equalizer gets a lot of damage down, but it's not hitting the next wave. I think there's a world where if Decoy actually ulted the next wave, I don't know if he could be dove here. That said, it actually created a decent chain of events. Of course, he trades out for Quacker. Lojaz and Fine Mini actually end up trading out for the Aurora, and that opened up the grubs for AMI. But I think importantly, feats were secured there for Blue Otter being the first of 3 kills. So if they are able to take this first brick now, feats definitely got buffed up a lot on this patch as well, Rafa, with the cheaper boots. And some of them, especially those upgraded sword shoes, I mean, you're paying 500 gold to get extra 7% magic pen. That is filthy cost efficient. So really, I think significant on this patch that feats much stronger.
Hell, I would love upgraded Merc treads on this patch too. I mean,
those are also very strong.
Yeah. So Blue Otter, we're going to see where their priorities lie in the next 30 seconds, because while AMI were able to have a very admirable response in finding a couple kills back, I still think Blue Otter are stronger on the map for when it comes to just what they were able to deny. Looking at the CS advantages right now, pretty massive for Quacker's Varus. Also solid advantages for the bot lane in Levitate and Rovex, being able to dive, focus, and Baz successfully. I think the one saving grace is that Fine Mini has been able to complete a first item spike, as well as Lojaz with the Eclipse. So both of these champions, definitely not weak coming into this potential dragon fight.
I do like AMI's setup at the moment, as they are first to control this river. And again, this is where Blue Otter have to be a little bit careful with their composition, because it really is Music, the solo frontliner. Rakan can be flexible there, but he is the one that is tanky.
Oh, wow. The Victor W forces Levitate's Featherstorm. Just well-timed by Fine Mini to lock Levitate down. Now he's only depending on both Cleanse and Flash. Did not want to lose too much HP before this dragon fight.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Equalizer as well, but Levitate chunked out pretty heavily. I don't know if he has access to Lifesteal in his kit or not. It could be enough to actually prompt the start here for AMI, but Blue Otter still have 5 in the area, so posturing very hard. The Quacker's really far up.
Quacker, you're not a tank this time around. I don't think you can step up like that.
Okay.
Oh, oh boy. Well, that's the dragon guaranteed for AMI.
You know what? He's just shouting out the shy, Robin. It's the Varus top, and in that moment, he's going to bring it back later on. Don't worry about it.
It's got to be one of the 2 things. 1, Quacker forgot what type of champion he's playing, or 2, there is some miscommunication in how many members were there in the river. So probably the latter, but it would be very funny if Quacker's just like, oh, my bad, guys. I'm not. I don't have nearly as much HP as I thought I would. It is the Rage Blade being completed, so not the Gnasher's Tooth, but I still think, you know what? It adds up to what probably will be the tank build for Varus after. I mean, he's already building 2 Ruby Crystals right now, so
is it going to be Warmogs? That's the question.
Oh.
That was the old Zamudo tech, where again the Radiant Virtue, but also you could go Wormog, so you can just trade a lane and then walk back and get your health back if you get enough max HP, which the threshold was nerfed since back then.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm curious about.
Radiant Virtue was a mythic. I haven't talked about that in a long time, but
I mean
this was actual tech.
That item was broken, bro.
It was mega broken, man.
What a disgusting item.
Malcott, there have been a lot of
yeah, there were a lot of disgusting items that had to be removed from the game. Meanwhile, Rovex going in with the Grand Entrance, just forcing out Pocus's Aftershock here. Continuing the chase, knowing that Rel is now super squishy, forced to use the Magnet Storm. Here comes Nefiri, looking for the first kill, but the charm from Rovex has just been able to back-to-back diffuse both of these Hounds pursuits by Lojaz, and now this Nefiri is feeling more like a wounded puppy, and Lojaz just cannot get back into this fight. Baz is trying to do everything he can, but look at how Blue Otter are just navigating this fight. They are weaving out all of the damage while being able to evade any answers from AMI in the back.
We'll say Fine Mini did pick up a solo kill on the Quacker in the bot lane, so AMI going to do their best to come back, but Lojaz.
Oh, he clipped Lojaz with that twofold hex, and that's another one.
I gotta say, again, I really feel like Rovex clutched up that charm, the quickness that found Nefiri on the way in. If that Nefiri ult connects, I do think that Rakan falls. That's a reset and potentially a disastrous fight for Blue Otter. But really clutch that Rovex was able to connect with the quickness, make sure Nefiri couldn't follow through on the ultimate. Lojaz didn't get the reset, and AMI end up getting first brick on the bot side, which is a positive, and that will mean that Feats comes down to neutral objectives. And with the secure the grubs, AMI one neutral objective secure away from getting Feats for themselves.
Yep, because they also got the second dragon of the game. Kitchen update, Matt. Look at what Quacker is cooking. It is a haunting, guys. Yeah, Riftmaker coming in.
Dude, if we're going to Riftmaker, why didn't we go Nash's Tooth? Quacker, come on. Oh, you're so close to finding the base build, man.
He might have missed the primary core ingredient for the full AP special, but maybe he feels with the Rage Blade, it at least ensures that he's not fully magic damaged. I'm trying to be the best lawyer for Quacker's case versus Cubby's Rage at the moment, but Herald being started up. If they can deny this away, Arrow right on top of Rovex as he's trying to push the backline further. Pocus is in trouble, and he goes down thanks to the Storm Raider Surge. Rift Herald still at 1200. Lojaz secured it! He stole away. That's Fates of Warfare guaranteed for AMI, but now Lojaz is too far up in the fight, and no one from AMI can even walk up and guarantee the eye for themselves.
Yeah, a really disconnected fight from AMI. I actually thought that Pocus had a nice counter engage, but the approach from Phi Mini was just off. Quacker was able to connect with the Chains of Corruption and melt the Victor down. And in some of the chaos that we have had in this game, I do think that Phi Mini is the biggest member of AMI right now, if you just look at the CS that he has. So the fact that he fell first in that fight was critical. Also, shout out to production saying that it was about 75 HP that Samikin was able to walk out of. As Blue Otter, yes, they do lose out on the Rift Herald, but a big win with the team fight, taking that turret and securing a 3K gold lead.
Yeah. I think the consolation prize for AMI is denying Feats of Warfare away from Blue Otter at the very least, but they have not gotten a chance to have enough gold for themselves to even buy the tier 3 boots for themselves yet. They are starting to slowly fall behind now. Almost a 3,000 gold advantage for the side of Blue Otter. Turrets have been taken on the top side, trying to pressure mid lane. Lojaz looking at music right now, but Rovex and Samikin are with him, allowing his escape route to be very undeterred. And with the third dragon spawning, Blue Otter are the first ones in position. I don't think AMI are going to contest.
That's theirs. Yeah, that's all theirs. As AMI, I think keys for them, they just have to wait for this Victor. As, I mean, a 2-item Victor could be very big this game. And as well as Lojaz picking up more items, of course. Oh, Rovex is...
Rovex. Okay, Grand Entrance. Low Jazz is looking for it. Does he have the Hound's Pursuit? Did he already use it? Ignite ticking down. Rovex is alive. All right, well, he had a fun adventure. That definitely looked like a Kangas adventure from our... Excuse me.
Just ping the ultimate cooldown. Nefiri no ult, right, guys?
My ulti for Nefiri ulti, guys. Don't worry. We can now force a fight, and if Nefiri's there, she can't do shiz.
I'm really interested to see what... All right, I wish that like we could just make a poll in Twitch chat, like what item does Quacker build next? I feel like we're gonna have Azanias come in.
Yeah. You know what? I mean, if we have mods in NACL chat, we might be able to do a fun
there's
poll.
too many options. I mean, if we're gonna get really crazy, I think like Mercs or Maw is not bad this game, or a Banshees. I think it's gonna be Zanya's maybe next. The Seekers, some value there.
Yeah, we've definitely seen Zanya's on Varus's before, whether it was top lane or 80 carries.
Yeah, I know
1500 on the blue buff.
Low Jazz doesn't have Smite, so he's just trying to stall this one out. Fine Mini actually is able to pick it up.
Nice.
So Low Jazz gets the second part of the buff as well. But as we kind of dived through this one, we haven't talked much about the scaling yet as Levitate.
Oh, Levitate under fire still has the Feather Storm available, and that's why Low Jazz is not going to commit to the play, but they got the cleanse thanks to Baz's
TP2.
arrow. Samakin is now here on the top side of the river. Otacon is also spawning in the next 20 seconds here on the top side, which is why you see Blue Otter committing so many members to this top half of the map. But potential base for Rovex alongside Quacker means that Blue Otter has some decent spikes coming in, want to refresh the rewards as well. Swifty boots for Quacker. Wow. Okay, this guy is really cooking.
No, that's fine. I mean, I think that's one way to get out of the equalizer. It's likely to be dropped on you.
Sure.
As
also the slow lasers from Victor and the gravity well.
And speaking of Victor, I think that's the thing for me. AMI, of course, scaling. The Victor Ash, their ability to control fights later on, I think is going to be really significant. Also, Fine Mini. I know one of the rookie mids that we have in NACL this split, I do think that his Victor has been one of his stronger champions. So we'll see if he can really carry through on that. Does have a nice lead into Samakin, who, of course, on the Aurora has had to be a little bit more active on the map, which Samakin has been. But Victor with the CS and XP advantage, that's a big one. Might be really the person to look out for AMI, because the one fight we saw Victor get taken out really early, Rafa, was the fight that was the worst for AMI. I think there's a lot of importance on the Victor here, who at 2 items, then as the game goes on, is going to be very, very strong.
And with the limited amount of engage Blue Honor have, at least long-range engage, it gives AMI a little bit of flexibility and safety, knowing, hey, if they want this Victor, they have to overcommit, you know, with Rakan and Xin Zhao. Hell, like the Samakin is going to have to really find and choose his angles to engage and initiate timely, because 5 Mini, if you just kind of, you know, raw dog engage that, then 5 Mini is going to have things like the Ash to protect him, the Rel, as well as an equalizer on top. Just because AMI kind of want to make the dive doesn't necessarily mean that they do not have means to disengage the fight as well.
Looks to get chunked out here, as of course you highlighted, Rafa, big fan of the new Otacon this season. Only one spawns, of course. If you kill it, you get the, I believe it's the roses across the map that go into your inventory, and then on takedowns, you get a nice little slow field and some bonus damage that comes out, which is quite nice. So definitely, I do like the Otacon change. I think just the one and then the buff it gives is actually pretty nice, pretty fair. Definitely feels like it's a point of power, but if you aren't getting kills or winning in the game, then it doesn't matter as much.
True.
So
it's a great snowball Otacon.
Yeah.
Also, visually, it looks awesome, because every time a kill or a takedown happens when you have the buff, you just see this little pew, little blossom circle around it, and it just adds to the more colorful map that we got for our second half of the season, or second trimester of the season. I think there's supposed to be 3. Yeah,
solo queue, split 2. Yes.
Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Anyway, 4th dragon of the game. Oh, great arrow on the music. A lot of damage. Crescent Guard is forced out, but he is stuck on that gravity well. and he will more than likely have to go to some camps, try to get some jungle privilege on, and sustain his way back up. Thankfully, he's also playing Xin Zhao, so his passive will help with that matter, but AMI get to be first ones in the river here.
His Ocean Rift, if he's able to find any extra plants maybe to spawn too, as we do have Ocean Soul on the map, and yeah, Music will find his health, get it back, but still AMI. He's at health bar advantage, so we start this one off. It's at half. Blue Water at full info. Rovex on a flank. Music going.
Oh, flashing right on top of 5 mini. That's Victor Flash gone. Magnastorm from Pocus ensures that Music cannot go anywhere else. Pocus gets exploded by Samakin thanks to this high burst Aurora build. Rovix trying to send it on Baz. He flashes away, and Blue Water are really in a tough pickle. Samakin trying to dodge using the ultimate, but not going to find anything. But 5 mini is popped. Featherstorm flash from Levitate. He picks his moment well. Baz is able to escape it, but it's now down to Low Jazz, who still has Smite. And he's able to secure it. Thank you for the leash. And Blue Water, even though they were able to find more kills than the side of AMI, actually, was it pretty even?
It was a 2 for 3 in the end, as Pocus getting back out of the spawn. But I'm a little bit surprised they continue to hit that dragon, as of course, AMI and Low Jazz, the Smite was right there in order to snag that one away. But a bit of a hectic fight there. Shout out to Levitate, who did burn that flash Featherstorm, let it ring true, and I think that's at least what enabled the health bar win. But the fact they didn't find Low Jazz, didn't remove that Smite from the map, meant that the dragon just went over to the Fury.
Yeah, I think even though the fight itself was messy and you lost, you know, a shutdown on your Victor and some flashes on your carries, I think that fight is still pretty solid for the side of AMI, guaranteeing that Blue Otter do not put themselves on soul point.
It does buy some time still. A 3.5k gold deficit at this point is not great. A lot of the strength, again, though, is in this Victor. Fine Mini sprinting towards that death cap. If he's able to connect with that item before the next Dragon Fight or a potential Baron look, keep in mind Otacon still on the map too. I think that could be really big. As a level 16 death cap up Victor, that sounds pretty good to me if I'm an AMI fan. And again, you guys are just tuning in. This is a pretty high-stakes matchup. And chance to cross the L does go wide. AMI, it's a must-win for them to avoid relegation. And they don't even control their own fate, but it would require a Supernova win against Luminosity Gaming to actually put Blue Water in relegation.
Baz has been picked off. They took advantage of a flash without flash. Now, 5 mini is going to be the other target. Blue Water just being able to isolate both of the carries that were down without a summoner spell. Could not disengage from any of the 2 picks, and now Blue Water should be able to guarantee maybe both of these objectives here on the top side.
I'll be honest, I don't even know how that play happened for AMI. They were so split across the map, and Blue Water just picked them apart. I mean, that's easy kills going over. Is they're going to keep Low Jazz out of the pit? That's at least Baron going over.
Oh, no, there's just too many members for... I mean, well, Low Jazz was super deep in the paint right there, and unfortunately, he had no real escape route there. Samakin is dealing so much damage going for the Storm Raider Surge and the Shadow Flame build, which is pretty much my favorite core when playing any AP assassin, because it's a lot of magic penetration. And if you've checked recently AMI's build, there is not much magic resist being built by any of the members here on AMI side.
I still just don't even know what happened in the last set of plays, Rafa.
Cubby's still stuck in the past. He's I need AMI, a replay.
They were so split, and it feels like they just took top outer turret, overextended for it, and ended up throwing Baron and Otacon going over to Blue Water. So, what was a close game where we're kind of teasing the scaling being able to maybe kick in for AMI. I mean, trying to fight through a Victor and an Ashe, that's a lot of slows that you have to get through if you're Blue Water. And a lot of damage, too, as this game goes on.
Kind of hard to scale when you give over an additional 3,000 gold over to your opponents.
The 3.5k gold deficit, we're like, okay, maybe a 6k gold deficit. Pretty unsure now, as that match resist is going to start coming in for Blue Water. As I do like to see Music going for what I assume is going to be a Spirit Visage. Underrated item on Xin Zhao.
Based. Oh, it's so based. Yeah, I mean, it's not just going to be for the benefit of his healing and his passive, but also any additional shields he gets from Rovix on the Rakan. That also helps. Arrow absorbed by the Rakan. Magnetstorm follows up. Rovix is in trouble, but he battle dances back to safety. Music is going to push away the damage with his Crescent Guard, and Pokus now falls. It's a 5-on-4 for Blue Water on the bottom side of the map, while Quacker is solo pushing in the mid lane.
I don't mind the look there from AMI. I feel like that's what they have to do, but just not able to get everyone in. Lojaz was looking for an angle of sorts. Wasn't at that fight. I think if Lojaz is there, maybe you can follow up on Rovak's Music and the CC that was able to connect, as it was a good Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Baz, but the wallet's kind of kicking in there for Blue Water as no Lojaz means that fight goes the way it does, and Blue Water take 2 inner turrets in the process, and now that gold lead. It's up to 8K, Rafa, which is even further, even tougher to deal with.
Yeah, that Baron power play is definitely getting into the value right now in these past couple of minutes. And with the Baron buff expiring in the next 25 seconds, Blue Water won't have much time to siege as strongly onto these next structures. For the sake of AMI, you know, they could be grateful that their base has not been breached yet. However, Blue Water are one good fight away from being able to close out the game at this pace.
Pretty much. They are going to secure themselves Ocean Soul while they're waiting for a potential Baron to get back on the map.
But they will
Soul
be
Point,
at Soul,
sorry.
Yeah, Soul Point. Yeah.
I casted LPL last night, Rafa. Thanks for the save there. I'm a little bit tired.
Got you, buddy.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Appreciate
if I saw a team chuck a 3K, you know, extra gold, I might be sleepy too, but it's okay. AMI going to try to do their best to see if they can make a comeback. We have seen miracles happen on this stream, y'all. Winthrop University being able to find an upset over near our port. If that can happen, anything is possible.
I think the airport's going to clean up their drafts as we move into playoffs, but for sure, don't want to take away from Winthrop, who did play very well yesterday. Again, no team in North America has been competing more than Winthrop University with all the collegiate events they've been in. NACL dropping into the lower bracket of CLAW early on. Feels like it's paying off over there. And for Blue Water, of course, this might be a swan song for the roster that did choose to stick together from summer to here in that 6-month span. I know that was really how it was always going to be, is Thin Uncle Phil, Sneezes, and the crew really believed that they could keep this group together. Doesn't feel like that's going to be the case going into the next split. So, of course, wanted to go out with a win, make sure they can avoid that relegation mark. Even if they were to drop here, we don't feel like they're going to end up in that spot, as Super Double would have to take down Luminosity Gaming. We feel like that's pretty unlikely, but hey, as you highlighted, Rafa, anything can happen in this league. We saw it with Winthrop yesterday, and Blue Water understand that they want to control their own destiny. Something that Samikin was tweeting out about yesterday, the fact that he was kind of joking based on the results of Winthrop this week. It was either going to be a fun week or he'd be stuck in a bar up in Boston. And
yep,
he's going to be stuck in a bar, unfortunately. He wasn't able to control his own destiny for playoffs, but has a chance to control his own destiny here for relegations.
Listen, guys, stay hydrated. That is the key, you know. Just make sure, no matter what.
I like how he was even looking for advice on that. He's not used to this life.
I know. That's why I let him know. It's like, just make sure you're drinking plenty of water, King. You know, like
especially on broadcast too. You know?
Yeah, like no matter how fun a night can be, nothing is worth having to experience the consequences in the morning after.
Yeah, I feel like we should get out of this conversation sooner than later, Rafa. We're gonna try and move on from this.
Hey, we're being real, guys. We're being real.
Life advice from Rafa and then Cubby, as we're really showing our age here.
You know what? I mean, I think that's the beauty of NACL, right? You know, obviously we have some very experienced players who obviously are similar to our age, if not just slightly younger. But we do have a lot of younger players. Like Mini, I think is 19. So, you know, this is a cool league that still continues to show that no matter how the landscape changes, we are still getting, you know, new generations of players coming into the competitive scene. And it's been awesome to see the journeys of all these players, especially some of our rookies making their debut as Rovix looks for Lojaz. Nice sidestep using the E on Nefiri to dodge the grand entrance. Blue Water still posturing for potentially an engage, but they're going to clear the mid wave first. Arrow incoming. Rovix absorbs it. No one is following up. Music steps up just to make sure that there is not secondary engage that commits after the arrow. And so far, Blue Water maintain control of the mid lane. Dip back into Fog on the top side. And now AMI are going to have to dedicate some members to face check the darkness.
Yeah, they've kind of been able to track Samakin, but this is falling pretty fast. Though Jazz just gets a whiff of it now as Baron's at half. Samakin trying to sneak back in the vision.
I'm a little curious if Blue Water are going to allow this to be a flip. Decoy is now under pressure, forced to flash, and Zonia's away. That is Baron secured for Blue Otter. Decoy has been picked off, and here comes the rest of the collapse from Blue Otter. Pocus is in trouble. Lochaz trying to run away. The flash from Music looking for a 3-talent prime strike onto any member that comes into contact with that spear. Wind becomes lightning, does not find Baz, but the slow is enough for Quacker to find the mark. Triple kill for the top lane. Varus, and it's just 5 mini left to just try and stall this one as long as possible. But we know the result, Matt. That's 4 members gone off the side of AMI, and with the rest of Blue Water sieging into the base, game 1 is wrapped up for Blue Water.
Yeah, that was a really split approach from AMI. Decoy wasn't even able to get the equalizer off, and man, we've seen this from AMI where it feels like macro-wise they can kind of keep up with how they manage waves, manage lanes, but some of these objective setups when they go wayward can look ugly. That was a very one-sided fight, and what was at one point a close game, Blue Otter were really able to take and run with, as that Varus pick ended up doing a lot of work in the back half and helped secure Blue Otter that game 1 win.
It just goes to show that this composition, when Blue Water are the first ones to get to an objective, it's so much easier for them to be able to set up and absorb the engage potential from the side of AMI. Obviously, at that stage in the game, when you're already 9,000 gold ahead, you can kind of play those fights a little less precise, but still, Blue Otter were very careful. They were making sure to not make any slips or stumbles along the way. The fact that, you know, the objective bounties were back up for AMI, a massive fight, you know, upset would have kind of swung the gold lead back into their side, and, you know, who knows, maybe it could have been, you know, winning for AMI. Doubtful. And now Blue Water are 1 game win away from being able to guarantee that they have a summer split on the hands.
Yeah, not to hindsight Harry that draft too much, but I feel like the Rumble and the Fury Victor topside, no one could really catch the engages from Blue Water. So even though it was that solo Xin Zhao, like only Pocus could be the ones that could really catch that chain of corruption, catch the Rakan coming in, catch the Xin coming in. Felt like just a little bit too squishy of a topside once they got behind. I'm wondering if something like a Rise might have been able to kind of put the pieces together a little bit better. Definitely want to give the Fury another lane to play through, but of course, to see what AMI can do going back to the drawing board, because you hit on Rafa. Blue Water 1 game away from making sure they avoid relegation guaranteed, and AMI need to win the next 2 games in the series in order to avoid relegation.
That's right. Well, we're going to find out how the story unfolds right after this break when we come back with game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second game between Apex Mission Impossible and Blue Otter. After the first game's results, Blue Otter are one game away from securing another split for themselves in the NACL, which means that they avoid promotion relegation, and that would also not only affect Supernova's fate as well as Apex Mission Impossible's fate, since then Apex Mission Impossible would have to play in the promotion relegation tournament, and it would also mean that Supernova would be safe as well. With the game one result, Cubby, we have gotten word that Apex Mission Impossible are actually choosing red side for this next draft.
Yeah, I actually think that red side on the new patch is a little bit more valid. For me, the splitting up of the Grub and the Dragon spawn, it puts an emphasis on bot lane priority, as if you have bot lane priority, it can get you that early Dragon and then hopefully an early rotation to play for the Grubs too at 8 minutes. So I think red side support counter pick's a big deal. But yeah, this game from AMI was, I'd say, a little bit uninspiring. It felt like just a couple of the pieces weren't able to connect to really be put together. And I just think that this top side of the Rumble and the Fury Victor, there's a lot of damage, but not quite enough CC or setup. And AMI just weren't able to find those, you know, big setups for the Rumble, big setups for the Victor. And things got a little bit ugly as... Yeah, AMI, they've not won a map in NACL since April 10th. So it's been a rough, some tough sledding for them, and they're going to need to dig deep now and change that, because if they want to avoid that relegation tournament, they need to win 2 games in a row.
We'll see if they are up for the task. I think when we look back at our expectations for how far this roster was going to go, this was a team that we didn't expect during the qualifiers to make it this far, but you know, they were able to prove a lot of people wrong and be one of the teams that qualified for their first split of NACL. This is pretty much across the board the first NACL split for a lot of the individuals, if not all of them, outside of Apex Mission Impossible. Even someone like Pocus, who has been in the scene for quite some time, bouncing around a lot of tier 3 teams. I still remember Pocus most notably playing on a lot of French Canadian teams like Mirage Esports. This is Pocus's first split in NACL. And I think the expectations we had was, listen, Apex Mission Impossible, I think if you can continue to stay in the NACL for the summer split, that's great. If not, you know, just take as much learning experience as possible, because this is essentially rookie splits for a lot of these guys here.
Yeah, of course, holding on to that spot would be huge to turn that rookie split into a sophomore split here for the team. And yeah, I appreciate the shout out with Pocus. Of course, this is a pretty, I believe, majority French-Canadian roster as well. He was able to put together. I know that this team, some of them actually competed in LANs together. They had Adam be their mid laner from Pulse in those LANs too, being up in Canada. So yeah, still fun to see them, or Pocus, be able to find some of those guys. Their OQ run was huge, but this was a team that we really expected to be in this position, quite frankly, at the start of the season. And when AMI started with 2-1, like taking out Pulse and Winthrop, we're like, wow, like one more win and they can avoid that relegation spot. Just haven't been able to find it, haven't been able to pick it up, and it's their last chance here with the backs up against the wall.
That's right. And if you want to continue the conversation or join in on the stories that are evolving, unfolding before our very eyes, make sure you are using that hashtag NACL. on all social platforms, which you can be able to continue talking directly to NACL at NACL on all platforms except X. That's at Watch NACL. As we should be getting ready for draft number 2 between the two teams. As we said before, Apex Mission Impossible going for red side because you alluded to it with the new map and the new patch. I think red side provides a lot more value. I mean, Blue Water were able to sneak in a Varus top with their little switcheroo from game 1, and maybe looking at how the game evolved, it wasn't necessarily a champion that, because it dominated laning phase, that's what gave Blue Otter the win, but it did have its value in those team fights and the way that Blue Otter were able to kind of manifest front to back fights most of the time, absorbing the engages. Varus loves that. He, if he doesn't have to go forward all the time and he's just being able to rack up those blight stacks and then, destroy people, boom, there you go.
Definitely saw Quacker do that, as it was a unique pick, but hey, it paid off later on for Blue Water. As that's some of the perks of Varus. Not only can he be lane dominant in that solo lane, but also late game on hit Varus. We've seen the damage he can do. Build was a little bit funky for me. I still want a Nashor's Tooth Riftmaker, but hey, the Rage Blade gets more blight stacks off, and Quacker made good use of it. So
you know what? Because we couldn't get a guaranteed poll, I'm gonna do a quick poll before we get into draft Cubby. Is Cubby right? Should Quacker have built a Nashor's Tooth? Obviously, he won with Rage Blade, but for any Varus enthusiasts, is it Nashor's or is it Rage Blade? Which one is the truth?
Nashor's is Varus's best item. Please fight me. That item is so busted on Varus. Please read the W.
All right, just for anyone that wants to take up Cubby on that challenge, he is quite tall, but his frame is small. So
I'm 155 pounds soaking wet. All right. I've been running a little bit more of late, so this is why we have weight classes, Rafa.
What an opener for our second draft. Cubby is soaking wet. Anyway, Blue Otter taking to blue side as Ambessa is the first ban, and AMI continuing to respect Samak and Zoe.
Gotta say AMI on this red side. Curious to see how they use that counter pick, as we see a Nico taken away again. Nico has been a champ that has really risen in priority again. I think bot lane matters a lot more with that grub timer being pushed back 2 minutes. Because if you have a strong bot lane, the ability to take that early dragon and get a priority rotation for the grubs, that's really big in securing those early objectives, as we've kind of reverted to the old timers for League of Legends, I'd like to say. The pre-grubs timers, of course, Herald spawned at 8 minutes and then 14 minutes. Now, Herald spawn, or grub spawn at 8 minutes. Herald spawns at 15 minutes, then instead of 20-minute Baron, just Otacon. So that's really the only difference later on. But man, first pick Tristana, we'll say that's a bit of a deny from AMI. Tristana's been a pick that they've really used and abused between Mini and Baz both being able to play it. Also opens up a Maokai for Lojaz as a specialty pick for him. But man, slamming the Yone Sejuani, that priority top side, and Gwen's still on the table. So curious to see if Blue Water actually denies that or gives that one over.
I just love how Blue Otter were able to, figure out, okay, they're going to go for Yone Sejuani on the back end. So we're going to just slam the Tristana right now as the answer. And Music, knowing that it is going to be a multi-melee core for the side of Apex Mission Impossible, knows that Lilia can thrive in this scenario. And with the push that you get guaranteed from the Tristana matchup into Yone early on, if both he and Samakin are working together and communicating each other, we should be seeing Tristana get push. We should be seeing Tristana invade with Lilia and deny as many camps as possible.
Yeah, that said, I think it might actually be the Corki mid. I'm kind of curious to see where the Trist and the Corki goes. Obviously some flexibility there, but in a think tank, I do like the Corki matchup into the Yone better than Tristana into Yone. Yeah, so we'll see. But as we go, MF, I mean, squishies are showing at the moment, Rafa, and I gotta believe you need some magic damage on the top side. The fact that we didn't snag the Gwen now, a little bit interesting for Decoy. As Olaf ban, I think very justified if you're going to play Yone Sejuani into a Quacker team. As again, Quacker, in what is potentially his last series, he announced on social media, though this might be it for him. Would be very sad if that's going to be it for Quacker, as he's a player I've been very familiar with before he was even playing NACL. Always looked good in this league, looked good in that last game playing the Varus top, and Might see another unique ban thrown at him to protect the top laner here.
Yeah.
As do we see the Darius taken away?
Come on. Well, I imagine if Apex Mission Impossible are waiting this long for their top lane champion of choice, I mean, like you said, the Gwen wasn't secured, and now, you know, alongside the Jace, when those two get banned, there's no Mbessa either. So just looking at priority top laners that you would want that really accentuates the use of the Sejuani, we're not going to find out anytime soon since it is the Alistar lock-in. So they are really trying to guarantee top lane counter pick.
Top lane Tristana, Silas mid. All right. Quacker wants to go 2 for 2 with the marksman. Get a little bit crazy up there. Can play the Corki there too. We'll see if Blue Otter wants to get real creative with what they're showing. But of course, Alistar, a big power pick, does really open up what could be a really nice game for Rovex to play Poppy. As I do like the Scion Slam. That's a really powerful pick and something that MF will struggle into. And Scion Lilia, for me, I think that this Scion, frankly, should have been banned. Because Scion Lilia is an illegal combo that we started to see in the LPL. Just with how tanky the Scion gets, and then how big Lilia can get if she's able to ramp through the fight. It feels like there just is a break point in the game where that's a really tough combo to deal with. So for me, important that AMI plays fast. To tease, it could be a nice game for the Poppy. A lot of good interactions for Rovex here, so we'll lock that one in. We'll see where AMI rounds this out. Is still missing magic damage in the top side. Whoa.
Oh.
Yone top or Rise top?
Yeah, I guess I'm not too sure here. But if... Well, we'll see where they decide to swap everything around. In theory, I could see Yone, like, maybe wanting to go into Scion because you're going to be rushing that Blade of the Ruin King, and so you can at least deal with the health stacking in a solo lane matchup. But it looks like they're going to keep the Rise instead into the Scion. I'm curious how this will be able to guarantee pressure maybe for top lane, and it might be at least one guaranteed lane of priority for the side of Apex Mission Impossible, since with the swap of Corki to mid, as you actually teased it, could be potential here for Samakin. Tristana, Poppy, I'm not sure who actually gets pushed in this matchup here, because Tristana... Okay, so it's still MF. All right.
Oh yeah, MF early on. Tristana needs to scale. Poppy as well, pretty weak early game at support. But yeah, this Rise top going to be interesting. Of course, needed magic damage. Ability to delete waves against Scion, but I think a big story of this game for me, Rafa, can they lock down Lilia, and can AMI get a lead to really push the pace against Blue Otter, because they have all the scaling in the world on their side?
Well, Rise is not a melee champion that can help low Jazz's Sejuani with the permafrost stacking, but still has a point-and-click route with the empowered Rune Prison E into W, so could be something that they can rely on just to make a flash play and look for a priority target in the Lily, as you talked about. Maybe even the Corki as well, especially if his Slash or Valkyrie are down. Should be a guaranteed kill setup, as we're already seeing a lot of adventures here from both AMI as well as Blue Otter. A lot of aggressive trading. Baz is already at 50% HP before the minions even spawned, and so now I don't even know if Baz has enough time to recall. He's going to try to look for it now, but he will be potentially late to lane unless the power of Misfortune's movement speed is going to get him back to lane.
I think that I saw a PTA proc on Levitate, which for me makes it more likely too that Baz started Q.
He did. I mean, yeah, look, you at the bottom left.
No struck passive. I mean, it feels like we just kind of hit each other for fun, though. I don't think anything too significant came out of that one. As music going to start the Raptor camp. And at least with some of the early posturing going on, AMI doesn't lose out on too much. And it's not like Lilia started Sejuani Raptors or enemy Raptors, which is definitely something you have to be wary of when you go up against Lilia.
Still an invade. It has been spotted out by AMI. I think they dropped a ward defensively on their own blue buff. Music went for his own Raptors, now trying to take as many camps as possible on this bottom side, where Levitate, because he was able to get that early chunk on the Baz, he's late to the lane. Looks like they might have the early push, at least for the next couple of waves here. So this should guarantee that Music is going to basically take all of these camps on the bot side. But instead of trying to contest it, LoJazz is just beelining over to the top side of Music's own jungle quadrant, skipping his own Raptors because that would take way too long for something like Sejuani. Single target camps, though, with the Permafrost. That's juicy for Sejuani to take as a flash from Levitate, trying to avoid that engage from Pocus. And Rovix is at least able to slam this cow into the wall and get some damage back.
I guess at the moment, Tristana with the E able to get some push. They have to be a little bit wary of a dive here. Yeah, I don't think Music's going to go for this one. A little bit too early in the game, but still. Music kind of dictating the pathing that he wants, and LoJazz is going to have to be careful because the priority was in the hands of the Corki.
Samikin does have to be careful, though. Permafrost stacked up. 5 Mini could easily flash E over the wall, but his E doesn't go through. Samikin therefore gets the solo bolo on the invading Sejuani.
Kind of a disaster, too, as 5 Mini has to flash. Music is to deny the Raptors, take the priority crab on the top side. And well played from Samikin. I know he was getting low against the double buff Sejuani, but you're going to see in the replay, he's going to get into the brush, breaks the vision. So Sejuani can't get another pass or auto down. Yeah, it was just one auto. Good Valkyrie there. Valkyrie also doing some decent damage early on. Kind of slept on, ticking away. So that's a pretty easy looking first blood for Blue Otter. And not a good start for AMI, who again, in this draft raffle we set up, they got a snowball early on, or else you got to deal with all the scaling in the world in the hands of Blue Otter. And this is a must-win game for AMI if they want to avoid that relegation tournament.
Engaging onto Music, they get the Permafrost. Ah, Pocus! You just saved Music! Oh no! AMI, our loss in the sauce, and Music is going to dance on their graves. AMI are just fumbling, and Blue Otter already picked up the first feat of warfare.
Oh man, that Canadian sorry's gonna hit different in the chat after that one. Pocus. Oh, yeah, that one hurts. Again, AMI, they need to really get off to a fast pace in this game. And if you're down 2k gold early on against Sion, Lilia, Corki, Tristana, Poppy, like these are all champions that you're not taking these champions for the laning phase, right? With Rovix gonna go down. I'm gonna talk through it. Don't worry about it. It's a kill. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you're taking these I mean, their strength in the laning phase, the fact they can push and scale, right? And you're really putting yourself at a tough deficit here to play this one out. I don't see a lot of ways that AMI can actually get out of what we're seeing from Blue Otter now. Really, the only person that's going to be able to deal with Sion is this Yone. And like Lilia's far ahead. Sanakin is sitting on a phage at this point of the game. That's actually crazy. You can maybe even push around the Yone as Rovax flashes in. Pocus.
Yeah, Pocus is in trouble. Yep, no flash on this Alistar. Has the trample stacks packed up, but he's just on the wrong side of the tracks here. Back-to-back supports being way overextended, and now Blue Otter find themselves 4 kills with an early 2,000 gold advantage. A couple things I want to point out, Matt, is the way that the invade response from AMI was played out. It was good. You know, sometimes we see junglers, you know, when they're getting invaded on one quadrant, they try to contest them and then they just don't get anything at all. He invades, he goes for the 2 camps, but for Blue Otter, Samikin and Quacker had prio, are able to collapse in, and a little bit of a mis-execution between LoJazz and 5 Mini ends up giving Samikin double buffs. Then they try to double down and say, okay, well, we're going to return for the play, instead of just taking that early loss with some grace and just trying to play for later on where the advantage wasn't as steep. Now it feels steeper. And now Blue Otter are reaping the rewards of AMI kind of stumbling through the execution of the 2 responses they wanted to give.
I mean, I could just feel the Supernova camp right now breathing many sighs of relief going into this one. As again, this series means a lot in terms of relegation. We do have our playoff team set. Seeding can still be adjusted.
Okay.
Got to pause. Samikin.
Round 3. Can we get it onto Samikin? Good interrupt. Oh, but Rovex is able to interrupt one of the dashes, but Fate Sealed is available, and that guarantees the shutdown for 5 Minis Yone.
All right, that's something for AMI. Nice rinse and repeat, as Samikin not quite able to get out of that one. But again, stakes for this matchup, guys. AMI, they have to win this series to avoid that promotion relegation tournament. If they lose this series, they will find themselves in that relegation zone and will have to earn their way back into NACL. So must-win games. And again, Supernova, the team that really is looking at this like hoping that AMI drops the series, because that pretty much just sets our standings here, Rafa. And we only play for seeding for the rest of the week. So looking like we're not going to get the most interesting of all scenarios here with a Blue Otter win. But so far, and this lead for Blue Otter being up 1.5K gold at this point of the game with these compositions is way further ahead of where these comps should be than what it should be on paper. Blue Otter very far ahead for where they should be in the game. And again, the scaling, once this kicks in, I don't see many ways that AMI can fight their way out of this one.
Yeah. So let's simplify here. Music has been super turbo accelerated, not just because he got some extra camps on top of it all, but because LoJazz fell twice trying to double down on a couple plays that went awry. The triple down, however, was good for AMI because the one person that was not set behind from the two double down misexecutions was FlyMini's Yone. Never died, never went down in CS, and the fact that he gets a shutdown gold, I would love to see at some point in the next couple of minutes where the gold lead is, or individually, because I would imagine that FlyMini is actually on even, if not potentially ahead of Samakin. I would imagine with the gold that has been picked up between these two mid laners, it should be very, very, very close. Blue Water, meanwhile, during that play, LoJazz was trying to look for a smite steal, but Music did get all 3 grubs. So now they are 2 objectives on the objective feat. One more for them guarantees that, or first brick.
I mean, again, Rafa, I love your cope here for the boys with seeing what mid lane gold looks like, but the fact that Dragon and grubs were both picked up by this Blue Otter team, which again scales into pretty much infinity, is not where you want to be if you are AMI. Samakin's gonna fall again. So good pickup here.
Quadruple down.
Yeah. More cope available.
They understand their win condition. Get this Yone turbocharged. If he can get accelerated, they will put all of the eggs into the FlyMini carry basket.
See if he can pull it off. I know FlyMini was definitely, when this roster was promoted, the person that I think most people were talking about behind the scenes. Do know, shout out to Razvan, who a friend of mine, the former coach of EG, a great positional coach as well. Has been working with FlyMini a little bit behind the scenes. Spoken very highly just working with him as a kid. And that really is where a lot of the hype for FlyMini comes, because everyone that's worked with him has really enjoyed working with FlyMini. And so we're just kind of just hoping that we see that improvement. We've seen some glimpses of it this split. I don't think enough out of the rookie mid laner. But hey, Chance, man, if he clutches up here, that I mean, I think it's just again going to take something monumental to see AMI actually overcome the early game deficit that we see. So I am not expecting this game to go AMI's way. I think it's going to be pretty Blue Water favored pretty quickly here with where things are looking.
Yeah, I think it's definitely fair to take that viewpoint. Blue Water still have control of the overall map so far, and even though FlyMini is in a much better spot than the rest of AMI were a few minutes ago, they're actually going to find potentially another kill setup. Quacker just used his ultimate to run down bot lane, get some extra turret damage and pressure down. He still has a flash, but Permafrost and Glacial Prison are available. Quacker still has flash. He's going to try and wait and see if there's an angle to use it proactively, but the Glacial Prison will guarantee his demise. And FlyMini is now 3-0 on this Yone.
All hopes on the mid laner that swapped into AMI. As of course it was Adam that was playing with this team from Pulse in Canada before OQs. Missing a Q3 on Yone and the Scion is not, that doesn't feel good, I gotta say. FlyMini made up for it in the back half. We got the kill. Good thing, because if not, that skill shot definitely would have been looked at as another tragedy. But yeah, all points into the Yone bucket, a champion that I remember that best of 5 that AMI played in order to actually qualify for NACL that did go the distance. FlyMini had a pretty poor Yone game in there. Definitely a champion he's really had to put time into and work on throughout this split as a rook, and has a chance to really show some of his stuff. But on the flip, Blue Water, I'm looking at the jungle difference, and Lilia already has the Andres. If you go Seekers early on, it's going to be really tough to take down. Music just continues to cruise and grow in this game. As he has the second most CS on his team. That's how far ahead this Lily is.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why Low Jazz is, you know, consistently trying to give so much of his tempo and resources into just getting 5-minute accelerated. He accepted as soon as the second demise went awry for AMI, Low Jazz kind of looked at the game and said, guys, I'm out of the game. There's nothing I can do to keep up with Lilia. All I can try and help is just accelerate one of my solo laners that is not, you know, already died early on. I think that's a best case scenario, because even if you try to find resources for yourself as Sejuani, you're still Sejuani. Even if you're not as tanky, you still have ultimate, you still have permafrost, you have great utility. Just I don't mind the approach that AMI are taking, but I think it's also valid in saying that this just means Music is going to be such a damn near impossible threat to take down on the side of AMI.
I mean, like 2-3 item Lilia gets so hard, and yeah, again, like Low Jazz going down there, I think you're right, Rafa. It's just you're on Little Miss Piggy duty for the rest of the game, right? Being the Sejuani, so Low Jazz doing his best to at least try to enable his team. The fact that Yone is 3-0 is significant, and I do like what we have right now for AMI. Rise can't really lane into Scion. The fact you go the double tier stacking items, you don't get that early pen. Scion just has way too much HP for you to get through. You just have to be relegated to really play the waves, whereas the Bork for the Yone, and the fact that Quacker did rush that MR item, opportunity for Yone to actually make some things happen on that side lane and utilize that 3-0 lead.
Music pressuring with Samakin onto Decoy under the tower. Lilting Lullaby is going to make Decoy take a nap. Tries to flash away, but the Blooming Blow still connects, and Samakin able to flash away from that last turret shot. 2v1 successful, and this turret is not going to fall just yet. There's still a couple more plates that need to take through, and Pocus is ensuring that he can at least defend it with a teleport coming in from Phi Mini. There is a dragon secured by Low Jazz on the bottom side of the map, and 5 Mini will pick up the wave on the top side.
If I'm Low Jazz, I actually soak that bot wave right now, too. Why not? No one else can grab it. Decoy doesn't have that TP up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, see, you can tell Rafa's a jungle man with that tone of voice right there.
I get free farm, side lane? Oh, yes, please. Anyway, replay back.
Good Velk from Samakin. Avoided tower aggro, and of course goes on the music because of the tick, but he burns that flash out early. I don't know if he needed to burn that flash. Rune Prison was down for Decoy. I think he could have just walked out of that one. Samakin for sure did need to burn his flash. Regardless, or either way, they are able to find the kill. Low Jazz picks up a juicy wave for himself in the bot lane. Hell yeah. Slingshotting his way back into the game.
Still 50 CS down, but you know what? As long as it's not 60 CS anymore.
Bane creeps, baby.
Yep.
Sadly, that's all the excitement we have for AMI right now. As first brick going down to Samakin, that's going to be feet secured. And again, I think I like the play to drop the dragon and to actually look for the feats, look for the gold. I think that's the right call for Blue Water. Again, time is their friend this game, given the draft. So trading that dragon to get the gold now is nice. And speaking of more gold, I know how much Thin Uncle Phil loves his Rift Herald, and 3 grubs in the hands of AMI. Looks like it's going to be the Rift Herald focus, which is spotted by AMI, and just curious to see when and where AMI decide to fight and pull the trigger.
Yep. And even though these solo lane matchups are not going to be nearly as ideal, Rift Herald and 3 grubs with something like a Tristana on your team means that you're going to evaporate these turrets so fast. As you called, TP unfortunately is, you know, a little different in recent patch changes, and so it's a lot slower to join the fight, and yeah, that's a TP that doesn't really get any value.
It was sadly a bit of cross-country skiing here from Decoy. As well, maybe not that. It was up and down the river. What do we call that? He rented a jet ski.
Yeah, and there you go.
Sadly, it led to his tower falling. It was an expensive jet ski trip. I hope he had fun along the way.
I don't know, man. I don't think there was much sightseeing between, you know, mid lane and bottom side of the map. Just walking up and down. Maybe he saw a duck. Or a frog. Yeah. Usually we see some animals spawn on the rift every now and then. I remember back when we had Sam Price as one of our main observers.
Oh,
she would always...
We're going back.
Yeah. Samantha would always find
it spawns one out of every 10 games, at least he used to.
God, I miss Samantha.
About where music's at in the river.
Blue Water taking up position in the mid lane, at least being able to get that first push before moving into either of the rivers here. Not necessarily being able to brute force their way through the top side. However, Music definitely can do it on the bot side with the help of Quacker. Potential dive setup onto Samakin on the top side. Wave is slowly falling as 5 Mini gets some chip damage in. The rest of Pokus and Lojaz were shifting. Baz under fire. Quacker was rolling the train in with the Scion. That's a flash out of the Misfortune. Good flash reposition by Rovex, slamming Lojaz into the wall. 5 Mini is going to see if he wants to save it and says, never mind, that is a bad idea. And Blue Water going to find themselves a dead Sejuani.
Rafa, if I say hot soup coming through, you know what that means or is in reference to?
The bear?
No, it's like that's a hell of a guess. Close. I'll tie it into the bear with football. It's like if you get a really big hit or get hit hard, it's hot soup coming through.
Well,
whenever
Decoy,
Cyan ults,
Decoy's trying to find a big hit. He's a little overextended, trying to run away with that phase rush, but getting burned down by the rest of the artillery fire. One more explosive charge tick, and it's actually Music's passive that finishes off the rise. Baz is in trouble since he doesn't have flash from before. Poke is getting blasted by that Buster Shot by Mini. Fate Sealed only finds one in the middle of 4 people. He can't do enough, and he still dies to Samakin, even with the flash. Blue Otter now accelerating the game to a near 6,000 gold advantage. Lojaz, the only member left standing.
And sadly, it feels like this run for AMI, it's not... It's going to be them in the relegation tournament here, Rafa. We tease the scaling of Blue Otter and AMI, kind of the Ducks go marching in one by one. And fun fact, Otters are indeed carnivores as they end up ripping through AMI. And for Blue Otter, again, the last time that likely we're going to see this stack of 5 with Quacker saying that this might be his last competitive game. And this team likely to make changes after they stuck together as not just 5, but as a staff too. The only change is that they went from C9 to TL as partners. So one blue team to another in the LTA North. Again, not the split the Blue Otter wanted, but definitely a finish that can be respectable for a team that really won over the hearts of a lot of fans over the last couple of splits.
Yeah. For Blue Water, at least this is best case scenario, given how the split has
Go out on the high.
Turned out. Yeah, exactly. And we know that the Supernova camp is definitely celebrating as Blue Otter.
They can pop some bottles right now if they want, or they can join Samakin at his bar life afterwards.
Supernova are breathing huge sighs of relief as their last series that had AMI put themselves in a position where Supernova were forced to do what might feel like a hard task to do against Luminosity Gaming. Is not going to have nearly as much weight, you know? And so that series might be a little bit more fun between them now. But, of course, Blue Otter still have to close out this game. With the pity prizes spawning, though, on AMI's side, even the game knows how dire this scenario is for Apex Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I feel like PayPal's to Blue Otter might be in order, or at least like a mystery gift. Speaking of mystery gifts, Quacker, gonna face check that brush.
All right, well, mystery gift number 1, but not the one that Blue Otter wanted to receive or give. But Quacker still technically alive. He's just trying to pick up as much of the wave as possible. Gets another W shield proc. Please don't tell me that Quacker lives here. 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 Oh my goodness, it was so close. And they took out 5 Mini just as Lojaz was able to get the last auto attack down. Meanwhile, the rest of Blue Water are continuing the chase on a Decoy. And now Rovex is 1v1ing. The jungle Sejuani is losing the 1v1 against the support Poppy 2 levels down. It just goes to show how this game has devolved over the past few minutes. Lojaz is forced to run away. A flash from Levitate will at least ensure that the piggy is going back to the fountain. Apex Mission Impossible now down 10,000 gold.
Blue Otter, again, I mean, can't ask for more in terms of going out and this swan song. I feel like, again, Blue Water, I don't really want to talk about this game, Rafa. We can talk about the history. This game is not very entertaining to me. But Blue Water, just really curious to see what ends up happening with some of the players in this crew. I feel like Rovex wasn't as good this split as he was last summer, which I thought he was fantastic last summer. And a big part of the reason why Blue Water were so competitive as a support. Definitely someone that has been playing for a long time as a mid-lane role swap to support.
Yeah.
As, man, 10 years ago, I remember going up against him in mid for Columbia College. He was a a Pike beast in solo queue.
You played mid lane into Rovex?
No, I coached into him.
Ah,
yeah,
okay,
no,
okay.
me playing mid lane died pretty quickly in collegiate, Rafa. That was not a very. Once Zed got nerfed in like season 4, I was out. That didn't last very long.
I like how it's once Zed got nerfed. Like you're saying, you have the hands to play as Zed.
Okay,
that's a new one for me.
That's harsh. Keeper's verdict. Oh,
it's not gonna find low Jazz. I was expecting the keeper's verdict to be the finishing blow onto Sejuani. That would have been funny. Blue Water just doing their due diligence and trying to close out this game as fast as possible, only needing Music to solo out the Thornbound Otacon, while the rest of his laners kind of do whatever they want, really. So I'm going to continue on the storytelling train alongside
I gotta
you,
say,
Matt.
Rafa, there are some pieces that I want to see stick together, and definitely some players I'd really love to still have an NACL. I know I was kind of teasing Rovex. It didn't have as good of a split this time around, but it still really showed a lot of good support play, I thought, in summer. But for me, this split, I do feel like Music has still been one of, if not the strongest member of Blue Water, and definitely someone that I really hope sticks around.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what changes Blue Water is going to make again. Not expecting this team to stick together as 5. It is a team that has stuck together as 5 for a while. This offseason, Blue Water very much wanted to be a part of this stack. They were selling themselves as a stack for a team that's pretty rare to have happen in the off seasons. I think it really speaks to A, what this team was able to do last split, B, how this team felt about each other and being able to go at it again this split, even if it didn't go the way they wanted to. Just kind of curious to see what happens from here, because there are some talented players on this team, and if we don't feel like they reached their full potential in this split.
I mean, when you look at Music, this was one of the junglers that has come in recently within the past, I want to say 3 splits, that has really emerged as one of the next generation of junglers. And, say what you will about the ongoing conversation of whether there is talent in NA. I think what we can always back up with hard facts is our jungle pool is always stacked. It is always loaded. And there is a lot of awesome prospects that you can look through, and they will keep in plenty supply. Other roles, that's a harder conversation, but Music is definitely, one of the next generation of junglers that continues to show that, there's no challenge that he is not ready for, even a tornado as well.
I will say, like, a jungle is stacked, but I've kind of been starting to push back on that if we're like going to go big picture conversation, because we sent a lot of junglers up to the next level. Some are there right now, and we've yet to really see a jungler that has been new compete with the likes of Inspired and Blabber, despite sending a lot. I will say, I think that UG is the most likely to, given the fact that he's just on TL and what we've seen from UG in NACL. I know it's been great to see just the more fans we've had this split with Near Airport playing. I've never seen so many fans really speak so highly of an NACL team in the Reddit post-match threads. And I know that's like a very narrow viewpoint and very niche, but still, like, there's so many more people that are just educated about NACL and Tier 2 and getting excited about some of the players that can come up. And of course, Dark Zero being a top team, as that roster of 5 didn't drop a single game playing together in NACL. And it's split with, I mean, you have a lot of legacy with Luminosity Gaming and Near Airport competing in the league this year.
Yep.
Which I think, again, really speaks to what's going on over there at the Dark Zero Dragonsteel camp.
Yeah.
As they really feel like the team that is the most successful now in developing talent. I think it's really great that as a college, they get to all be in person. I feel like that's a huge advantage, that they'd say so themselves. As it's pretty hard when you're coaching remote to, if you show up late to practice. I know that over at the Dark Zero Dragonsteel camp, the punishment is that you have to show up there at 8 a.m. and run laps for a week. You can't really do that remotely, build that discipline, which matters as much as the strategy does. And I will fight people on that as well. Speaking of fighting, Baron being taken, should be secured, and Rafa.
Apex Mission Impossible, going to try to see if they can make that happen. Not going to be the case. Flash from Decoy looking for Samikin. Unfortunately, there's a red buff in the way, and Poke is not even finding the knockup because Samikin flashed the Pulverize, and that's it. That's the end of the line for Apex Mission Impossible. Phi Mini will try one last time to send it for the boys, but for Blue Otter, a triumphant way to at least end the second half of the split. Yes, playoffs is not in the cards, but you know what is in the cards? guaranteed that we'll see Blue Water in Summer Split.
Something I know a lot of fans at home will be excited about, as Blue Water again won over the hearts of a lot of NACL fans, and not the split they wanted to put together, but hey, they weren't able to control their own fate for playoffs. They were able to control their own fate to avoid that promotion relegation mark. They do so with a resounding victory over AMI, which does put AMI along with Polestar in terms of the two teams that were promoted, two of the three teams that were promoted from the OQs, and will find themselves in that promotion relegation system as NACL teams. So a bit of a new look for them, but we'll see if the experience that both teams are able to pick up in NACL can help them as that tournament will come in, I believe, about a month's time.
Promotion relegation tournament will be occurring
June-ish.
Yeah, second half of June, where we have the open qualifiers starting later this month, if I'm not mistaken, so that they can get all of the teams.
It's actually not this weekend, but next weekend. Only reason I know that is that I cannot do the Red Zone co-stream because I'm at a wedding, which is a bummer. I have fun with those, but we'll be a fun first weekend of OQs.
Well, we will try to keep you in touch with all the results that are happening. And I know that you'll have your phone out at all times anyway. But we're going to take a short break as we get ready for our interview with the victorious Blue Otter. Stay tuned. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our interview with who I believe should be none other than Mr. Quacker in the top lane for Blue Otter. As here are the results of the first series of the day. Blue Otter was victorious, taking a 2-0 sweep over Apex Mission Impossible. This does guarantee that Blue Otter will be safe from the promotion relegation tournament as well as Supernova. So both of these teams will be guaranteed in the summer split 4 next, or in a few months' time from now. And unfortunately for Apex Mission Impossible, this does mean their lives are now in the hands of the promotion relegation tournament.
They will have to earn their way back into the league the way that they started off this split, with earning their way into the league, and what was a bit of a surprise, but a pleasant one at that. So we'll see if that's more of a mission possible, because frankly, this game looked pretty impossible to win early on. The scaling from Blue Water was a little bit too much to bear, and Apex Mission Impossible is gonna have to dig deep and figure out a few ways to win games, because again, this team hasn't won a single game in NACL since April 10th. That's been a month, and we're going to have to wait and see if they can really change their fates in relegation. I think that sometimes when you're on a slide like that, sometimes a break is just what the doctor ordered for a team, and we'll see if the Canadian crew can band together and make sure that they can make their mark in the upcoming tournament, and we'll see what kind of OQ teams are thrown their way.
True enough. And just looking back at the series one last time as we are waiting for our interview to get ready, I think, once again, just reiterating the fact that while Blue Water, this was definitely not the finish that they wanted to have in terms of not being able to go back and make another playoffs run like they did in the summer split. Definitely can still be happy that they are guaranteed for the summer split. And I think, as something you alluded to before, is this will probably be the last time we see this Blue Otter squad play as 5. Not sure what changes will be the exact ones made, but definitely we'll be seeing a new look for Blue Otter. And hopefully it's one where in the summer, a lot easier to maintain, as, you know, a lot of these guys are still in school, but having the summer split be in the middle of July and August, if I'm not mistaken, that should be an easier time schedule to manage.
I've actually talked to some players that actually didn't even compete this split that are considering coming back for summer, just given the fact that A, it's summer, and B, the stakes are so damn high for summer too, with of course the top 2 teams getting the privilege to compete for an LTA North spot. It should be a really big deal. So definitely a nice carrot on a stick there for our teams, and we'll see what teams look like moving forward. But again, Blue Water did not make playoffs, but of course, a team did at least control their own fate, ensure that they will be an NACL next split, something that I know a lot of fans at home will be happy about.
And a nice way for Blue Otter to, you know, cap off the season as best as they could. Also, just taking a browse through social media, I love how Supernova quick to celebrate on social media with the good old the one picture of the dude popping the champagne bottle and just celebrating, even though they very well know, like Blue Water, you know, they didn't have necessarily, you know, the regular season that they wanted for themselves either, but they're like, hey guys, we're not getting relegated.
Hey, that's a positive. That's a positive. Again, we won't see Supernova in playoffs. Our playoff picture is set. And honestly, that's going to lead to a pretty nice storyline for CLAW, where, of course, Supernova being that Ole Miss squad, they are still in the upper bracket of the CLAW bracket. So potential for Winthrop to actually face them. Again, Maryville very much favored against Ole Miss, and Winthrop, with the heater they've been on, favored in their matchup against, I believe it is Fisher. So
University St. Thomas.
My bad, UST, right. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, as CLAW will have a couple bangers before we reach the finals. Definitely a couple games I'm going to be looking forward to co-stream, but Winthrop being on top of the NACL standings, but of course having to play from below in the CLAW bracket will make for, I think, kind of an interesting thread going into that matchup this weekend. And of course, a lot more games than just the LTA North games going on. We got some fun ones, and Rafa will see kind of how things come to a close here, as I believe we are ready.
All right, let's bring on the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Michael, aka Quacker. Come on through to the interview desk. Bam, there he is. Hello, Quacker. First of all, congratulations on the 2-0 sweep over AMI. I'm gonna come right after the Varus in game 1. What was the theory craft behind this? Was this something you guys had planned in like before draft, or did you see the angle and ask for it?
Oh, I mean, I'll just be like straight up, like, I've been prepping Varus top the entire splits, but but it's so hard to get for top lane, actually. Like,
True.
like either the enemy team's gonna B1 it, or you have to like just pick it on blue, but then it's hard to send Bear stop on blue, right? Because they have counter pick. So I've just been begging it for it, but then Thin Uncle Fo's just been like, it's not really doable. The team doesn't really trust you, or some shit, some stuff. Because it's kind of like there's some stigma around this pick, but I mean the champ is so strong. So yeah, I've been begging for the entire split. I mean now that we're out, so I asked for one game and we got it, and I think it looks pretty good. So yeah, I'm happy.
There you go.
Hey, I know you guys are out, but at least able to ensure that you don't find the relegation tournament. And Quacker, I know that on social media yesterday, you threw up, this might be it for you. You're considering maybe a Masters opportunity and competing in CLOL, but not sure about NACL. I know that you've said that a couple times in the past, and for me, I've always been a fan when you've come back. But if this is it for you, reflecting, like, what's this journey been like for you? What are the highlights looking back? What are some of the things that you're going to miss, or some of the best moments that you've had on your journey competing at NACL and, of course, collegiate as well?
Yeah, I mean, as a backstory for that social media post, like on Twitter, I was just thinking to myself, like, it's kind of been 2 years since I graduated undergrad, like from college, and that's kind of how long I gave myself initially to kind of pursue pro. So, yeah, it's kind of been 2 years since then, and then, not that I've like completely like lost hope, but I just think like maybe the journey to pursuing pro is a little bit too like not worth it at this point, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's just the truth based on like my results and then like how the scene's developing. So I would say that Twitter post is like me announcing that I'm not really pursuing pro anymore. I might still consider like CLOL. I'd still consider if I get like a really good NACL offer for some reason, then I'd still consider that next split. But yeah, I guess it's like a step back for me for sure.
I think it's a tough position to be in, and the way that you're explaining it to us, you've given it clearly a lot of thought. I think there's been many other players, before today and even after that are, contemplating similar things. The reality is definitely a tough spot to be in. Thankful that we still have NACL, but we know that the future is uncertain, right? And I think you got to do what makes sense for you. You got to look out for yourself at the end of the day. But I do want to ask you, just to follow up on what Cubby asked, if you look back in the past 3-4 years, hell, I've seen you in the scene since at least 2020 when I first started casting.
I had to coach against you, man. You're old like me. I hate throwing that boat for a long time. Yeah.
So, like, is there any memories that stand out to you as some of your all-time favorites? Even if it is from a few years ago, what really comes to your mind first?
I guess like I'm pretty lucky to have like really pretty much enjoyed my time on almost every single team I was on. So like the first team I was ever on was like wildcard with like Panda, Zeno, Team Luke, Tapshin. That was really fun.
Team Luke was fun.
Still remember that team very fondly.
Yeah.
Then even like the Supernova split, even though you kind of mental wounds, like the Supernova split with music, like Robbie Bob, Sketch, Trevor, like I had a lot of fun. I mean, I was kind of popping off that split, not gonna lie. They called me the solo kill king for like 30 solo kills in one split or something. So I was very proud of that one. And then yeah, Blue Water, this split, or like these last two splits has been extremely fun. A little bit bittersweet that we couldn't get this split. Just a little bit unlucky things happening, I guess, but what can you do? But yeah, I'll just say all my teams have been great and I'm happy to have played on them.
Yeah, I've been happy to see you play, man. Obviously, we go back a little bit more with collegiate too. I don't know what's in store for you, Quacker, but I hope you change your mind again like you have in the past. It's always been a pleasure to watch you play and compete. I think that whatever you are able to play on the Rift, you always play to a pretty high level, and it's been a pleasure, man. So I just want to say thank you so much, and whatever's next for you, best of luck, man. I'm always rooting for you. You know that. So, yeah. But before we let you go, is there anything else that you want to share to anyone at home, or anything else you want to leave folks with, or any shout outs for Blue Water? Is this the last time we see you guys this split?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any interesting shout outs. I'll just say shout out to my teammates and to my coach, then Uncle Phil, of course, because I think we've been working very hard. There's been a lot of like, I guess, obstacles in our path of improvement. And I think we honestly did a pretty good job in just like dealing with them and then moving past them. And then if we just had maybe one more game, we would have made it this split. So that's a little bit unlucky, but I think we did a great job of beating the obstacles that we were facing. So shout out to them. Shout out to my friends who always watch, and even my family who watches sometimes. So yeah, thanks to them. I think their support. Without it, I probably would have quit a long time ago. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much, Michael. And, you know, hoping that, you know, we get to see you again, you know, regardless of what capacity that's like, whether it's, you know, back on stage or, you know, maybe more behind the scenes and helping out some, whether it's Blue Water or another team, you know, hope to see you again and continue to see you involved with the scene in some capacity. But thank you again for your time, Michael.
Congrats on the win, man. Way to go out on top, and always rooting for you, man, whatever you decide to do next. So thanks for chatting with us and opening up about what it's been like competing for the last few years. It's been fun to see you.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I've always been biased towards Quacker. When I returned to coaching over COVID, we got the pleasure of scrimming his teams with Zeno as well. Those guys were very, very good. So always been fun to see Quacker. Always plays his picks pretty well. And yeah, always sad to see player go. We'll see what ends up happening with him moving forward. As I know it's definitely been a highlight. One of the top laners that I feel like, you know, as Quacker said, it's really tough to make it to go pro. I don't think that we've ever really talked about Quacker as like the top laner that we've had in the league, but man, he's always been damn competitive. It's always been great to see. So I always love the flair he pulls out with his picks. Always feels like he's played him well, and but a treat to have in the league. So that said, have our MVP for the series, Rafa, as we're going to see who ended up taking that one home, as it was, again, a resounding 2-0 for Blue Water. And yeah, I think pretty appropriate that it is Music. Music had two pretty big games, and well, when you're up that big in game two on the Lilia that early on, we know what this champion can do if she's able to ramp up through the game. Music did just that, helped Blue Water secure that victory.
Yeah, we alluded to the draft advantages that we had. So, and the way that they were able to benefit off of how the early game panned out from Apex Mission Impossible, Music, it only makes sense for him to take that momentum in stride. And we know that, man, these are some really terrifying facial expressions from Lilia. I'm not gonna lie.
That can be scary. That said, I'm being told by production that we have the next game close to coming up, and I gotta say, let's get to that next game because we have kind of a hype one coming up as Conviction versus CCG. Rafa, these two teams, they're both sitting at 5-3. They have beaten everyone below them in the standings. They've lost everyone above them in the standings, and at the 4th, 5th seed at the moment, these teams are pretty much playing for seeding and who gets side select coming up.
True, and it's a potential preview of what we're going to see in playoffs too between these two teams, because the fact they are so close. We obviously have our three top teams in Near Airport, Dark Zero, and Luminosity Gaming kind of solidified not just how the regular season was played out, but also expected. But the fact that CCG and Conviction Esports are pretty much just sitting outside of that tier and trying to find a way to punch upwards and see if they can continue to be a team that find surprises. This is a chance now to assert dominance on who could be the closer to that dark horse race against the top three, as it is our second series of the day between Conviction Esports and CCG. As we load up with our blue side team being Hoarder in the top lane, Kisno in the jungle, Dark Wings in the mid lane, Chrome aka Aaron, and Manui in the bot lane duo.
Frankly, there are a lot of matchups I'm pretty excited for with this series. Of course, both these teams really close in the standings. I think have really solidified themselves as you were highlighting, Rafa, that 4th, 5th best team that we have in the league. And for me, I know that we're talking about supports here. Manui has been someone that for me has been on a bit of a heater as the role swap this split to support. Feels like every series he's gotten a little bit better. That Nico has proven that it should be banned against him and Conviction. And his ability to really be willing to take flare picks like the Soraka, like the Zillion, in good angles for me, has been a real power, point of power, I should say, for Conviction in some of their series.
Yeah, it has been definitely the biggest surprise for me regarding this Conviction roster on a, you know, on top of a lot of surprises that I frankly just was not expecting. But ever since Kizno and Hoarder came back from their boot camp in Korea, they've clearly leveled up in their play since. Kizno has been able to, perform on some of his signature carries like the Kindred, and even Hoarder is proving himself to be at least in the top half of the standings of top laners we have. As we take a look on the red side, our roster is CCG Esports, Crimson, Dardoch, Aljun, Array, and Breezy. This roster from the get-go we have been very excited about, and even though we knew that they weren't going to necessarily be right in the weight class of our top 3 teams, this was my dark horse favorite for the tournament because of not just only the experience that you have on this team, but the exciting prospects you also have around Dardoch, who is, such a big name in the scene.
I mean, I think that Aojun has been the strongest out of the 4 rookie mids that we've had. Crimson has been fantastic in his sophomore split too. And then Breezy, of course, in that bot lane. It really feels like him and Array, at times in the past, they were overshadowed by people above them in their role, but together have made for a really powerful bot lane and making a case for them to maybe be looked at the next level, as they've been really solid for CCG. And again, we've been pitching this as a very close series. Predictions say so as well, as we're split across all the casters and split here on the desk today, Rafa. As we're going both ways. I gotta say, you went with CCG before we get into the draft. Just in a nutshell, why was it CCG for you?
I still think that CCG have shown a lot more consistency, and I think there's just, given the resume that this team has on paper, I think it's the safer bet. I do not, disagree with anyone saying that Conviction could win, because they've definitely been punching upwards of where the expectations had them placed before. So I would not be surprised if Conviction can be competitive, if not, beat CCG today.
Yeah, I mean, should be a good one. Again, I think that this has a lot of fun matchups. In the past, we've given out a Rookie of the Split award. Really feels like, for me, that's coming down between Hoarder and Aojun in terms of who's going to win that. Also, I mean, most improved, if we're going to put Manui in there as support, I think Manui has just been fantastic this split, especially in the back half. Excited to see him go up against Breezy, who has been damn good. But of course, Rafa have to lock into this draft as Darkwings gets his hands on that Azir early on. That's some mobility against Rumble and Vi, who are 2 power picks that get insta-locked in by CCG.
There is no Talia available to combo with this Vi. However, Ahri has been the kind of second go-to staple that pairs up with something like the Vi. Conviction, though, are locking in this Maokai more than likely for Kizno. It could be flexed given the situation, but when you have Maokai and Jace locked in, this feels like a, staple 2024 combo that we saw all the time, being able to control these objective setups with the sapling as well as your Nature's Grasp as well. You get so much strong objective setup in CC for Poke to land in, but as we called it before, Ahri going to be the pick for Aljun.
Right, ability to attack the side lane with the Vi Ahri. I was wondering if it was going to be like the Rise or the Silas. I think Silas with Maokai and Azir ults available, actually very viable here for Aljun, but again, going for the Ahri. There were some changes to Roa this patch, so we're expecting to see more of the Malignance or Blackfire Torch build coming out from our Ahris. Yeah, good. I was a Roa Ahri hater in pro play. So as we dive through the draft, of course, top side's locked in, bot side's need to be found. Counter pick, gotta believe, gonna go over to Breezy, but interested to see if we get an Alistar ban coming out here from Conviction, because we all know how damn good Breezy's Alistar is, and for me, Alistar's still a very strong support pick. As actually Lulu taken away.
Hey, I mean, I like it because Maokai could have been your sole.
Now.
Yeah. It could have been your sole frontliner for the side of Conviction, and they would have been willing to take probably a more advantageous double range bot lane with a hypercarry plus an enchanter. But Conviction, respecting now that the Lucian is no longer a threat, cannot look for like a Lucian Nami or a Lucian Melio. Ezreal is going to be the answer for Array and maintain counter pick support for Breezy.
We'll see if it's going to be a Chrome Jhin, something like that, maybe to try and control space. I will say I think they might need a little bit more damage, though, out of AD. As, okay, going to be the Corki locked in, and then we'll see what Manui wants to grab. As Manui, he's shown a pretty wide range of champions. Again, I think that he's been really willing to play those Enchantresses in the bot lane. And we'll see. His Poppy, the last time we saw it, was actually fantastic. Of course, this isn't the best pick for lane, But going up against a Vi plus Ahri, a real potential to try and control the terrain, and that, I think, is a big story for Conviction in these team fights. Azir, Emperor's Divide, Malachi with the saplings, the ultimate, and also Poppy. The control that they're bringing in the fights is very significant. So for me, important that CCG gets off to a fast start and utilizes the power of Vi Ahri with those first few ultimates, because I think CCG really has to get the ball rolling in this game, or they will get outscaled by Conviction.
Yeah, because even in an even game state, CCG, then the agency or the onus is on them to get to objectives first, because if you're late, you have to deal with saplings, you have to deal with poke from Jace, you have to deal with potentially Poppy punting you out. CCG, their final lock-in is Nautilus, so just some guaranteed extra point-and-click lockdown to, you know, try and keep a lock on some of these slippier targets from the side of Conviction Esports. But it's our final series of the day, y'all, as we hit the rift for game 1 between Conviction Esports and CCG.
Yeah, frankly, I mean, 2 drafts I feel like are, like, both have win cons that are clear on each side. Again, 2 teams that we feel like are really competitive with where they're at in the standings. And we'll have to see who comes out on top, as again, the winner of this series very likely will decide who has side select, as our playoff format, the top 2 seeds get a bye. Currently, those teams are going to be Dark Zero and Luminosity Gaming. Of course, both play tomorrow, so could see a change there, but very likely that Conviction and CCG will fall in that 4 seed to 5 seed slot. So again, the winner will get side select, and I mean, some motivation here from both of our teams to do a little bit of hiding in terms of strats too, given that this is our first round playoff matchup. So kind of curious to see how that evolves as the series goes on.
True. Also, my apologies on the interruption. I was waiting to see if anyone else from Conviction Esports was going to get a fellow fist bump to Manui. Unfortunately, he was the only one. Everyone else on Conviction is too locked in. So,
I mean, I could argue that Manui's the one that's too locked in, as he's actually pressing buttons that are emotes that we can see, you know? That said, those don't matter, but they matter to us, as we like to have fun up here on the caster desk. Jungler is going to be a mirrored clear here, as both junglers taking their respective red buff side, and will work their way elsewhere. As I gotta say, Hoarder in this top lane on the Jace. We have seen Jace fall off in priority a little bit, but this is a Hoarder special pick, as a lot of solo queue achievements for Hoarder. You mentioned the recent trips to Korea. It's not the only one that Hoarder has taken. I believe that his peak in Korea was top 50 at one point, and Jace was a big part of that run. Has always been a really solid Jace player in solo queue and has looked good in the competitive games we've seen so far. So into Rumble, if you're able to get scaling, this is a really good matchup. You can't beat Rumble in the side lane, but of course, we'll have to be careful of that Vi Ahri later on that, well, they really specialize in attacking side lanes.
That's right. I'm going to see a quick view of Kisno and Dardoch's stats for the split so far.
Those are very similar.
Yeah, it's pretty much damn near the same.
Same place off, same player, right?
Yeah. I mean, the roles that they serve for both of these teams it has been very similar for the most part. Obviously, both of these players are playing, you know, facilitator junglers that will more than likely try and enable and help control the game for their team. But both of these players have played things that are more carry-oriented, or even have warped the draft for certain pocket picks. Obviously, Kisno, we talked about it before. Kindred, not a champion that many junglers are still playing in the current meta. Although
Mundo.
And the Mundo for Dardoch, I mean, that champion is so freaking awesome. Anyway, Manui forced the flash and burned the ignite in response, as an all-in from Breezy and Array is going to at least guarantee a little bit of lane pressure here with the wave pushing against them. So this is a tough spot for Manui and Chrome, as, Chrome is forced to sell out his support because he cannot go down to the dredge line, and that's first blood for CCG.
Yeah, I really like how Array and Breezy played out this lane again. When you have Ezreal plus Nautilus, that is a winning matchup into Corky Poppy. Poppy just not a strong support early on. So Array and Breezy, not just getting the wave in, but on the bounce, you can see them just perma-fighting, taking advantage of the PTA on Ezreal, the strength of the Nautilus early on, and finding Manui as they went out on those trades. Very, very well played, and honestly, it felt pretty calculated from the bot lane to CCG as they draw first blood in this matchup.
A lot of pressure already from a lane that I wasn't necessarily expecting to be super bloody, but the fact that neither jungler was really focusing towards the bottom side of the map. Array and Breezy able to assert their dominance once again.
Yeah.
And this is a bot lane that we have talked about since the beginning of the split, as we're going to take a look at the cinematic replay. Array and Breezy have an opportunity this regular season, as well as the playoffs, to really assert themselves as one of the best bot lanes remaining in NACL, now that a lot of their competition has either already promoted or stopped playing in Tier 2.
Yeah, again, I feel like these are two pretty strong players. Like the highest opinion I had of Array was when it was actually him and Prismal support. I thought they played really well together. And then for Breezy, it was him and the Meech split in CLG Academy, where they were playing really good league when Dokla won the most valuable prospect. I think that Breezy was actually a big part of that. But again, Breezy always overshadowed by, you know, Busio, by Ayla, by Chime, by Diamond at times, right? Breezy's never been the guy that's next up, despite him always having a really good solo queue stats and playing well for the vast majority of his NACL stints. It's not like Breezy's a bad player, right? It's just that that's where people were looking in terms of the talent. And hey, looking at how players like Busio especially has paid off, I think rightfully so. That guy's pretty damn good at the next level. But again, with those guys missing, we said at the story meeting, really our first meeting that we had this split, Rafa, hey, real opportunity for these guys, and them and Dardoch have really paid off in terms of where they've been at. So a good start for them again. Vi was pathing down bot, and I do think that with Maokai pathing away from the bot lane, again, you were kind of abandoning this losing lane who, on the bounce, we saw it did have difficulties. But hey, the trade-off is that you do get Kisno that's safer, clear early on the Maokai that, of course, has a lot of scaling and does need to scale into this Vi matchup, because Vi wins pretty hard up until you get 2 items on the Maokai.
Then the Maokai is just a better tank, which Vi is not designed to be.
It's the Maokai.
Yep. I mean, Maokai's still just such a...
It's always good to be Maokai, Rafa.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's always... There's never a time where if I'm in a draft scenario and my team picks Maokai and I go, you know, I'm never doing that at all.
Not even in the Mundo? Dardoch's Mundo?
Okay, you know, that part... listen, maybe for the 1v1, that's like, oh, okay, guys, this kind of sucks. But
you're still Maokai.
But you're still Maokai. Yeah, like... Mundo's not the only champion that you're playing into. You know, there's 4 others that you can root with a Twisted Advance. You can lock down with your ultimate. You can slow with your saplings. And once again, as we have talked about before, Maokai in this meta can still comfortably rush something like the Leandries and still be, you know, still beefy later on with cheaper tank items. But this gives that first item spike such strong control over these objectives.
What I always love to say about Maokai is that if you just open him up in practice tool and hit shift to see more details for all of his abilities, just look at how much you get from putting a level into every ability on Maokai, and then look at what his kit does. Like, his kit is just filthy broken. He scales so well into the game. Every level you get, it just feels like you're adding more power onto this champion. Not to mention the kit. I mean, you have a point-and-click route. The Q is an insanely valuable ability to the saplings, which he's going to use here to find Array, as it was a rotation from CCG. They are a little bit split. Breezy was looking mid, but they did get mid push. They might look to collapse here, because this is going to smite one away. He's got to run.
Good step-fast presence by Manui, but the cease and desist is going to connect on to Kisno. Aoju falling on over with the Ari, and now Manui is forced to flee, flashing over the wall. The rest of CCG will claim the rest of the 2 grubs.
Right, nice pickups from CCG, and frankly, I think that like where we're at in terms of this game, these comps, kind of on schedule. I'm not surprised that CCG were able to get a kill or 2, you know, pick up this dragon, win out on the grubs 2-1, which on the new patch uniquely does still count towards the feats for objectives, right? If you win out on this. So that conviction, again, we said that they have to scale into this game. I think the key is for them, can they lose gracefully? I honestly, like Maokai going down there, I mean, yeah, it kind of stinks, but you can see the idea with at least being able to take away 1 objective. The bot lane 2v2 going down, yeah, it kind of stinks, but are we at the point of the game where Conviction can't play it? Absolutely not. Just going to be advantage CCG, and Conviction is going to have to continue to absorb farm, lose gracefully, and wait till they get to the point where they can actually fight CCG, which for me, are really going to be on that 2-item plus point.
And the formula they're already playing for in terms of at least half of the objective setups we've seen is being there first. Because when you are there first, you get to get your setup going for Maokai and the poke that you can get from Azir Sand Soldiers, rockets from Corki, accelerated shock blast from Jace, you can make the entry for CCG a lot more uncomfortable. And if you chunk the health bars low enough, even with a small advantage like this, you can still make the fight winning in your favor. Now, we'll see how they continue to play those setups as we get ready for the next string of objectives. Dragon going to be spawning in a few minutes time, whereas there's no more grubs, at least in terms of second rotation, as we are on the Spirit Blossom map. Is Breezy just soloing Darkwings? Oh, I guess Aljun was teleporting in, and yeah, that's Feats of Warfare claimed, but a great response from Conviction Esports, being able to find vengeance in the wake of Darkwing's death.
A bit of a stinker that the kill went down on the Manui, as it was a shutdown, but I don't mind the response from Darkwings, as of course the TP was burned there by Aljun, and he instantly dies. That doesn't feel great if you're him, as he is still going for at least a catalyst. We will see if it sticks around to be the catalyst. I gotta say, his inventory is very full with a Dark Seal and a refillable potion. Again, second look, Breezy did play this one out pretty nicely. The hook here, I'm a fan of. Really set up well for Aljun, but again, that second R from Aljun just not warranted. You don't have to go into melee range there. You can play on the edge of the ability. So a little bit of a misplay from Aljun. Ends up netting a scoop and score for Conviction. And that might just be enough for them to actually sniff out the second dragon, as Dardoch's going to look top on a Hoarder.
I think he's going to be... yeah, Hoarder is not in a great spot at all, unfortunately. Even with the flash, it's enough from Dardoch and Crimson to follow up and guarantee the fall of this Jace on the top side. But at least for the sake of Conviction Esports, they'll make a trade going for the second dragon of the game. It is going to be Cloud Soul this game, and oh boy, Cloud Soul on a lot of these champions is going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, I will say I do like the game we're seeing so far. Again, CCG for me, advantage early game or earlier in the game as the comp, and we have seen trades from each of our teams, right? It's been CCG that's been trading up for the most part, but we've seen both teams like try to proactively move for these objectives, find setups, find plays. So far, it's been I don't want to overreact, but I think it's been a kind of a nice game to watch. Is Darkwings does sneak out. Aljun doesn't exactly have help here, so just maybe trying to use his ult a little bit aggressively. I expect a reset now after this wave.
Hey Matt.
Yeah.
You know how we were hoping that we were going to see like a Malignance, more bursty oriented build?
We're sitting on Catalyst. That's it. He sold the Dark Seal, which is not great. But again, with the new patch, Roa got nerfed, but Catalyst did not. You still get a lot out of going Catalyst. So we have seen a lot of mid laners just buy a Catalyst and sit on it. So I think it's going to be that into either a Leandri's or a Blackfire Torch for Aljun, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
It's going to be Leandri's too.
For what it's worth, guys, it's not that we don't think, the Roa build was, necessarily like good statistically. Obviously it was, otherwise people wouldn't have been building it. It's just, we hate it.
Like, why would you delay Ahri Spike if you're playing Ahri? That was my logic.
Yeah. I like to see people blow up. I don't want people to slowly die in, I like it when people build Storm Ranger Surge and Shadow Flame, because then it's just boom, one shot. I love when health bars just drop out of nowhere. It's
Rafa's making the dopamine argument. I'm going to make the logical argument, which is like, if you're playing into Victor who's building Roa, like, why the hell would you build Roa Ahri? You're not outscaling that matchup. Like, you got to go for the boom boom damage at some point. Like, a lot of players were defaulting to it, just given the strength of Roa and then the solo Q stats you had behind Ahri. But for me, it just didn't really fit our kit or power curve. As Dardoch going to look for a rinse and repeat on the Hoarder. Of course, he was down flash. Nice hover here by Manui. This is still a winning 2v2 for CCG in the top side, but Manui's enough to dissuade it. Still like how Dardoch is playing around this Jace. Again, the Jace versus Rumble matchup. If you leave this in its own silo, Jace will end up winning in the back half, but with Rumble, you bring some gank assist, and yeah, that red carpet hurts the Jace pretty bad. So Hoarder can do his damnedest to try and get this wave in safely with Manui on the tail, which will lead to a little bit of pressure potentially going down in mid as Breezy's there, and Array has numbers, but I like what we're seeing out of Conviction. It feels like they're kind of covering each other's jobs, because yes, we see Manui top, but hey, Kizno was mid to make sure that Chrome doesn't die. That's good stuff coming out of our teams when you're able to cover, two lanes at once. And while that's all going on, check out Darklings here. Has that Leandri's on the Azir. getting some nice work done into Aojun, who does have a TP available to get back, but might have to burn it to save a lot of HP on this turret. And of course, each of our teams fighting over first brick still.
Usually at the point where I see Dardoch is still on the top side, if I'm the Jace and playing like a solo queue match, I'm typing in all chat like, do you want me to help pitch your tent, bro? Like, you know, you want help with this? But thankfully, as you called it, Minui, knowing that Dardoch was on vision that entire time, staying around to make sure that it was never a 2v1 scenario for Hoarder trying to get that last push in. But he's recalled. He's going to answer the bottom side push, still has teleport. Rift Herald has spawned, and Conviction Esports are the first ones to the objective. So now this is where they can set up all their saplings. Chase. Already starting to do a number.
Chase
just
is not
chewing
here
through
yet.
Dardoch's shield.
I don't love this fight for Conviction. Oh, great hook.
Oh, Keeper's Verdict punts him out. It's secured for the side of Conviction Esports, and Dardoch was the only person diving the backline. Crimson's in the middle of all four members. Array is low on mana, so he can't really help with the fight, because this is an ability-based marksman, and if you've got no mana, you can't pump out the Mystic shots. Conviction Esports finding a big win at the Rift Herald.
I thought it was a good engage from Breezy, but CCG just wasn't there as a team to follow up. So ends up being a little bit unwarranted. As CCG, the Ducks kind of went marching in one by one there. Ended up being a big win for Conviction, who you called out were on the objective first, got to play a more grouped up team fight. And we're the big benefactors out of that play. So now gold even, and we really like the scaling of Conviction in this game. So that's a really big win for them. Pick up the objective, pick up those kills, and even up that gold. Gets them in a much better game state.
Definitely means that Conviction Esports are going to make this game one still just as exciting as we were hoping was going to be on paper. Much to the disappointment of me and Matt, it is not a Blackfire Torch, it is a Leandry Stormont for Aojun. You know what? I loved how you took the logical point and I took the dopamine point, because it really just speaks to why we're in the roles that we are.
Yeah, it describes us as gamers. Yeah.
Yep.
Mark is my pop-off jungler, for better or worse, you know?
Woohoo!
Till death do us part.
I either go 20-0 or 0-20. There's no in between.
I mean, same here if I am stuck in a solo lane, but anyway,
I mean, that's just because your hands are washed, bro. So,
yeah,
like,
a lot of things are washed about me, sadly. Don't have a lot of the game to talk about. That turret, that was a first brick secured. So a couple aspects of feats going over. I will say that feat's going to be secured overall for CCG. As that Dragon does lock that down. Of course, feats much stronger on this patch. The boots went from being worth 750 to 500, and they really didn't nerf the stats too much. And a lot of the feats, like the Merc Treads, insanely valuable. The Sork Shoes, I mean, you're paying 500 gold for 7% Magic Pen. I cannot emphasize enough how valuable that is as a mid laner to just throw that into your kit, especially like if you're like a Rise, you know, you aren't going Magic Pen early on. Of course, Lucidity boots for Ahri, still nice. If you do damage, you get that extra move speed, always valuable on that champion, and that will be secured by Aojun if he wants to throw some extra gold into it.
Yep. Damn. Kisno being on 2 items, the first one over anyone else on the map. Yeah. I mean, people might say like, oh, okay, it's just Maokai. Nah, guys. Maokai with 2 items, with these 2 set up.
You are Maokai.
Yeah, you are Maokai, and you're tankier than everyone expects. Yeah, go back.
Get a dive top, picture-in-picture. Hoarder actually able to kind of sneak out, but ults come down. Meanwhile, fight Breezy.
Yeah, Breezy is under fire here from Kisno, and Chrome. One more auto attack guarantees the demise of this Nautilus. Meanwhile, the topside dive did work out in CCG's favor. Cease and desist alongside that Spirit Rush. Actually, it doesn't even look like Aojun needed to use it, as it... Okay, it's finally off cooldown. All the charges were expended, but this Rift Herald does crash into the mid lane, and alongside those... a little bit of grubbies that Conviction Esports were able to take.
It might
is the tier 1 falling in the mid lane. It's just Array defending, but it's enough that the rest of Conviction Esports try to shift their attention over to a tier 1 onto the bot side, whereas you called it, Aojun pressuring the tier 2 on the top side, but he's not going to stay for it.
Yeah, they did, you know, call the troops back, as it will end up being just Conviction winning out on the turret trade. They took 2 turrets to 1. I know the Hoarder went down, but again, a fun game. I feel like both of our teams playing some decent league here. shifting around the map, trying to make some proactive plays as we're going to get a replay. Again, Viari ability to attack the side lane. Hoarder did his damnedest to try and clear out the wave. Couldn't quite get that last mage creep. If he gets that, of course, turrets get backdoor bonus back up, so that might have been able to keep the turret alive, and he could have lived. Did his best to CC down, or target down Aojun, but just not enough, as the Ahri was able to live. And Dardoch, wow, a second item Frozen Heart this game. I will say there's a good amount of magic damage between the Maokai and the Azir, but of course Frozen Heart uniquely against Azir is throwing that attack speed that does slow the DPS out of the champion pretty significantly.
Yeah,
and provides a lot of ability haste, which I think is really slept on when it comes to that item. So a different look for Dardoch, but of course for those solo laners, Black Cleaver not quite as valuable when you have 2 magic damage solo laners. So I gotta say, I kind of like this twist from Dardoch. I think it's a nice build this game.
I mean, considering that Darkwings doesn't have a Nashor's Tooth, nor is going to be building one anytime soon with how his build is kind of, going. Yeah, this is going to be a very slow attacking Azir, so it could cut down the damage in a pseudo manner. 4,000 HP on the Otacon. Keeper's Verdict doesn't put out Dardoch. Can he find it? No! It is Hoarder that gets the last hit. Dardoch sent it as a solo man mission, trying to see if he could save one for the boys. But Conviction Esports have been relentless with the objective setup. First ones to the play nearly every single time. Crimson now under fire as he's forced to flash away. Should be able to survive. Not enough range damage from Conviction Esports to take him down. Whereas CCG now trying to answer in the mid lane. Dreadsline connects onto Manui, but he stops halfway through the animation with the steadfast presence, slamming a Ray under the tower. But Darkwings is forced to go golden as now this turret is under threat. And now they're looking for Darkwings, forced to flash away from the dredge line.
Honestly, pretty well managed by Darkwings. And I know that Manui just went down there, Rafa, but I love how Manui plays this Poppy. Like, sitting in the pit, punting for that Keeper's Verdict, was able to punt out too. And securing that Otacon, that's a really significant buff and objective to have now throughout the rest of the game, right? Not only increasing the value of your dragons, but you get that takedown, that damage and slow field is pretty significant in trying to help snowball these fights through. And again, the scaling of this game, we really like the scaling of Conviction of this one. It really feels like with the Azir, the Maokai, the Jace, the ability for Conviction to find these later game fights, their comp should be better as this game goes on. It's only going to get stronger. We didn't even mention the Poppy value in these fights too. We have already seen Manui find numbers advantages with these Keeper's Verdicts. And of course, the value of the Steadfast Presence against the Viari going to be big too. Yep. As you highlighted, Rafa, Conviction continue to be first 2 objectives. Really big when you have a Maokai able to set up these saplings, makes it all the more harder for CCG to actually push through these chokes and find the objective fights.
Yeah, they're going to try to brute force their way in, though. Darkwings taking a face full of fist. As Dardoch now looking for the steal, not going to happen. Darkwings just scoops up Breezy. That's the support gone, and now a 5-on-4 guaranteed for Conviction Esports. Crimson under fire. He's down. Now it's a 5-on-3, 5-on-2. Dardoch, he's not going to get that much help from Array because he's only just an Ezreal against the tall members of Conviction Esports, still rocking as 5. And I think Conviction Esports are about to just have sole control of the game.
I think that is game. That's a 5-for-0 ace as CCG again late to the setup, and a bit of a disaster across the board. The 2 point-and-click ultimates from the Vi and the Nautilus were not cast in that fight as Breezy kind of blast-coned over into his demise. And it ended up just being a very split fight here for CCG. And Conviction, and I mean, again, started the win with Conviction here. They had the scaling comp. We said, hey, they were losing early, but it was kind of graceful. And now they've gotten to the point after a few positive plays. You can really see the strength of their composition kicking in again for CCG. Crimson overheated here. That's a bit of an accident because you can't drop Equalizer at the start. Ends up being a little late and a little out of value. Aojun goes in really deep, eats a lot of damage from Hoarder and Darkwings, and CCG just, again, felt like the Ducks went marching in one by one, and were taken down by Conviction rather easily, as that's a clean 5-for-0 ace. Dragon going over to Conviction. Full control
and the
game,
story continues, Matt. CCG getting bullied out of their own jungle quadrant here on the top side, and everyone from CCG is just not necessarily in the proper position they need to really fight with the best strengths of this composition that they have. Just more playing into what Conviction want to do, which is in these choke points now. That's a lot of damage. The Equalizer finally clipping a lot onto Chrome's health bar. Darkwings shoving Crimson into the wall. Oh, he can't move. He's pinned. He still finds a way to use his Flame Spitter to burn out Chrome. Manui getting super close to falling, but Darkwings is able to find a ray on the back, and now Aljun has got nowhere to go. Damn, what a shock blast from Hoarder as he blasts Aljun back to game 2.
I mean, Gold Lead has just exploded in favor of Conviction. And again, I have to give credit to, I mean, each of our teams for how the early game was played. I really feel like CCG, you know, being up 1.5K gold and some objectives early on, that was about on pace. But the big difference maker was that first Rift Herald fight, Rafa, because that was where CCG were late to the objective, still tried to take the fight, just didn't have the position. Conviction were able to win that one. And that feels like the story of this game, with Conviction being the ones that are beating CCG to these objectives and have really used that to cash in. And now with the scaling their composition, the strength, Darkwings, that death cap enjoyer, oftentimes will build it earlier on in the games if he can. Screw the Nash's Tooth, man. He's stacking that AP. He's going to be quite big.
Darkwing's going to find Dardoch, but he is now strong enough to be able to sustain through a Vi, especially when the second item is a tank item. Ensures that Dardoch, unfortunately, is not going to be much of a damage threat himself, just trying to find opportunities. Good slam onto Crimson with Manui's Poppy. This Rumble is locked down and got nowhere else to go. Pops the Zonias, maybe stalls enough time. Manui falls, and now cease and desist right on top of Darkwings, but he goes gold and denies any damage that was coming in with that True Shot barrage. Next one is Breezy, and Hoarder and Darkwings are just able to steamroll through the members of CCG one after another. Baron is up on the table. No jungle from CCG. That Baron belongs to Conviction Esports.
Darkwings, man, he's been really good on this year. Again, that was first picked, and with how deep Darkwings' pool is and always has been, you sometimes forget that there are a few champs that, you know, he can really shine, really perform on. Our control made specialist on the Azir has been really good, and for me, Darkwings is definitely a player where, you know, he's always been decent, kind of like what we were talking about with Array and Breezy, but I think more so for Darkwings, where he was like really overshined. I know that there were past combines and tryouts where Darkwings didn't really have the hands to hang with other mid laners. Thinking back to like, I was in the TL tryout as a coach when they were trying out APA, right? APA was hands down the best mid laner that we had in there. Darkwings wasn't really able to hang with him. Really feels like Darkwings has improved the mechanics. I think that's tough to do as a player, especially later on for a player we have a lot of tape on in Darkwings. But man, this split for him has been really good. It feels like Darkwings has just been a really consistent, solid carry for Conviction. And definitely has been enabled. I feel like his pool's been a little bit narrowed. Like, we're used to Darkwings playing everything, but he's been more mage-centric this split. That's been really good for Conviction as a team, and for Darkwings, who always shine to those champions, and feels like he's shining a bit brighter on his Conviction team here.
Just being able to brute force this inhibitor turret and inhibitor with ease in the mid lane. Conviction Esports now slowly bleeding into the bot side with Hoarder pushing in this Baron empowered minion wave. Good dredge line right on top of Chrome, but he just flashes away. Keeper's Verdict also keeps them away from danger. CCG now down to their last 4 members here, trying to defend against the siege of Conviction Esports. So a lot of tools available from the side of Darkwings as well as Kisno. CCG holding line as long as possible, losing 1 Nexus turret. Manui dodging the charm here. Rest of CCG back against the wall. Dardoch sending it with cease and desist, but here comes Isaac Darkwings Chow, baby! Remember the name, as he just was able to steamroll CCG and bring Conviction Esports to a Game 1 victory.
And again, I really felt like the early game, well played from both teams. We saw good rotations to try and posture for those objectives, but that later stages of the game, when the scaling for Conviction's comp kicked into that control, got to give them a lot of props for being first the objectives. You called it out in the draft, Rafa, like the value of being first when you are a Maokai, you are an Azir, the difficulty of walking through the saplings, walking through the soldiers. We saw CCG ignore that, try and fight regardless. They were a bit disconnected in those fights. Conviction, good enough team to fully punish, run away with that game, and make quick work of CCG in game 1.
Dude, my first time that I hit Diamond in solo queue was either Viego or Maokai, and that was always my strategy, no matter what my lead was.
I remember, like, we lived together at the time, and I've always talked about how good Maokai is, right? I love this pick, and you were just like, man, I just gotta play Maokai. Like, he's too good. Like, because like the Q smites, it feels like you can secure every objective. Your ultimate is everyone knows in solo queue to follow up an ultimate that is literally just this freaking big on the screen, right? The sapling control, it's there. And hey, Kisno, really good value from the Maokai there. I do think that with less objectives, that grub spawn being pushed back, it does really help Maokai, who wants that level 6 really badly for those first couple of fights. Whereas level 5, not nearly as strong as a jungler, like a Sejuani, like a Vi. So again, that grub change being pushed back 2 minutes, do you think it changes a lot with in terms of like what you want to do, how you want to posture for those fights? And we really saw Conviction cash in with that. Really good game one from them.
Yep. Big reason why Maokai has been prominent in the meta for the past 3 years, no matter what it has looked like. Champion is busted. Play it. Anyway, time for a break, y'all. When we come back, it will be game 2 between CCG and Conviction Esports. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game numero dos between CCG Esports and Conviction Esports. As after game one, it was such a well-played map from the side of Conviction Esports. There was a few moments early on where CCG were able to find some small advantages, but the fact that they were once again playing very well to the strengths of their win condition in how much control they had on their setup mat just goes to show that Conviction Esports were executing much better than what CCG had for themselves.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of interesting because the CCG comp, it had a lot of strength early on. I don't think that CCG necessarily played this one perfectly, but I do think that this game actually came down to it's a really big difference in terms of strength and objective fights. Like having only the single spawn of grubs. I know that Kisno did go down in order to at least take one, but the fight of like Rumble, Ari, Vi at first grub or second grub was so damn strong, like back in the last patch. And now with the new grub spawn, I mean, we just saw Conviction, like they dropped and traded early on. They did gracefully lose, and then when the scaling of their comp kicked in, and of course CCG did make a couple mistakes in how they set up these fights, but I really feel like the scaling the identity from Conviction is a good read on this patch, and the fact that like they were able to make good plays to get ahead and then drive this one home. On paper, it looked to be a pretty one-sided game. Definitely was not the case for the first 15 minutes of the game, where I felt like both teams were playing quite well, doing a good job of trading and finding stuff. But man, once the scaling kicked in, Conviction really took off, and it felt like CCG just couldn't do much. And again, like having those level 6 fights at first grubs as Ori Rumble versus not having it with the grub spawning at 8 minutes, I just think there's a huge difference in terms of the strength of compositions in games like this.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show that there's a cool discussion to be had about what are your priorities on champions now that it's not just solo laners who are going to be guaranteed at least level 6 going into that first objective fight on the top side.
Yeah, I like how you phrase that, Rafa, because like for me, that's how very much I'm viewing the grub spawn. Is again, like the 6-minute grub spawn, if you take that on time, only your solo laners have access to 6, right? Your jungler, if he was farming on pace, he would actually need to grab a grub or two to net 6, and sometimes that was a really big swing with those fights. Now, though, it's like you're back to the old meta, the old timer again, where support, if he leeches XP, he gets 6. Junglers are around level 7, and then solo laner is around level like 8 or 9, so everyone has access to ultimates. And you can see like a pick like Poppy, right? Where that level 6 so important for a fight, or like Maokai, level 6 so important for a fight to add value. It feels like it really changes the strength of some of those teams. Whereas again, level 6 Ari, where you're 6 and no one else is, you dominate every fight if you connect the charm, right? Or Rumble, like you dominate every fight if you get set up the equalizers. So really feel like it changes the power window. There's a few extra levels really matter for trying to survive that onslaught. And I just really like how Conviction played it. They traded out, they lost gracefully, and when the CCG gave them the windows, they took advantage of it fully, ended up finding a nice game 1 win.
Yeah, and you know what, Matt? I think this is such a cool conversation that we should definitely continue after the broadcast on our hashtag NACL, or during. Hell, we might even fire a tweet, you know, in between draft phases if we go to game 3 or after the conclusion of game 2, making sure to keep up with the conversation at NACL on all social platforms, as well as at Watch NACL on X, aka the main one that we fire all of our tweets out. But for NACL level 6, such a cool conversation. Obviously, we're going to see how Conviction Esports continues to play to some of the draft strategies they have taken into mind, adapting to the new patch and the new map as we get ready for draft numero dos, where I think it was confirmed CCG are taking red side going into the second game.
I really feel like red side goes up in value this patch. Just the split timers between the dragon spawn and the grub spawn. If you have a strong bot lane or are able to snag a support counter pick, could be a big difference in having priority to help you secure those early dragons and potentially have a priority rotation to the grubs. So especially at this level, right, a little bit of a lower level, I do think that red side goes up in value the further down the elo chain you go. Whereas for the pros, I mean, I expect all the pros to be able to play their blinds damn well. Not always the case for NACL. So again, Red side for CCG, going to have to see how they utilize it. For me, I expect to see another support counter pick coming out. We'll see if this one works out a little bit better for Breezy and CCG. And frankly, we'd love to get 3 games out of this series. So these are 2 teams that not only did they had the same exact game score coming in. I believe it was 11-7. Both teams have beaten the 5 teams below them in the standings and lost to the 3 teams above them in the standings. So this really was the rubber match for, you know, who gets side select in what is likely to be the round 1 matchup between Conviction and CCG. So a preview to what we're going to see next week, and we'll see how much these teams want to show. As for me, Conviction didn't show anything too unique. CCG didn't show anything too unique in that first draft. But of course, I think there is a real motivation to kind of hide some of those flare picks or hide your true priorities, just given that next week's matchup in a best of 5 means a little bit more.
So here's my question then, Cubby. Because playoffs are already locked in for these teams, do you think CCG are even more motivated to say, we are willing to not pick our best drafts for this series just in case you want to hide what you're cooking up for playoffs?
A little bit, yes. I think for both teams, 100%. Like, if you these teams are, you don't want to give away too much in the read, just given the best of 5. Like, side select only matters for 1 game in a series where you have to win 3, right? So obviously game 1 advantage, everything matters in terms of winning that series, but I do think hiding some of your true priorities is important, as that's a B1 victor, Rafa. I haven't seen that one yet.
Darkwings is saying, you got nothing, Aljun. That scares me. And the fact that the...
No way.
Oh!
Let's go.
Whoa! Okay! Aljun sees that B1 victor from Isaac and says, bet, let me show you what I can play. Now, this does reveal a little bit of what could come in the playoffs in an extended best of 5 when Fearless really gets its full value.
Kindred Jacks. Shen good too. Yeah, Shen's good.
Oh, yeah.
The auto attack speed slow is good. I think a Kindred for Kizno is fine. Shen definitely going to help. Aurelia, this matchup, I will say, Victor in the 1v1s, like Victor for me is a champion where I always like to joke, you know, what do you want out of mid lanes? Like a push, a strong laning phase, like scaling and roaming. Victor has 3 out of the 4 he can't roam, but everything else, like his laning phase is pretty decent and he scales really well. But you throw a Sejuani on top of that, ability to overwhelm Victor. That flash for Victor is going to be so incredibly valuable early on, as we expect this Aurelia to go mid. And now CCG, we'll see where they find that magic damage, because Jax and the Shen is a good matchup. You do lose early, but your Jax, you scale really hard in this matchup. Again, all of Shen's damage comes from his auto attacks, and, well, nice when you get to go, you know, helicopter your way around those. Going to be good for Crimson to dodge out on. Also helps with the Sejuani, too. That said, do we want to find magic damage in the bot lane? I think that Ziggs Kaisa bans could be very warranted here from Conviction to try and deny that.
Yep. Because then if those 2 are gone, we haven't really seen any other magic damage carries really come up as a solid replacement. You already called out one of them, Kaisa being taken off the table, and it would have worked really well with this composition from CCG because 3 melee champions all want to dive forward and annihilate squishies in their path.
I will say, I think that there is an angle where if you give Ziggs, you could actually play Jhin. And I really like the setup for Jhin this game. You have a true marksman in Kindred, and also Victor would be, nice ban. That's taken away. I think that's a really good call for CCG. For me, Jin's one of the champions that actually is good in the Ziggs as you outrange and can out-interact Ziggs in some points. So I think that really bumps up the priority on that champion. Curious to see if Conviction takes that one away. Also, option to take away something like an Alistar if you want to, or, okay, it looks like they're just going to deny Rakan. Good champ for Breezy. Has some champs you can piggyback off of, and then takes away that Xayah-Rakan combo, which is actually decent in this game. Xayah can be left to their own devices in that backline, right?
Yeah, and even though in some situations we have seen like all physical damage compositions emerge, I would highly recommend. Yeah, it is a Shen. If you give him just a free route to just stacking armor this game, you're never damaging Shen at all. So you need magic damage somewhere, and at least thankfully for CCG, they do get their hands on the Ziggs, but that means Conviction Esports must have known, and that allows certain AD carries to come out as a response. I
love it.
Sivir will match the wave clear against Ziggs and be able to... Oh, the Gragas support!
Wait, no.
Wait. Yeah. Shen support. They're flexing it around.
Good call.
Shen going to Manui. Okay, well, so hang on. Question here. CCG's support counter pick. Can you find something that's good into both Gragas and Shen? Or can you only pick one or the other?
It's going to be Shen support. I don't think they want to play Shen into the Jax. And yeah, I think Alistar for Breezy's fine. Just kind of feed into the identity that your comp already has.
Okay.
I really like this draft, again, from Conviction. And I just want to continue to praise Manui. He has the most unique champs played on this team. And his ability to flex things around. I know that Shen's not going to get a ton of value at support in that lane. Again, it is going to be a lane disadvantage for Conviction. But that Gragas pick into the Jax, Aurelia, Sejuani, real potential for Hoarder to make the lives of this frontline for CCG hard, as Gragas can be such a pain in the arse for champions like Jax, like Aurelia, who really rely on being melee, continuing to auto. Those body slams, those cast slows, and then, of course, the R key, which can help you have a lot of control over that Lamb's Respite, quite significant. So, again, really like the draft from Conviction, the ability to switch it up. I think it was a very appropriate time to pick Sivir as well. And the scaling for Conviction, it's through the roof. So another game where CCG really has to play this game quickly and take off early on.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that CCG have to interact with the backline. Like, Victor is the only champion that feels like a guaranteed or at least super easy for them to lock down. Everyone else, Gragas can body slam you. Kindred can dash away from you. Sivir can spell shield you. Shen can block auto attacks coming through. So that stops things like Permafrost being stacked up if you're trying to look for targets as well. So this, once again, when you kind of gave your, I think it was between you and I can't remember who else I was talking to about why you guys were favoring Conviction Esports over CCG. One of the big highlights is that you guys really enjoy their drafts. The fact that Conviction Esports are like very, very adaptive and very, you know, have very clear win conditions that are kind of defying what we're seeing from other teams in the meta right now.
And shout out to, I know Manui. Again, I feel like he's been really willing to play a lot of supports, but even with past teams, when he was a marksman, was always willing to be creative and always has a big voice in drafts. You know, talking with Conviction. Of course, they got Coach Bach over there, but Manui a big voice too. And props to Coach Bach. I got the pleasure of working with him on a Supernova Dark Matter roster that had some developmental pieces in it. I do feel like sometimes the drafts were a little outlandish with that team, but I think that Bach and Conviction have done a really nice job with some of the looks they have here. Again, like this Sivir pick, being able to play it into the Mage and Ziggs where Sivir really thrives. It's one of the few ADs we can actually match the push of a Ziggs too. And then you get the team-wide movement speed to try and kite out this very melee-heavy team at CCG. I think that thematically, Conviction are really willing to take a lot of these picks. And for me too, with the changes to Grubs and that not, again, spawning at 6 minutes, you have more time to scale. You don't have to take all these early objective fights. You can just kind of try and play the lanes, clear out space, and go from there. And it's good to see Conviction really taking full advantage of some of the changes and the different looks and the flexibility that they're willing to pull out as a team, Rafa.
Yeah, before I continue to glaze the Conviction Esports draft, I just want to put out there that CCG, it's very exciting that we're getting to see Aljun show us an Aurelia game. We'll obviously see how that pans out. If Aurelia is able to get ahead, you know, maybe she will be a huge threat on the side lane and you have a really solid 1-3-1 on your hands right now. Obviously, early push makes it a little difficult for Aurelia, but one of the things I want to say, hang on, Aljun's getting crazy. He's got his passive fully stacked up, but he's already used his last Blade Surge, and he might have overextended here. And Manui with an early roam, and Darkwings knows the window is open for him to shut it close. Conviction Esports find first blood.
Well, that's bad news, Bears, if you're AOJU'd in CCG, as Darkwings continues to have a monster series. And again, the show there from Manui, it does hurt Chrome as he's kind of forced off the way, but hey, you'll take setting that Aurelia behind. And for me, the big thing here is that Darkwings took Phase Rush. So you can see the Phase Rush's proxy animation. He's actually able to kite away from those empowered Aurelia auto attacks, get AOJUN stuck in the wave again, preemptive flash to try and get out of the Shen, and then Darkwings, knowing he has the damage, able to cash in. That one hurts again. Darkwings being down flash, that's definitely something that CCG can't punish. So I really feel like Dardoch needs to visit mid 1, 2, or 3 times here in order to punish this Victor, who I think intelligently, we've seen a couple different Victor builds looking like he's going for the Seraphs. Given that he is going to be a big focus this game, I think that that extra mana shield and ability haste was really nice on Victor. Very appropriate in terms of first items here. But again, CCG, they're down early. Onus is on them to snowball. And I really need to see Dardoch get involved in this mid lane, as Darkwing is doing a nice job understanding that he is down flash, freezing that wave, making it more difficult for this Sichuan to get involved in the Aurelia lane.
Yep. And Dardoch cannot afford to stay any longer. He's already finished his full clear. Kisno has already back on the map after full clearing his own jungle. So there's no reason for Dardoch to continue waiting for an opportunity to present itself mid lane. We'll come back on the map, fishing for top side. While all the action was happening mid lane, there was a lot of action on bot lane, and now the rewards are being reaped here as Chrome was forced to pop the ghost in an early all-in. Manui was down summoner spells from that all-in as well. Array could be in trouble. Kisno can close the distance here. Good taunt by Manui. The flash away from Array allows him to escape.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, this bot lane, it's not the strongest lane. It was the second game in a row where Conviction has done this. As Sivir into Alistar, you saw the interaction there. Kapora Spell Shield. If you block the headbutt, it doesn't matter, and it's really tough to block the Pulverize. So Chrome ends up falling. And Conviction, they're going to have to weather the storm down here in bot. But hey, unique ability for Sivir to just play the wave, which is definitely going to be what Conviction's looking to do moving forward here.
Darkwings being a pest to Aljun, who was looking for a base in that line brush, but he had a ward there, giving him full vision. Breezy is here on the bottom line brush.
Still love how Darkwings is playing this. Like, again, this wave is going to push out for Darkwings and Conviction, and he is pretty low mana. I'd actually love to see Kisno do Wolves, then help Darkwings maybe get this next wave in. And you can see Kisno understanding this game, the importance of mid lane too. He's hovering in fog, and a Breezy goes here.
Hex Flash. He would have to connect here, going for the headbutt on the minion so he can share his way for an in-range Pulverize. And even with Kisno there, it's a 3v2. No way to bail Darkwings out of that one.
And that is what is required. And I know that Victor did flash for first blood, but that's a good punish from CCG. They need to try and get back there and punish Victor again while his flash is down, if possible. Meanwhile, Manui playing this bot wave, that's going to be quite nice. But see if Dardoch actually sets his sights on this dragon coming up. As Array, interested to see what Ray is going to be building here, Rafa. As I will say, the first item for him, not exactly what we're used to seeing from the Ziggs, who usually does have to go for some mana, whether it is the Tear or the Lost Chapter. But who knows, maybe we get early Horizon Focus, early Storm Surge here.
Hey, you know what I will say? That's a lot of damage coming out.
It is.
The mana problems are definitely starting to show, as he's definitely going to lose the attrition of mana war against someone like Chrome. But if Array and Breezer are constantly looking for fast bases or fast pushes, and then just trying to give Breezy larger roam timers on the map, it could lead to a lot more opportunities for CCG to snowball this game.
We have a little bit of seesawing on the map here as Kisno taking away the red buff of Dardoch, whereas Dardoch doing the same to him on the bot side. Again, once Array is able to get back out here, I do expect to see Dragon being the focus, but Darkwings has that flashback up. Dardoch and Breezy again really want to focus on mid, really want to get Aojin set up for success, and Darkwings doing his best to be at least keep the lane kind of close to his turret. But we'll have to overextend here. He is hovering Kisno's side, and Kisno actually has the chance to get another mark here on the Raptors. We did see him secure one with the crab. Aojin's going to spot this out, but love the hover here from Manui. Again, just a really good understanding of what CCG's comp wants to do. That is attack mid, play through this Aurelia. Conviction doing their best to play around it.
And Aljun dashes out of the way of the gravity well. They can still look for the second fight, since now Darkwings doesn't have any way to stop and engage. But the fact that Manui and Kisno are hovering around means that CCG are going to slow their horses here on the engage, and knowing that Void Grubs is also spawned, they want to save their big spells for this potential objective fight. Aljun does not find flawless duet onto Darkwing's, able to sidestep that one. Now 3 members roaming on over to the top river. Manui is level 6. Breezy is not.
Yeah, I gotta say, CCG continue to try and I mean, we got a 3v3 mid here as we're really focusing on the
Flash
Victor.
headbutt pulverized, but they absorb the Glacial Prison thanks to Manui, and Lamb's Respite could make the difference. Manui with the Stand United keeps Dark Wings alive, but he will fall as a Lamb sacrifice for Conviction Esports, and CCG will at least be able to find 1 kill off the back of it and force Kisno and Darkwings away from the safety of this tower.
They also are going to get both the Darkwing Summoner spells here, as I got to believe he's going to TP back to this lane, so that's a pretty nice win as well, as taking those away from the Victor. Again, we saw the focus of CCG to punish him when he was down Flash. Definitely could be the case here again.
He wanted a Q to get out of the gravity well, but then realized he was a little too close to the turret range, so immediately forced the flash away so he didn't lose too much HP. But now he's lost priority in the mid lane, and now Dardoch is not going to have as an easy time to secure all these grubs. Taunt flash from Manui. Dardoch forced the flash away so that he can Q out of the pit. But that guarantees Conviction Esports will get 2 of the 3 remaining grubs.
Not bad here for the Kindred. I will say that Aurelia is full build, Rafa. As that could be concerning. Blade of the Ruin King in the inventory for Eojin. And with the TP being burned, I am curious if... Again, I really like how Conviction is playing this, and this is where Sivir is really good to have. As Sivir has the unique ability to kind of lane by herself. Because, again, you can play the wave, not the lane. Between the Boomerang Blades and the Q. You know what Sivir's Q is, Rafa? I'm going to put you on the spot. You're really good at this.
Boomerang Blade.
What's the W?
Yeah, Ricochet Blade.
Oh, okay. Ricochet, yeah. My bad. I messed up. Anyway, between those 2 abilities, Sivir can really just destroy waves. Very unique to her. So I like how Conviction is letting Sivir lane alone and just doing their damnedest to try and hover Darkwings. I'm a little bit concerned about XP being leached away from both mid laners. So that is something that I think they're going to have to be a little bit concerned about later on. But still... the focus from each team on mid, just given there is an Aurelia in the game, I feel like very appropriate.
Now the fight potentially onto Manui. No flash available since he used it to taunt flash Dardoch in the pit. And now Dardoch is able to pay the price, or at least make him pay the price. Breezy in trouble. Pops the ultimate. Dardoch gonna get slowed by this gravity well. Gets stunned on the last tick of it. And it's enough for Kisno to find 1 last arrow into the back of the Boar Rider.
Ojin, no flash. I think that if there was an R flash available there for the Aurelia, could have been really big. So him losing that flash under turret there really slows down the game, Rafa. Because, I mean, again, look at the health bars. There was no Lambs Respite up for Kisno. R flash there from Aurelia, or just like even a proactive Q in just to get the party started, could have been really nice for Eojin. But a mistake from him in the lane, going to prevent a potential further snowball from that fight in the bot side. As, again, scaling this game... We prefer Conviction's comp as time goes on. I think it's be kind of tough for CCG's comp to team fight, especially into this Gragas. As Hoarder does have the best Gragas skin, I will say that very confidently, because the recall animation is just too good. Yeah. We're going to need a recall of Gragas at some point this game, guys. That's a personal
Observers,
ask.
por favor, si hay un minutito, the next time that Gragas recalls, just zoom in
at
and
some point,
blast the music.
Downtime. You know,
blast the music till 11. I need to
see the knee slaps.
Yes, the knee slaps, and I need to hear, you know, the sound of my people. Anyway, CCG. Uh-oh. Well,
that was an unforced error.
I've gotten confirmation from producer that when they find the next time that Hoarder is recalling and nothing else is happening on the map, we're gonna get our greatest desires. So
party time.
Looking forward to that one. Aljun controlling the wave in the mid lane, but Darkwing still able to hold his own. And the fact that Aljun does not have flash and Darkwings does, definitely a little bit more difficult. I think Aljun wants to get out of this mid lane as fast as possible, play the long lane. Array could be in travel. Yep. Force the flash over the wall. Chrome is able to run it down. Hoarder trying to look for 1 last body slam. Maybe a flash, but he's in the minion wave, but it's the cask. Bomba. Crimson goes down.
to do their best to cut the wave here as a good play from Conviction. Crimson going to lose a lot from that. And I got to say, like, one of the surprises for me, again, both these teams have been really strong throughout the year, really solidified themselves in the 4-5 spot, but feels like Order and Darkwings have gotten the best of their counterparts in a fashion that I wasn't expecting for a match that we really expect to be close coming into the day, Rafa.
Yep. If anyone is curious why Dardoch held the permafrost onto Manui, it's because if he pops the not the Stand United, the Twilight Shroud at the right time, you can, yes. I think you could block it. So,
yes!
Glory! Oh!
A culture.
Beautiful. Thank you so much to our observers and production for giving us such a wonderful treat. One thing that I wanted to talk about early on, but didn't find a chance to do so, is that there's more things that I'm finding about this Conviction Esports draft that I even like, that not just the Shen flex of going to support and sending Gragas advantageous into the top lane, as you already called up with the Jax. It's such an advantageous combo when you have a Kindred on your team, because now you have a guaranteed get out of the Lamb's Respite while keeping all of your team inside for the heal and the invulnerability.
For sure. That's where the CCG, you know, they got Breezy and Alistar to try and help with that displacement, Satchel Charge as well. But yeah, no, the Cask and the Lamb's Respite is a great combo. Between that, kind of the same way that the Emperor's Divide works with the Lamb's Respite as well.
Yep.
You have me saying Respite. Rafa, you've won the war. I won't say Respite.
Hell yeah.
We're going to keep it consistent.
Don't worry. I lost that war with Azael a long time ago because he's played way more Kindred. I think he said it's on record. It's his favorite champion in the game, or one of his favorite champions in the game. And he's always called it Respite, so I just default to him. Also, he's a little world champion, so, you know, I can't question Azael on that. Meanwhile, 2v1, Ao Jun forced to flash away. He's able to Blade Surge back over to the minion wave and make his way out, but that is flash out of the Aurelia once again. The fact that Kisno is hovering Ao Jun on these timers where he does have flash and forces it out just makes the side lane experience for Darkwings so much easier.
Oh. Hold on.
Oh, Taunt Flash finds its way onto Ao Jun. He was just trying to find a recall in that side lane. But Conviction Esports making Ao Jun's experience on the Aurelia not too fun. Good smite from Dardoch secures at least the objective for themselves, but they can't get to the eye unless Dardoch sends it a solo mission. Oh, Q Flash finds the reposition on the Chrome for the knock-up, and he's forced to flash away. No one could get to the eye. Please.
I honestly kind of respect the attempt on the Chrome because I think that's the only way they're getting to the eye. Is you can see it's going to the wayside now. Manui, though.
Really? Okay, well, yeah, this Shen is not that tanky. He rushed Mikhail's Crucible, and even though the Shen has great utility and is momentarily invulnerable to a lot of auto attacks with the Twilight Shroud on, once that's gone, yeah.
Yep. I will say it might look ugly on the scorecard for Manui, but I think that his impact's still been pretty good. I think that he's hovering the right stuff, just definitely hasn't, you know, maybe had the Shen calculated. But speaking of calculated, Stand United coming in.
Manui dies, and yet he's back on the board, able to assist Kisno on the cross map. Talk about a fast deployment on the base.
Second time he's done that. I really like it. Again, he did it bot, got a flash out of Array when he piggybacked off onto Chrome, and Manui makes that look like a old Phantom Lord death there, Rafa. As he pops the teleport, or the revive into the teleport on the Karthus or / Shen, and gets right on back out there.
Oh. It's almost like he wanted that death to happen. Crimson now engaging in a 1v1 with Hoarder, punts him away with the explosive cast since Breezy was on the way to help make it a 2v1. Now Manui and Breezy, come on, supportal combat, fist fight. Man.
Well, I will say, shout out to Hoarder on this Gragas. I haven't seen a Hoarder Gragas yet, this split, and I do want to give him credit. Like, really small, but on the back half of that Counter-Strike being cast, was actually able to squeeze in the W auto. That's a really big deal. Connect with that damage. So that's like a really small mechanic, but if you're going to play the Renekton into the Jax matchup, that's an important one. Gragas, too, can get a little bit of extra mileage off there, and that did it cleanly and has a nice CS lead. Obviously got some help from Kizno and Manui in terms of opening that up against Crimson with the kill, but still did a great job of managing this lane and has gotten to the point on the Gragas where you're really scary with these two mana items fully stacked up. Gragas like really becomes this pseudo tank just with the build that he has, and Hoarder can really be a threat this game. So again, the melee-heavy composition of CCG, because Gragas really loves his life in the Jax, Aurelia, Sejuani, Alistar. I mean, it's a very happy game for Gragas. So really like what we saw again with the Conviction Flex in the draft, and with where the game state's at, Rafa, I know that... oh, hold on. Hoarder, you might have to flash this one. Has the R. Yep.
Flash an explosive cask if he needs to, but he clears enough distance. That was really nicely well played. Waiting to use the body slam until after the flash so that he gets as much distance as possible. No reason for CCG to continue to play. They got what they came for. Now Dardoch gonna hover mid and see if there is a play available. Manui has Stand United, so Chrome shouldn't go down in one swift play, but Dardoch is just waiting in the right spot of Fog of War, but not going to pull the trigger here.
I know, like, revisiting some of the scaling of this game. CCG, it feels like, I mean, this is a game where, for me, later on, they had to play out 3 lanes if they wanted to find that win. And Crimson and Eojun just being behind the way they are right now, I think it's going to be really tough for CCG to actually stretch the map. And you're trying to stretch the map against so much wave clear that Conviction has in their composition as well. I do think it's just going to be really tricky for CCG to try and find what they want to do with this comp and with this draft.
Body slam. Hoarder missed it, and now Aljun can just send the full combo. It forces the explosive cask out of the Gragas. Aljun being able to have a significant health advantage there and have control of the wave, but he is still only 2 levels down to Hoarder's Gragas, so he's got to be careful. Oh, okay,
that's a roughie. Yeah.
I mean, okay. Only was not the right word to use there.
He is 2 levels down. That's tough.
But the fact that he is 2 levels down, and he still made a really advantageous trade right there, just goes to show that Aljun understands the matchup well enough to look for the windows when it does present itself.
Yes, that is Bork Aurelia. We smork, we fight, we heal back up. It's fine. I will credit Hoarder with the ultimate. The cast placement there was actually really nice. Aljun cleverly tried to Q past him, so he threw the cask behind himself to make sure that he got the knockback. So again, first time that we've seen the Gragas for Hoarder, but I think that he's shown some nice mechanics and, of course, some great taste and culture. He just wanted another sip.
Okay, he's not basing. Well, I love that our production team is totally in on the Gragas recall game. I love it. I love it so much.
Shout out to League Ace being a big help behind the scenes. Also, they're so awesome that I can actually do this. I'm wondering if we can get a stack count on Kizno. Of course, we don't have it on the UI, but kind of curious to see where Kizno's at in terms of those stacks. If he's getting close to that 4 count. As, of course, for Kindred starts to pick up that extra range and extra power. Very important to her throughout the game. Going to keep on scaling in. As Kizno, seeing him drop a control ward. And I will say, though, the Dragons were kind of delayed on the takes for CCG, which has bought Conviction some time. But curious to see if they actually contest the upcoming Dragon. As it would be a sole point for CCG, and that it can be quite threatening. Of course, that Infernal Dragon doing a lot of damage to the comp could be nice. The CCG has done a nice job of carving out a pocket here and might threaten Dark Wings. Oh, they've been spotted by Kizno.
Yep. They're just going to look for Manui first. Taunt through a couple members here guarantees that Manui gets out alive. Breezy taking a lot of damage. Forced to flash. Wants to hold on to the ultimate for the next upcoming fight here.
They can go.
CCG still trying to run away. I mean, Otacon is under fire. Aljun is forced to go in, but he gets taunted up, so he can't even put more damage onto Darkwings. He's trying to Blade Surge his way through, do Aurelia things, but it's just not going to happen this time around. Darkwings still survives, and Conviction Esports have an advantageous man on the map here.
I don't think they need to snowball this game. Like, I mean, if you hit Otacon, I think there's a little bit of risk involved, but I guess I don't know if they saw Dardoch cross through mid or not. Dardoch's not here. This is a freebie as Dardoch's going to look at Hoarder, and we'll see if they can take down this Gragas. Hoarder, his flash just coming off cooldown, and 16 hit.
Arctic Assault, Permafrost stacked up right into the counter-strike. Hoarder gets the body slam. Explosive Cask is great. Manui with the Stand United will give a decent shield over to Hoarder. Is there reinforcements? It's Breezy, punted into the wall. The rest of CCG trying to follow up. Manui falls, but Hoarder able to keep his slash until the right moment. Over the wall he goes, and he's safe. Manui definitely willing to give his life for the greater cause.
Okay. That's a true support right there, man. Talk about stand united. Shen doing his job, protecting his friends and going down. As Hoarder preserves the shutdown. Looks like it's a Frozen Heart coming in next for Hoarder. Armor and mana and more ability haste for Gragas. Is this... I like the build from Hoarder. This scales really nicely. And man, Frozen Heart going up against Aurelia. Jax is going to feel quite nice.
One thing I want to point out here is I love Array's build this game. I know a lot of times when we've seen... Yeah, this is Omega boom boom damage. You've got tier 3 Sork Pen boots, Shadow Flame for extra penetration, and then Ludens for extra splash damage on top of it. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of Ziggs build you want when the rest of your damage is pretty much physical, and you need to find ways to just explode Conviction Esports. Yeah,
that's the Conviction. They have full control over this bot side river, and Dardoch going to have to Arctic Assault his way on out of there. TP coming in from Crimson. That's behind. Will be spotted, though. We'll see what kind of angle he's able to find.
Breezy still has ultimate. He'll flash. Tries to go in first. Multi-man pulverized right on top of the Mega Inferno Bomb, but the Lamb's Respite is going to keep them all alive for now. They're super low. They're dropping, and CCG are thriving. Darkwing's the last member alive. Tries to flash away, but the Permafrost connects, and great satchel charge flash from Array ensures that no one from Conviction Esports survives. CCG find the ace and wipe Conviction off the map.
Yeah, CCG get themselves back into the series, quite frankly, Rafa, as a mistake there from Conviction. They did a nice job of getting river control, but they didn't flush out the Jax. They want the front to back. They want the poke to land before they really take the 5v5. CCG were able to connect with the all-in off of a brilliant engage from Breezy, followed up by the Super Mega Inferno Bomb. That upfront damage was way too much for Conviction to deal with, as their squishy health bars were brought way too low too early. And they need to kind of split up and respect Alistar, and for me, really respect that Jax TP and flush him out in order to find the right setup.
And I think for Conviction Esports, either magic resistance or some utility shielding is going to be needed ASAP if they want to survive another upfront burst engage from Array and Breezy like that again.
But again, like this Crimson TP, their solution was going in. They can't stack up like that. That value from the Alistar was way too much for Breezy. Brilliant engage from him, as his Alistar has always been one of, if not his best picks. Definitely got a good look for it here as they decided to ban the Rakan to deny the potential Xayah Rakan for CCG. That gave Breezy his Alistar into the Sivir, and Breezy really been making his presence felt this game. I know we've been crediting Manui for having some decent hovers and maybe being a little bit better than what the scoreline looks like, but man, cannot deny Breezy's impact as the two supports that we featured going into this one. It's Breezy making his mark felt in that last fight. Again, getting CCG back into this one is now 1.5k gold lead. Soul point secured, and Infernal Soul with that too. A lot of damage over on the CCG comp, so that's going to help on out. Now Conviction kind of are reeling in this game.
The first 20 minutes of the game, Manui making so many proactive moves on the map. Breezy just raised the stakes and said, I match you with one insane pulverized multi-man combo. And now we find ourselves in a point in the game where CCG, even though they were pretty even and starting to slowly fall behind Conviction Esports, it's the first time in this game where they have a solid 1,000 gold lead over the side of Conviction Esports. And even though it doesn't feel like that much, that allowed them to get all 3 dragons of the game so far. This puts CCG at soul point. And with Inferno Soul on top of things, when Array just walked back to the map with a hat, this Ziggs is pumping damage. He is dropping nukes.
Ooh, Manui could get stuck here. Oh boy.
Goodbye. Array just singled out Manui with 3 spells.
God damn. If you guys are at home playing solo queue, please upgrade your Sork shoes as fast as possible. 500 gold for 7% magic pen. You throw all the raw magic damage on top of that from Array. He is pumping as Manui, pretty unwarranted dash in there from him, gets fully punished by the Ziggs over the wall. Sets Conviction Gaming back a little bit more.
I'm just saying, if I see Ziggs in my games and I'm seeing, you know, Seraph's Embrace Rush plus another defensive item, I'm going to flame you. I want to see this damage. You know, I don't care if it's better for you to survive. Look at how much damage Array is putting out. Luden's rush into Shadow Flame, into tier 3 boots, into Death Cap. Mazel, build burst, Ziggs. Sorry, Mazel, love you. Love you a long time.
That was personal. Meanwhile, looking at some of the other inventories, we'll say Wit's End for Aojun, really big item for Aurelia, that extra on-hit damage as well as the tenacity, and that's kind of going to be the tricky part of Conviction. Again, they have to really do a nice job of buying space and not getting overwhelmed in these fights. I think it's, worth noting, the scaling of Aurelia is, that champion scales really hard with items. So, but again, scales off of her ability to attack, which Conviction do have tools to try and prevent. So they can be more successful with that. As CCG potentially looking for an angle onto Darkwings, not able to find it. Good cover from Kizno. And we're a minute away from this upcoming Dragon. Neither team has really sniffed this Baron, Rafa, and this game could potentially be decided this upcoming Dragon fight. So I think that your focus onto Array, given what he's done in the last couple of fights, very much warranted, as there is no magic resist outside of a couple of Merc Treads and the inventories of Conviction, and we have seen what the Ziggs can do.
Yep. Conviction Esports did such a great job of being able to understand their win conditions in game 1. And for the most part, they were covering a lot of their bases, being able to help the solo lanes and Darkwings and Hoarder, and even Kizno make aggressive plays or defensive plays with the glow pressure of this Shen pick. But now we're hitting a critical mass where Sivir hasn't quite hit, super late game Sivir, Jin Air Green Wings territory, where she does become that kind of, late game AoE 80 carry monster. CCG have been able to accelerate the game fast enough now that they are advantageous. 2-man pulverize from Breezy, at least gets a little bit of damage back, but Breezy took way too much in response. Is going to be forced to recall while Aojun is working on the top tier 1.
Yeah, I will say this could be a potential drop from CCG just to get more gold if they want it. Chrome's done a nice job of really chunking out Breezy. I think that's going to be enough to make sure that this is not contestable. But those inner turrets being pressured, Aojun going to shred that one on his own, and then Dardoch going to look for the hero steal. Not going to be able to find it. But still, inner turret for the Aurelia. It's not like it was for nothing. I don't think they win that. I think Aojun wins that. Oh, he ulted. It was sidestepped.
Looking at Hoarder, he still has his explosive cask. Dardoch looking to see if he can find the Glacial Prison. Oh! Hoarder's been working out. Oh, but the Array Mega Infernal Bomb. Even though he sidesteps the Glacial Prison, he cannot sidestep a giant AoE circle. And speaking of circles, that's a big one from the Chaos Storm, with Darkwings being able to get a 2v1 successfully down onto Aojun at the side lane.
All right, bit of a trade. That's a late TP, though, coming in. Instantly responded to by Darkwings. Can he get out in time? Yes, he can. The TP is a little bit slower. So just a trade. But hey, that does enable the Baron start, so that the Do-Si-Do going to pay off for CCG. I think they get this.
Yeah, because Darkwings cannot respond with the teleport of his own. What a play on the map by CCG, being able to instantly rip this objective. Kizno super close, but he's not going to get there in time.
They're going to walk out. That's free. They should be mid-outer going down over to the Sivir, but that's well worth it for CCG. And a lot of standing objectives for them. They got that inner turret they can knock down bot. And then we'll see if they can take down any of these inhibitor turrets. Not an easy task going into the Sivir plus Victor, but man, love that Do-Si-Do from Crimson. I thought it was kind of a goofy TP to force Darkwings out, but it ended up in a free Baron, as it was pretty Giga-brained here from CCG.
All according to Keikaku, baby. CCG now still 3 dragons to the name. They gave up that 4th dragon of the game over to Conviction Esports to guarantee the tier 2 on the top side of the map, and a decent amount of damage into the tier 2 on the bottom side of the map, which is where exactly CCG are going to be taking their pressure, while Hoarder, Crimson in the mid lane, apologies, is going to be pressuring the mid lane tier 2.
Ziggs going to take care of that last inner turret pretty quickly as Goldie continues to expand here for CCG. And the scaling of CCG, decent amount of scaling this game. I again, really feel like CCG need objectives to draw Conviction out.
Oh!
Hold on.
Uh-oh, Chrome was in trouble, forced to flash away. Crimson uses his own flash and is able to use the leap strike to award over the wall, but he's still healthy enough that he can continue the push. Chrome is forced to recall, or at least run back to base. He also popped Ghost and the ultimate, so that is no tools available for Chrome for the next minute or so.
That was what the WoW was for. I am not exactly sure how that one evolved from Crimson. Again, I think it's really tough for CCG to actually siege. You're going up against Victor, Kindred, Sivir. The wave clear is very significant. I do think that CCG needs the neutral objectives to draw Conviction out and then find these fights where they are able to overwhelm them.
Nice
with
cast.
the Sejuani and melees.
Breezy forced to use the ultimate there in response to Hoarder fishing for a pick. Crimson still pushing in the mid lane will get responded to by Darkwings and Hoarder. And at least for now, as you called it, CCG really not able to get much with the Baron buff on these waves here, since the wave clear is so damn strong from the side of Conviction Esports.
Yeah, no, I mean, we just, the scaling, we got to really start thinking about it here from both sides. Because Sivir, it's going to start to kick in. I will say, I really do want to see a Bork, or not a Bork, just a Vamp Scepter on Sivir at some point. I think making sure that you have good conditions against Ziggs is very valuable, which is how important these upcoming dragons are. As Hoarder, you're too far up. I think we're going to pull the trigger here.
They're going to look for Chrome. They know he does not have any summoner spells. Manui is able to sidestep the Arctic Assault, taunts it up. Explosive cast, forcing Dardoch to flash. Aljun in the middle of all of them. Look at the damage from Arrays. Mega Inferno Bomb. Multiple members are chunked out. The Lamb's Respect keeps them in there, but Dardoch stuns a member with the Glacial Prison, and Crimson goes golden with that Sonya's Hourglass. Kisno finds the shutdown on the Dardoch. That means there's no smite for the upcoming dragon in the next 50 seconds. CCG forced to retreat from this one.
Dude, these Ziggs ults are just tactical nukes on the map, man. I think it took half the health bar of 3 members of Conviction. As despite that was a pretty close fight. I think the big thing for me, Dardoch, yes, he burned his flash, but look at the flashes for Conviction. No flash from Hoarder, no flash from Kisno, no flash from Manui, and then Chrome will not have flash for this dragon either. Summoner spell is going to be really important for CCG. Again, their comp has to overwhelm the Conviction composition. So between the flash being down and then no Lambs for Spite too, which is really big in terms of buying time, I think the conditions for CCG much better going into this upcoming fight in terms of the tools available. That said, Conviction do have River Control first, and Bree's going to have to flash.
And pop the ultimate. He tries to go in for Kisno, but doesn't find the Pulverize on it as the headbutt punted in too far away. The ultimate goes wide from Array. That's a lot of burst damage. Yeah, guaranteed dragon for Conviction Esports.
That's it. No chance of CCG able to get that one. Props to Conviction. They did get in the river first. Again, I think the tools available were in favor of CCG, but because Conviction had positioning, because they found Breezy able to make sure the health bar war was won, and they deny that soul again.
Even though they're not playing the same composition from game 1, Cubby, once again, Conviction Esports finding value in being the first ones to the play. Incredible how that works out. CCG also did not have their junglers, so it was a lot easier for them to make that advantage clear, but Conviction Esports keeping themselves alive, and even though the gold lead has still been strongly in CCG's favor, as these item builds start to cap out on the side of CCG's accelerated carries, being up ahead that much gold is not going to matter that much longer. Also, I believe it was Conviction that snagged the Otacon, and having Double Infernal plus that's a big deal. Could add off with Aojun. Cool one-way trip. Yeah. Nice impersonation of me expressing disappointment there, Rafa. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, when you're Aljun, when you're Aljun in that situation, it is kind of a one-way trip. And I appreciate that he did not burn the flash, because that would have been a pointless one. But then flashing air, as I like to call that one. Shout out to APA for coming up with that. That's flashing air is a banger. We need to, I feel like between pity prizes and flashing air, we might be onto a couple things, Rafa. We might have to start coining some phrases as a duo here. Oh, dude, that's my favorite thing. I mean, pity prizes is a favorite, yeah. Dude, pity prize is a banger. I love always referring to Raptor camps as chicken nuggies. That's been kind of the staple. I know some old heads will still call them wraith camps, which, I mean, like... Not anymore. Come on, man. That's 10 years ago, man. Yeah. You need to let go and move on at that point. You're aging me just by mentioning wraiths.
Shout out to when Morgana could just W it and the Wraiths didn't move. Anyway, that was Season 2.
Jeez.
Yeah. Array gonna take some damage. That damage sticks, so good poke connecting from Darkwings. Also, Chrome did pick
Good
up
cast.
a Vamp Scepter. Breezy has to ult.
I mean, this is now the second or third time that Hoarder has just traded his explosive cast for Alistar's ultimate there, which is such a great trade. I think the cooldown reduction means that explosive cast is going to come up in about 30 seconds from now, whereas Breezy's going to have to wait a while. And with Breezy chunked out this hard, it's going to be a one-way trip, one spell rotation combo when he goes in. Dardoch, can he pull off a miracle? Does not have flash, so it would be a one-way trip. Conviction Esports not going to flip, trying to turn onto Crimson, who's forced to leap strike onto a ward to get away. Aljun blade surging, doing the same. Here comes Dardoch now looking for a target. Kizno, Glacial Prison already summed up someone else on the back line. Chrome is in the Lamb's Respite, trying to pump out as much damage as he can, but forced to flash and pop the ghost, and he has the on the hunt for the movement speed. He's able to survive, but CCG find Kizno. Now there's no jungler for Conviction Esports.
I mean, the fact that Chrome was found off the Glacial Prison from Dardoch was crazy. That really opened up a positive fight for CCG. They win it despite Breezy being low and with no ultimate. Will have ultimate here. And Conviction wants to try and fight this Baron.
Darkwings and Hoarder, can they pull out a miracle here? 7,000 on the Baron. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Darkwings has Leandries. Maybe could find a burn off the smite. Mistimer here. Woo! That was close. 600 HP, but Dardoch gets the smite.
Another really nice fight from CCG, as again, cannot emphasize enough how big that Glacial Prison was from Dardoch as he went drifting and found priority target number 1. And Chrome Sivir really allowed for CCG to close the gap. Was a clutch Lamb's Respite and a good escape for Chrome to get out. So Conviction kind of minimized the damage, but still, Baron taken. And that's really going to help set up for a potential Infernal Soul snag. Again, I think even with Baron, you can't break the Victor, the Sivir, and the Gragas wave clear that Conviction has. But with Baron up, this Infernal Soul is enough to draw Conviction out of base.
Big fight on Manu. He tries to knock him up, but the Permafrost is not stacked up yet. Glacial Prison right onto Hoarder. Mikhail's Crucible used to cleanse. Good explosive cast. Taunt re-engaged, forced to flash away from it because CCG's front line is just too strong. Conviction Esports are able to survive.
I didn't like the timer that CCG took that fight on. They're going to try and reset and get back up with full health bars, but I think if they try that fight like on this wave, it's good. But the health bars, like Conviction can kind of heal up with these. That's a bold TP.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
That could have been disastrous. Hoarder still had flash just in case things got dicey there. Dardoch, first one in the river alongside the rest of CCG. Conviction Esports now trying to see if they can contest. Can Kizno pull an Xmithy here? Use the Lamb's Respite to delay the stall of this Dragon take. He's going to look for the smite, but it is secured by Crimson. Kizno immediately flashes out. Will save the Lamb's Respite. What did I tell you, baby? This Ziggs is popping people on the map.
Oh my lord, Array. You said he was dropping bombs on the map. He's dropping nukes there. Is that connected with Chrome? Took away pretty much his entire health bar. As Sivir in the death chamber for 40 seconds. That's significant. That's at least going to be an inhibitor. Going over to CCG as the Baron up creep should be enough to get through Victor. And a big find by Array, who continues to be so clutch on the Ziggs in this game, pumping out all the damage you could possibly ask for.
8-0-9 on the Ziggs. Has yet to be in a position where he was compromised when his flash was down. Has survived 41 minutes of back and forth action between Conviction Esports and CCG. Definitely one of our bot laners that has rose to the occasion in a landscape where not many of the 80 carries left were kind of pushing Array out of that top 3 conversation. He's definitely making a case in this game.
Honestly, man, just give me a third game of the series. It's been kind of fun to see these teams go back and forth. Did set this one up as a close one. Certainly looks that way as Manui poking his face around. Actually gets some really nice info. Shout out to our observers for the toggle there, putting us in the position of Manui, able to play on the edge and at least force CCG back a bit. Only one inhibitor was secured. That's risky.
Manui might just go down here. Tried to taunt away, but gets clipped by the Boar Rider. Kizno, wow, Mega Inferno Bomb did half of his HP.
I mean, Array is just a terror in this game, and it feels like they like haven't been able to find the Ziggs as of course Ziggs just able to find this over-the-top damage with a very beefy front line that does scale really hard. I mean, again, I cannot emphasize enough how big Aurelia scaling is. We all know what Jax can do in terms of scaling. The Gragas matchup too, like at this point, Gragas is a neutralizer. We did see Hoarder do a really nice job early on in the game at trying to neutralize, but we're at the point where Jax, Aurelia are too big to actually be really threatened by Gragas outside of just the CC. And we haven't seen Chrome be able to free fire because of all the threats that he's had to deal with. Really tough uniquely for Sivir to deal with Alistar. And then Ziggs over the top. I mean, it feels like a bouncing bomb connects and the Chrome just loses half his health. And that's just the Q, not even the R, which is actually removing half of his health, right? So it definitely been a tough treading here for Conviction.
Yeah. This is one of those scenarios where Chrome really wishes we were in a meta where Bloodthirster's still built with crit in its scaling so that you could also splash in like a Maw of Malmortius for extra magic resistance. But if you want to have full 100% crit chance, you have to choose either go for Bloodthirster for the sustain after the damage or Maw so that you don't just get immediately one-tapped by a full Ziggs rotation.
Oh my god. Well, Kisno scaled a bit.
Kisno scaled a bit. I mean, Darkwings is almost nearly full build just as well. And even though we've been, you know, putting a lot of praise onto... Oh, look at that. Wait. Did Array swap out... He swapped out his Morel and Avacon and said, I mean, I don't need this, bro. I'm just going for the Horizon focus.
I like it. Boom, boom damage. There's heal cut elsewhere they can find, hopefully. I'm going to ask production one more time, if possible. Do we have a stack count for Kisno? Because it doesn't look like he's at 7, but he might be close. Like, at this point of the game, you'd believe that he should be. I'm trying to kind of gut check the range. Of course, you do get bonus range on Kindred if you do get those stacks.
He definitely hasn't been able to find a lot of them this game, at least from necessarily kills. Objectives-wise, it was kind of on the ball early on, but then once that bottom third drag fight exploded for CCG, that's been kind of the... not quite nail in the coffin for Conviction Esports, but it was pretty much the big decider in terms of momentum for the rest of this game too.
Oh, speaking of stacks, Baron's up, which I think that tells me that Kindred has more than 7 to get those monster objectives, and that's just insta-start, and I don't think that it can be a contest here for Conviction. It's going to have to deal with a Baroned up CCG going into this upcoming Dragon. Okay, TP, ult was popped early by Chrome. I don't love this for Conviction.
5,000. Can Kisno get in there? Breezy is going to be the bouncer, not allowing any member of Conviction Esports to get into the pit. Crimson in the middle of all 4 members. Glacier Prison goes wide, hits my fridge, but the rest of Conviction Esports still on the run. Hoarder, does he have the explosive gas? He's already used it. Lands Respite kept everyone alive, but they still have to run. Dardoch on the chase, and Array unchecked, unmatched, on the right side, dropping bombs, dropping nukes, and the rest of Conviction Esports are running for their lives as Aljun has already used the flash and his ultimate to hunt out a couple more members. Darkwings and Manui falling on the left side. CCG still have all 5 to siege into the Nexus towers.
I mean, this Sivir just can't auto. All the pressure that CCG is throwing at the Sivir, that scaling goes out the window. CCG is the team that has ended up just having the better fights. As again, just how big this Ziggs is, it's been impossible for Conviction to really find a fight on their footing. Again, I didn't like them taking that Baron. I think it's really important that they get first say in River, get to the objective first so that they can actually find some poke, connect with anything. But I think this game has gone too late, and it feels like the scaling of the Jax of the Aurelia and kind of has overcome what Conviction has. I know it's a 5-item Sivir, but we haven't seen Chrome be able to successfully auto-attack.
And now Dardoch stayed on the map, waiting for everyone to overextend the big Inferno Bomb. Did he just do almost all of his HP?
What was that?
Holy moly, Chrome is just running for his life, and as you said it, he just does not get a chance to auto-attack. The only thing he can do is throw out boomerang blades, and at that point, you might as well have just built Lethality Sivir because he has not been able to reliably auto-attack this game. CCG doing such a great job of maneuvering around the threats of Conviction Esports. Now have the man advantage, now pushing into the base. They find the knockup into Manui. Chrome, last stand against the world, flashes away from an Alistar, but he can't defend the base. We're going to game 3.
And Array and Breezy did some serious work in that game, Rafa. I think it was 1-0-19 on the Alistar and 10-0-11 on the Ziggs as the deathless bot lane. And that Ziggs, I mean, talk about boom, boom damage, right? I love that phrase from the LCK. Shout out to Wolf and Valdez for really coining that one. But Ziggs, man, he was bringing all 5 booms. As it was 5 booms there on the Rift. Man, Array, he was Big Justice impersonated out there.
Yeah, give me
or maybe
1
the
second.
Rizzler is the Yordle, you know?
What time is it in Korea right now? Give me...
Don't put me on the spot like that. I don't work there anymore.
Okay. 9:29 a.m. So, people in Korea are waking up right now. I'm paging Ox right now. I want him to review the Ziggs game. He is a big Ziggs aficionado. I want to get his opinions on how well Array was able to manage that one. Maybe he can add us on
I give him
NACL
5 booms.
or hashtag NACL. You know, 5 booms? Okay, well, that's presumptuous, but we'll see. We'll see if Dan is able to chime in. Of course, Game 3 is on the horizon, y'all. We'll catch you after this break. Shoo. And welcome back, y'all. We are ready for game number 3 between Conviction Esports and CCG Esports. We're going the full distance, baby, as that game 1 that we saw from Conviction, obviously well played, well executed on their composition, controlling the spaces and the objective points. CCG Esports say, yeah, we raise you a Ziggs. How are you going to deal with that?
I mean, just, if you guys are watching at home and for whatever reason missed this game, just focus on the Ziggs and the boom boom damage from this one, because this one was gross.
Yep.
And I know in the break, Rafa, we were kind of talking about how that one felt. Of course, Victor and Sivir do scale really hard as champions, but when Sivir can't auto attack, and also just the value of Shen at support, Breezy was so valuable on the Alistar in these fights. And again, an impeccable performance from the CCG bot lane, as their scorecard was spotless. No deaths between Array and Breezy in this one, in a 45-plus minute banger. That's pretty impressive, as they were huge in making sure that CCG could swing this game back in their favor and actually push us to a game 3. As for a while there, it was looking like a pretty surprising clean Conviction 2-0. But of course, we did pitch that this series was going to be very close going in, and it sure feels that way here, as the CCG managed to bring us back just to game 3. And yeah, just keep your eyes on Array for this.
Look at this thing in front of bomb.
Oh my dear lord. I mean, 5 booms, man.
Oh, baby. You know, if we go back in our history, Matt, Array and APA were teammates at one point on Barrage Esports. So
no, it was Resolve.
Resolve. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Barrage was with Gorica. And then when they went to Resolve, they picked up Array. And it really does feel like Array is, you know, letting the spirit of APA just channeling through his Ziggs combos right now.
I mean, again, the Sork Shoes buff, I think it's really, really OP. Just with the feats, if you're able to secure it. I really feel like those boots, I mean, you're paying 500 gold for 7% magic pen. That is so stupid. And speaking of stupid, the boom boom damage on the Chrome is real. And so
I like
the CLG.
Yeah, the CLG logo being constantly flashed. You know, for history's sake, again.
If you think Pulse's split was bad. CLG Faith.
CLG Faith was the original bottom team tragedy. It happens.
It does.
But, well, I mean, for me, I think it's funny because, obviously, as we talked about, Breezy being formerly on CLG Esports, one split, or CLG Academy.
Couple splits, yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe around the same time, I don't remember when CLG Faith and FlyQuest fam came into
23.
I mean that was the same time that Breezy was on CLG, so there was technically a split where Breezy and Aaron both shared the same esports umbrella, even though one was on a significantly better team than the other one, but it's okay.
That's true. Yeah, again, nothing is worse than going 1-29 in the regular season. That was pretty tough. But hey, you know, to be fair to Chrome, he survived that. He's thriving in that. And hey, if you guys, of course, enjoyed that series, enjoy the league, of course, continue the conversation on socials, NACL on YouTube and Twitch, and at Watch NACL. on Twitter, hashtag NACL as well. The conversation going anywhere and everywhere. As that was a fun one. And Rafa, we pitched this coming in as it was going to be a close series between two teams that, again, sitting at 5-3 in the standings. Both teams have beaten all the teams below them at the standings. Both teams have lost to the three-headed Hydra and Near Airport, Luminosity Gaming, and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. So the last rubber match to really decide who gets side select in this upcoming best of 5. And I was concerned that it wasn't going to be as close as it was promised, but that game ended up being turned around by CCG. They find the win. They push it to a game 3, and Conviction did choose blue side as we dive into this one.
Well, that opens up some interesting topic points. There's still a few priority picks that are available in this series alone. Xin Zhao and Nefiri still up for grabs as priority junglers. Talia not yet picked once this draft. I think Varus, Sion is also available. Varus is also available. Thinking off the top of my head, there's not much there.
Figure it out as we go. Yeah, you know, it'll be nice when we get in the drafts. We get that graphic that has all the Fearless champs that were actually played, so we get to just track it and be easy peasy, you know.
There we go. I was just gonna say, as we head into the draft, Conviction Esports, you know, find themselves in a position where they, as you called out during the highlight montage, they were, you know, one different fight away from having really solid control of this game 2 and being able to close it out. But because of how that third dragon fight goes the way of CCG, they take full control of the game after. Array is unchecked and unmatched on the Ziggs. No reliable way to really answer him or lock him down, because Conviction from that point on are playing front to back and kiting away from the threats rather than engaging onto the back line. As we finally load up onto the third draft of the series. And even though Conviction Esports, their work's definitely cut out for them to close out the series, if Chrome can bounce back from CLG Faith and then win a CLOL championship a year later, anything can happen here, you know? Heart of the cards, baby.
Good shout. Also got some help from Dark Wings, of course, on that journey, too. Shout out to the old program of St. Louis University and their accomplishments in CLOL. As diving into picks advance, Nico taken away from Minui yet again. And a Rise ban from Aojun. I was going to see, like, you know, maybe we've seen early pick Rise come out. I know it's a really big pick for CCG and Aojun. I think he's been really good at it. Definitely something that Dark Wings can play in his champion Ocean, for sure. But yeah, curious to see what we end up grabbing for first picks. I know Xin Zhao could be banned here for CCG. Yeah, so Nefiri going to come on in. And we'll see what kind of answer Dardoch has. He's like the Pantheon into this champion in the past. But I do think that the Grub spawn being pushed back 2 minutes does really hurt Pantheon, who pre-6 is just an absolute menace on the Rift. Really tough to beat Pantheon in the 1v1s. Of course, the point and click into the Nefiri, though, is still quite good, and seems good enough for Dardoch to continue the sag.
Yeah, my favorite answer is already gone in this Fearless draft. Nope. Because you can dodge the Twisted Advance with Nefiri W. It's Poppy. Poppy is my favorite answer. Okay. Because you basically just, if you take up space and you get to objectives first, then you force the Nefiri engage, and it's a lot easier to stop Hound's Pursuit with Steadfast Presence. Ooh. But I like W. It's very fast, and it's on demand. If you flash to close the distance, you can limit the amount of reaction time that the Nefiri has to pop her own W. But the Shockwave delivery system, at least, Pantheon can, you know, flash W someone forward and then Shockwave right on top. I mean, this is a control mage that we just don't see that often in this meta landscape.
I think that we were kind of daring Conviction to not pick Talia. I got to say, I'm really surprised that Aojun just didn't slam Talia there, as the Pantheon Talia is a really good combo, but going with the Orianna can open up Dark Wings for some counter picks. Hui now going to be tied for his most played champion with the Victor at 4. And with Hui Jin, that's a really nice combo. A lot of ways to play off of that Jin. But opportunity to maybe see a counter pick out of Array. Gotta say, Misfortune, I believe, still on the board. So wouldn't be surprised if we actually see that emerge here. Okay.
I'm taking a shot in the dark here, Matt. I think the reason why CCG don't go for Talia and they lock... No. It's because Dark Wings has a pocket set that he could have busted out
Yeah,
as an answer into the Taliyah.
He plays the Ori. Hui, a really good matchup in the Taliyah as well. But again, the point and click for the Pantheon Taliyah combo is really good and something that a lot of teams are actually trying to deny in draft right now, with Fly especially just living on the ban list. But diving back into this draft, Rafa, Leona locked in, so those priority support's going to be taken away. I will say you could ban Braum, but Braum Jhin, not exactly the best lane here. So I do like the Rel ban, and then all the rest of the really priority engaged supports are kind of off the table. So curious to see what they do with this next ban. Also curious to see if Sion gets taken away, as do think that Sion is blindable, and in the what I see with Jhin, Hui, Nefiri, I would really like Sion for CCG and Crimson.
I would agree. And if a lot of the priority supports are gone, you don't really have an advantage picking an enchanter support here for Jhin, unless it's like, I don't know, a zillion just to make Jhin go faster, but not a lot of ideal options here. They're hiding the top lane for CCG, guaranteeing counterpick for Crimson instead.
Now I see Tristana, and I think that Hoarder should be playing Sion too, because it's a nice stat check in the Tristana, who of course can be that late game Thanos. And you mentioned Array and Resolve if you want to go back in time. Resolve, of course, that team with Array and APA, shout out to PCL, Fnatic in winter as well. They managed to upset TL in the spring with Gorka, and then C9 in the summer as a 15 seed in Proving Grounds. A lot of that was off the back of Array and his late game team fighting with stuff like the Tristana. So we'll see if he can carry it through here. As Renekton slammed on the top side for Conviction. Again, I am begging to see a Sion out of Crimson, as the Braum is locked in for Manui. And I got to say, I don't love this Conviction draft. I feel like we lack a little bit of proactivity, and also don't have a lot of good ways to actually proc the winner's bite.
Yeah, you don't have any champions on here that have an immediate go button too, right? The side of Conviction Esports, there's like no point and click guarantee that someone is going to be locked in. Cassante probably has. I'm curious why they went for Cassante. Maybe it's
it's good. It got buffed this patch too. They increased the W damage. Definitely a champ that Crimson's played.
I mean, but does that W
times.
damage matter?
Yes.
It was like a. Does it really? Because
it's true damage and all out. So like giving like the base damage, you just have more true damage now on the execute.
Okay. You know what? Okay, that makes a lot more sense because I saw the number and it was small. I'm like, bro, like, is this really a buff? But if it's true damage, it just goes to show. You know, like I don't know Cassante that well.
On the ult, So if you're all out, again, I like this CCG draft. I think that we have a couple of ball carriers between the Cassante and the Pantheon. You can get creative, and for me, that Braum. I mean, look, I am the biggest Braum fan. I think folks know. When I peaked GM, was #1 Braum and A. Got baptized by Core JJ a few times on the Rift. That was fun. But Braum Jhin, it's not terrible in the Triss Leona, but you can't proc the winner's bite that fast. And for me, like the Fury Renekton, it's not like you're pairing up Braum with a Xin Zhao. And the main engage for Conviction for me is kind of lacking. Like they really have to let CCG come into them to make plays, which to be fair, CCG wants to do, but I'm a little bit wary of Conviction of their ability to really proactively make plays in this one. I think it really can be on Dardoch and Breezy to run this map with the Pantheon Leona. So we'll see if they're up to it.
Yep. The exciting conclusion of CCG Esports and Conviction is on the horizon, y'all. Game 3. It's time to hit the Rift. Both teams now loaded up. You have the 5-man fan, and man, we've got a really, really long cinematic angle of this 5-man fan on both sides. Just getting to appreciate the entirety of Summoner's Rift now with the Spirit Blossom Chroma activated for this part of the season. Yeah, I still want to talk about this draft here, Matt, because as I'm looking more, like, when does Kisno ever feel like he can go in as Nefiri? You know, like it's there's no follow-up. Yeah, like normally when you see Nefiri, you want to see like burst damage from someone so that you can get a guaranteed reset, or at least someone else that is helping you go in with you on the dive. But your support can't really do that. Like a Braum can't fly in unless, you know, your flash stand behinding me with Kisno on the ulti and then like ulting. But Braum is not like a primary engage support, you know? So you absorb engages with Braum.
I think like one thing for me, the Jhin, Nefiri, and the Hui, the ability to like open up for the deadly flourishes to connect and maybe isolate targets and pick them is big. I mean, Conviction do have some ways where they can have range advantage. But again, like that main engage is going to be really tricky for them in this game 3. So I don't think it's impossible. They will outrange CCG at times, but again, the trigger pull for CCG is just going to be a lot stronger for me going into this game, which is why I kind of favor them on paper. Also, the safety of Tristana, just knowing that it is Array piloting this Tristana. Definitely trust him to be able to carry some of these late game fights on one of the best and safest late game carries that we have.
Yeah, pretty sure you can just answer the Hound's pursuit with a Buster Shot, and then boom. The Fury can't like get into the backline anymore unless he finds a reset on some other target, right? So there's just a lot of good answers into what Conviction Esports are going to try and do. I don't disagree. At least you have range damage that can, you know, at least chunk out members and then give a viable target for Kizno to go in. I just feel like if you're going in with the Fury, unless you're just disgustingly snowballed ahead, you want someone else going in with you. And neither Braum or Renekton have like the easiest times doing that in a grand 5-on-5 fight later in the game, right?
Yeah, for sure. So going to be on Conviction. They'll really be disciplined with the lines they draw. And it's not like Leona and Pantheon are one white champions, so it's not like it's completely doomed, right? Like, I mean, those champions, it's go in or do nothing, right? So they have the opportunity to play off that. But again, the lack of ability to pull the trigger on your own is definitely something that we have seen hurt teams, and not being able to snowball games fast enough. And do feel like Conviction needs to snowball this game going up against that Tristana.
Yep. Right now, laning phases are pretty volatile. Top lane could be tricky here, but Order able to sustain thanks to Empowered Call of the Meek, while Crimson forced to pop a potion. Order will do so as well.
When you go D-Shield on Renekton in this matchup, for me, it's like really saying that you actually want to get that first item Phage. So curious to see if Order ends up playing for that. Again, Black Cleaver, what you want to go going up against Crimson. As I am really happy. I've started to see some players just drop Eclipse. I get angry when I see Eclipse Renekton. Like the value of the unique passive on Eclipse for Renekton versus like the items like Black Cleaver, Shojin, or Sterax, it's just not worth it. And of course, this Batman Kasante is going to stack armor, so you're always going Cleaver. But we have seen some other games where that hasn't been the case. So we do see Hoarder actually bring that early TP to have a Cole. That's all right. Renekton does get some decent mileage out of Cole. Of course, the Empowered W, if you do throw that one out, you get plus 21 health from Cole, or plus 9, whatever it gives you back on auto attacks. I played around with that number a little bit. It's every auto, you get some flat health back. It's nice.
Yeah. It's actually been quite a long time when Dorn's Blade and Cole made that swap, right, where Dorn's Blade no longer gave like flat health on demand, and they just got percentage Omnivamp, as it's called now. Yeah. I think back then when the change was made, there was still Spell Vamp and Lifesteal. Maybe it is still Lifesteal.
Yeah, I think it was still flat. I just remember that they had to nerf it because I think that was back in the meta where it was like Sivir bot lane with Cole starts and like Yumi Lulu, and everyone hated that version of the game. There were very few people that actually enjoyed that version of League of Legends.
And meanwhile,
if you did, you were kind of a masochist.
During that same time, I think junglers were also like rushing Dorn's Blade as their first item because the stat value of that was so damn good.
Remember that?
Well, yeah. We're at the point in the matchup though where Hoarder can, on the Renekton, just walk past the Kasante and continue to proxy waves, since neither the junglers here really want to get involved in this Renekton Kasante matchup unless it's like desperately screaming for an easy kill or dive setup, but not so easy to dive either of these champions in a 1v2.
Yeah, of course, 6 minutes of the game have had each of our junglers complete 2 full clears here. So keeping things kind of quiet early on. It has been a nice job from Chrome in the bot lane of getting a small lead, but Array jumps in.
He popped the cleanse. So does Chrome. as he avoids what was maybe another stun from Breezy, and now they're going to turn around Chrome and Nui, forcing Breezy to flash. One more auto attack, not even needing the fourth one in the chamber, had it ready, locked and loaded for Array, and Kizno is going to find a straggler, flashing forward to guarantee the first Darkened Dagger, doesn't find the second one, but the Deadly Flourish follows up, and Dark Wings roamed on over, finds the Severing Bolt, and Conviction Esports, we talked about, if you want to roll this game, get a snowball, and just stat check your way to victory, that's how you start.
A really peculiar decision by CCG's bot lane to go in there. I just don't think they win at that timer. Again, it's a little bit more difficult to proc the winner's bite on the Braum, but like Jhin has fourth shot, and it was a pickaxe going up against Tristana, who was a little bit behind. I just don't think that like that's a winnable matchup. As Breezy's going to answer with Roam top, Ignite on the Hoarder. That might be enough to take him down.
Flash. Yep, there it is. Oh, the Q3! It knocks him into the Grand Starfall's trajectory. CCG Esports at least able to answer for the bot lane play by finding a successful one on the top side.
Yeah, good swap coming out from CCG. Will be answered here by Conviction, but they can swap back again if they want to. Again, gonna get another look. Can't really see the health bars here, but the Jhin was just able to rotate out 2 fourth shots. They got Winner's Bite procced on each of the supports, and Leona eating this one was down Aftershock and didn't have that Eclipse up on the W. So pretty easy for Jhin to clean that up. As Array has to flash away from 4-shot here, and with Kizno being bot, easy hunting on the Yordle, and gifting it over to Dark Wings feels pretty good too.
Frog! Yeah! I pet that frog.
I'm glad that you got excited over that, Rob.
Listen, man, I like the cinematic angle was cool and all. It's like, well, we know what happened here, but then the frog, and that's where the value was. That's money shot right there.
Well, as we kind of return to live here, Tristana's really far behind. So I think Array, uniquely Tristana into Renekton, you should be able to handle that as the Tristana, especially once you get Buster Shot. Like, Renekton, of course, is stronger, but shouldn't be able to kill you. So I think they're just going to trade these grubs for Array, getting some free time in the bot lane. Of course, Dragon has yet to be taken too. So I like the answer we're seeing from Dardoch. He's hunting for the bot side camps as they have Kizna spotted on the grubs up top, and all 3 grubs are secured by Conviction. So again, the strength of the new season, these 3 grubs, pretty similar to the strength of the 4 grubs in the last season in terms of the numbers. So I think the grubs for sure deprioritized a little bit on this new patch. Dragons for sure, like Team's Fuel, are stronger, but hey, that free take, that feels good. And now Darkwing's going to hunt for Dardoch. Is going to be red buff still taken away. So nice for Dardoch to get 2 camps away, drop that neutral, and we'll see if it can snowball into a dragon. If they want the dragon, it would have to take it here. But Dardoch not going to look. Instead, just continue to let Array try his best to farm back up and kind of get back into this game.
That is the big priority for CCG, because as we talked about before, I think when we look at the draft on paper and assuming a even footing game, we favored CCG's setup. We favored CCG's composition to really deal with any of the engage attempts that Conviction Esports is pretty much lacking in thereof. But we highlighted if Conviction find a snowball angle, I mean, this Nefiri, when she is out of control, it really does become super difficult to try and keep something like Nefiri in check. So CCG trying to play out the early game. Now that they botched bot lane a little bit, just slow enough for Conviction Esports to not take as many advantages as they normally would get if CCG were trying to, you know, go band for band. And CCG will just try to lose gracefully in the early game and just look for windows where they can play through some of the members that are doing well in the game, like Dardoch's Pantheon.
I don't think that, like, the CCG comp losing gracefully is exactly the answer. I think that just because of where Tristana's at, they're kind of forced to take this approach. But like, for me, I mean, Pantheon really excels at this part of the game. Of course, we did see the first Starfall connect and was positive for Dardoch to have it back up, but you know, I want to see, you know, shockwave combos with the Pantheon, and actually see Dardoch, you know, being able to snowball this game forward. Leona and Pantheon, again, one-directional champions. They're going to go in. So Conviction do have a lot of ways to try and absorb that. But again, a lot of raw strength in these champions in that point and click that they can try and win out on the frontline war.
Dardoch is currently on the top side, matched by Kizno, hovering his top laner just to make sure he can safely get this crash in. They do have a control ward in this tri-bush, so Dardoch is going to get spotted here. Hoarder able to get the double slice and dice, but the all-out brings him into range of Dardoch's Pantheon, and no flash on the Renekton means that Crocodile is getting turned into a belt and some boots. Conviction Esports losing out on their top laner again. At least for them, they are maintaining the pressure here on the bot side of the map.
And Crimson's Cassante continues to be solid, and I do like that from Dardoch, because, again, like the scaling, CCG does have better scaling this game. Oh,
they're all landing. Oh, Solar Flare connects after the cleanse was popped. Chrome forced to flash away, but he's got another jump, and Array shows that the first all-in was just a fluke. Array and Breezy being able to find the 2v2 successfully.
I mean, was able to farm up to that BF sword and just instantly finds the kill. That's huge for CCG, because, again, like my point was I was going to talk about how the Pantheon, his job to try and bridge some of the scaling of the Cassante, of the Tristana. Well, if you have Array and Breezy just making up for their sins previously and taking care of business on their own, things get a lot better, a lot easier for them. And again, Tristana, if she gets fed, one of the safest, strongest late game carries you can possibly ask for on your team. So Array, correcting the mistakes that him and Breezy made previously, finds the kill and gets CCG in pretty good footing.
And the fact that they found that 2v2 kill while down components and gold just goes to show that Array and Breezy were able to just outplay Manui and Chrome and understanding the matchup much better than Chrome and Manui were able to execute for themselves. Deadly Flourish does not connect for a root onto Breezy, but he's going to get slowed by the curtain call. 2 bullets fly his way. Fourth one, not going to find anything as no one was no longer in range, but the pressure of that curtain call forces CCG out of the bottom river. That's the second dragon. Actually, I thought they already took a dragon, but I guess this is the first dragon of the game. All right, cool.
All good. Shift down. Hoarder's going to give a little bit of CS on that top side. It's
oh, no cleanse. Solar Flare locking down Chrome. And here comes Dardoch. Kizno is also here, but the flash and stun ensures that Chrome has got nowhere to go with no summoner spells. Array's going to get one more reset jump, but will not use it to hunt for Kizno, since this is a Nefiri, pretty slippery, and still with flash, not going to be a viable target to be locked down. But CCG continuing the reverse snowball now on their side.
I mean, that's kind of the concern we had for this Conviction comp too, right? Because it's not like they can find their own engages. They have to do their best to catch their own. And Chrome being up there like that was out of position, out of summoner spells, and was punished as Array gets a quick twofer. And all of a sudden, this Tristana that was set really far behind early on with that first blood from Chrome and Manui is 3-1 and in really good shape, Rafa.
Yep. Should have enough gold to look for the tier 2 boots if he wanted to complete it. No, he just wants more damage. Okay.
That hurts.
So
yeah.
Yuntal into Infinity Edge coming your way in the next few minutes, folks. And this Tristana, she's going to be thick on the damage charts.
I mean, so nice too, like with the Yuntals and of course Tristana's Q, that kind of gives you enough attack speed to afford to go for a build like this with Berserker Greaves. So your spike is relatively early. As the swap does come down from CCG, they want to prioritize the Rift Herald coming on up, and maybe a first turret is again. Hoarder, he does have ult, does have flash. We're gonna have to see if he can do his best to actually clean up that way, but he's too scared to even approach it. Just gonna give it. He did pop his coal. I think he's sitting on a lot of gold right now. It just doesn't feel confident enough to be there.
Yeah.
So it's first turret for Conviction, but CCG gonna take this outer and should respond with the Rift Herald in kind too.
Yeah, Crimson had a similar experience where he wanted to defend the wave, but because Kizno was hovering on the top side, that is a 1v3. And we know that Cassante is pretty hard to dive. He did not want to take those chances and challenge those odds there. CCG continuing to clean out some camps on the top side here. Dardoch being able to find another camp to counter jungle. Darkwings is in trouble, doesn't have cleanse, does have flash. And you know what? That's totally okay for CCG, because now that's a Quay without flash for the next 5 minutes.
I mean, the Breezy, another Solar Flare, another Grand Starfall from the Pantheon definitely could connect and punish that artillery mage. As Manui walking in here.
Breezy absorbs it.
Hold
A
the
lot
line.
of damage with the Spiraling Despair. Kizno looking for that first reset. Doesn't pop the Hound's Pursuit quite yet. Curtain Call fishing for some more damage. Severing Bolt, not going to find anyone here. A flank from Crimson. Here comes the Cassante, who's going to take on a ride with the All-Out, but he's getting bursted out. He doesn't even get a chance to use the All-Out. It was just perma CC. Hoarder being able to answer in tow, and now Darnock is in trouble. Conviction Esports are able to turn that fight around.
At Crimson, he went for the steel caps. He didn't go for the Merc Treads. Gets completely 100-0'd as he wasn't able to get the ult down. Wasn't, used the W proactively, right, on the Unstoppable. I think looking back, hindsight 2020, Crimson for sure should have ulted earlier on with whatever target he could have snagged. And that's a world where Conviction, again, their comp has to catch the engage of CCG. Did a nice job of it there. We're able to find a couple kills and actually pick up that Herald for themselves.
That's pretty big. Was Feats of Warfare secured for anyone in the trade?
Conviction's got it.
Okay.
Look at the way.
Oh, bam. Okay. Well, it's not great for CCG. They are now slightly down gold. It's still a relatively even game, so neither team has, commanding control over the map, but we've got second dragon spawning in the next 50 seconds here. Second items have not been achieved by anyone on the map so far, but they are close. We've got, I think, what is a Black Cleaver being built by Kizno after the Shojin rush, which really helps with the Black Cleaver shred of Hoarder, as well as just trying to spread as much armor penetration as possible throughout targets. And even Chrome, paying respect to something like the Cassante. Oh, Aojun.
I said they were.
Shockwave. Oh, my goodness. And did you see how Kizno avoided the Shockwave with the Call of the Pack? Mwah! Chef's kiss. Easy pick off onto the Orianna.
Bork. Kizno able to make sure that he gets out of that one. Aojun for sure too far up. Did save the flash. So
hang on. Before you continue your point, chat, clip that. That is the only time I've ever heard Cubby bark on cast. That's valuable content. That is blackmail material.
You could tell by how lazy it was too. It definitely wasn't Rafa's howl, which hopefully we'll hear later on in the cast. We're lucky.
Well, we'll see. Kizno's got to earn it though. He's got to earn it. He does ram the Rift Herald on the Lord of the Rings moment. Yeah.
That's not the Fury moment. That's a good player moment though. We'd like to see that out of Kizno and Darkwings as man. That death on Aojun turns out to be quite expensive. Dragon traded for 2 turrets in the top side. I think Conviction pretty happy with that.
Breezy was waiting, and Kizno already commits the recall. Oh, is Darkwings in trouble? Kizno said, see why at. Darkwings, if you get out, nice. If not, sorry, brother. I've got items to buy. Spiraling Despair on Aojun is going to make this job a little longer, but it is a big shutdown going to the pockets of Aojun's Orianna.
Really nice buffer on that first Zenith Blade from Breezy. Caught the fear, got to the other side of the Hui, and then started to walk away from the Hui, which meant he was actually covering where Hui was walking, so was able to connect with Q. Mechanically really well played by Breezy there. Made that kill look easy, and as you highlighted, Rafa, a lot of gold going over to that Orianna as the shutdown secured, and Aojun, well, it was a mistake that led to the couple of enters. That's some gold back in the pockets of him and CCG.
So, quick question. This is a tangential thing.
Okay.
If laners are still building not Rod of Ages, but Catalyst, do they just never build a Rod of Ages because it would be in a...
Just chilling, man.
What the flip, bro? That's 1,100 gold, right?
1,300.
1,300?
It's really valuable, like statistically, and
really? I mean, when you're selling it, you're getting what, like 700, 800 gold back?
It doesn't matter. You sit in it for the majority of the game, and statistically, the health and mana you get, and the health and mana you recover.
All right.
Because of course, it has that Roa passive in terms of when you burn health to get mana back, and vice versa.
Okay.
It's Viger V2's done the math. A lot of players are starting to grab it.
Okay.
We also see Darkwings with a bit of a Home
I won't
Depot
question
build.
it. Listen, I mean, that's why I'm a filthy jungle
I'm explaining
main.
it. I don't love it either, but I know it's good, like mathematically.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey guys, I'm just a play-by-play. I'm just a jungle main.
No, it's a good question. I think fans at home are wondering the same thing, Rafa.
Okay. Well, I'm willing to be, you know, the person that gets
You're my
called out on
foil
social.
to make me look smarter, and check your PayPal later. It's fine.
Cha-ching. Oh, hey, look at that. Yep. Cubby at XXX Gmail. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
CCG try.
That's one too many.
CCG now trying to make their way into the river. But there's no objective to play for, so they're not pressed to do so, as long as they just want to maintain vision control of this bottom quadrant here. 2 minutes for the third dragon of the game. It is another Infernal Soul. That's very exciting, considering that there's a lot of explosive carries on both of these two squads.
Yeah, I think a little bit more value for Conviction, just given the Jhin, his unique scaling, and then a little bit more damage can be built on Conviction's side, but still... both teams always gonna be happy to grab that one. As we do see, I know that there wasn't a objective where Conviction was kind of sitting in their vision, but I do like the fact that Conviction is sitting in their vision. I think that shows a good understanding of what their comp wants to and needs to do, which again is catch the engage of CCG and turn it on them. As the trigger pull from Conviction, not nearly as good as the tools that CCG is going to be bringing to the table.
So about a minute and a half away before this next dragon. Everyone has been just hovering around this bottom side of the map. There's really nothing to play for on the top side, since Otacon is also on the bot side. So it's just making sure they can find a quick pick here. Array gonna get one auto attack, one singular rocket shot onto this Renekton. Forced to jump over to the other side of the wall here. A recall coming out from Breezy. He's gonna cancel it. Conviction are grouping up as 5.
3 grubs.
Yeah, the power of those 3 grubs. Grand Starfall. Dardoch joins the fray, and yeah, they found Braum all right. Manui falls, but so does Breezy, so it's support for support. Great curtain call. Gonna look for a couple of stragglers here. Array has to block damage, but he doesn't want to take the 4th bullet either. Is able to jump and sidestep that one. Dardoch is chunked, and Conviction Esports have a window to look for this tier 1 in the mid lane, and maybe a dragon off the back of it.
Yeah, good try from Chrome. He did try and guess that rocket jump coming out of the Tristana, as Aojun gonna have to flash. Good plays from Chrome there. I know it wasn't a lot of blood spilled, but I do feel like he got an extra summoner spell in the back half and nearly found the guess onto Array. As the brute force does work, the tower does fall. Both teams have to reset. I will say, I think that took a little bit too long for Conviction. I think they have to drop the dragon just based on the tempo. Darkwing is going to try and TP to at least kill the mid-wave early, but you can see CCG playing through bot. They're going to have more members at the dragon first.
Yeah, and I think
the map's on fire, though.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to answer the top wave. Hoarder already proactively TPing to the bottom side.
They flourish? Not in range.
CCGE.
I don't know why Chrome's mid again. I feel like this is actually a really good look at Conviction looking the bot river now. But he's catching that mid wave very high, which is going to force Aojun to show there again.
Yeah, pressuring the tier 1 turret too. You know, CCG can make this dance, and it's on Conviction to start this dragon up. I wonder if CCG just leech on over to the Otacon instead. Teleport is now coming in from Aojun. TP to the safety of this bot lane. Otacon has been aggroed. Dragon being leashed right now. Hoarder popped the Dominus. This dragon will go over to Conviction Esports, but I'm curious if CCG want to force a fight now and look for the Otacon on the turn instead.
I really love how Conviction actually just played that sequence by getting the mid and top waves, then cutting the CCG off here. This is really the only play that CCG has.
Oh my goodness.
They're a bit split going for the Hoarder.
Okay, well, Hoarder forced to flash away, but look at where CCG is. They have to play for the tier 2 on the bot side because Chrome is already pushing through the tier 2 in the mid lane. A lot of macro trades are being made, and you can see how competitive both of these teams are because they're understanding how many turret trades they can opt in for. But now the question comes down to, can CCG make it out alive with this tier 2 trade? Can they make the escape? Glacial Fissure already used. Array is critically low on HP thanks to the locket of the Iron Solari. Will at least keep him alive for now. Crimson. Crimson's got a front line. Deadly Flourish. Snacking Breezy. Or it's Dardoch, I should say. This jungler's going to fall unless he flashes over the wall. Kizno trying to look for one more Darkened Dagger. Dodges the Zenith Blade with the call of the pack. Crimson falling. Kizno died! Dardoch! No, wait, Grand Starfall! Oh, but he got seen by Chrome. Finds one more bullet in the chamber and ensures that it's jungler for jungler going down. Crimson also falling. Hoarder still alive. The rest of CCG trying to stay on the map and ensure that Conviction Esports cannot play for this Otacon.
No TP's up for Conviction. I don't think they want to take it, as Eogin's going to get a sneaky little base cancel there. But I really like the sequence from Conviction that led to them taking the Dragon. Again, the waves that they prepped, they had mid and top push. They completely cut CCG off. CCG, believing they were the stronger fight, opted the group and take that inner turret, which, yeah, they got. But in the back half, they were way too far up on the map. And Conviction, again, were able to just kind of lean on their poke and pepper them down over time. As CCG really far in, Array gets chunked out early, so he's kind of forced to base, or at least forced to retreat. He can't auto-attack freely, and if he can't auto-attack freely, that's a lot of the damage gone for CCG. It was Chrome that was first on the rotation, did have to flash away from the Orianna, as I believe Shockwave was burned there. So they do get Jin's flash in the back half. That was a bit of a surprising kill from Dardox. Does get collected here. It's good for drop, but man, again, the sequence that led to the map being in that state was created by Conviction playing mid and top first off the deploy. They got the push. CCG had to respond, and then Conviction cutting them off, forcing CCG to the bottom side of the map was really, really well played by this team. Again, this is a young team that we have in NACL. I mean, Porter is a rookie, Manui experienced but role swap. Kizdo also have been in and out of the league a little bit. Still a bit of a younger player. To see them taking it to CCG, a lot of experience on Dardoch, Array, and Breezy. It's been kind of good as the macro have been a lot of back and forth here, Rafa, and the back and forth going to lead to a free Otacon for Conviction in the back half of that sequence.
The advantage is just barely large enough for Conviction Esports to feel confident on maintaining control of this bottom side of the map. That guarantees the Thornbound Otacon another potential snowball factor for this squad. It's only 2,000 gold ahead against CCG, but once again, like we highlighted with this draft, you want team fights to be explosive and give more low health targets for Kizno to easily reset off of as Nefiri with the Hound's Pursuit, so that she can just run amok and isolate and find targets for CCG to immediately create that numbers advantage. And then champions like Jin and Renekton and Hui have such an easier time navigating these fights when there's less members to worry about.
Also, I just love Darkwing's. Oh, hold on, fight. Breezy.
Breezy catches the Glacial Fissure. Curtain Call opens up as well. It's only the front line that are absorbing the Curtain Call bullets. Look at where Hoarder is. He's TP to the back line. Breezy falls to the last bullet. Chrome able to find that one. Hoarder is gone on the Renekton. He was brought back. Kizno under fire, flashing in. Array looking for the jump. Gets one more jump back, but Chrome collects him in mid-flight. Shockwave scooping up Chrome, but no damage can be followed up onto the Jin. He walks up with the last bullet in the chamber that uses on the mid-wind wave. Dark Wings trying to press forward, using the current to give himself that movement speed. The rest of CCG will hold their ground. They still have a jungler, while Conviction Esports does not. So there's no objective to strongly play for. Next dragon spawning in 20 seconds.
I was shocked by how fast Manui died there. I don't know if the Locket Flash heal were off cooldown in the fight, but I can't see them all on or like available now, right? And Hoarder, I think that angle is just a little bit too deep. He doesn't really have the armor yet to get through this Tristana as Array. Man, he was damn fed in that fight, Rafa, and now look at his inventory. Flicker Blades and working towards the pen as Dardoch goes in. Manui. I think this is bad for CCG.
Wait. The scoop up by Dark Wings Way. Spiraling Despair right on top of it. Takes a lot of damage, but man, Dark Wings Way just opened up this game for Chrome to be able to find the stragglers, as Kizno will now find Aljun isolated easily with the Hound's Pursuit. Screw the dragon. Start going for the base if you're Conviction Esports.
I don't get that play from CCG. I was just talking about how fed Array is. They took the one fight where Array isn't there. Now it's only Array. Death timers are long. It's at least going to be an inhibitor. Do Conviction actually push for the game?
Do they see the series win in their sights? They're going to go for it, or at least a Nexus Tower or two. Conviction Esports opening up Curtain Call. Array already chunked below 50% HP. That's me it. Order flashing on top of Array. Explosive charge won't do enough. Sterix Gage is able to proc it. Array down to 10 HP. He's done! Conviction Esports have the Nexus in their sights. Open and bare. And Conviction Esports will slam this series shut. One more last stand from CCG is not enough. Conviction Esports win 2-1.
They secure themselves, side select, and solidify themselves as that 4 seed going into the playoffs here, Rafa. As, again, I really felt like that game was in good shape for CCG. That engage was just so unwarranted in the mid lane. Again, Array was 7-2. It was the one fight they took where Array couldn't be there. And they get clean wiped. They, again, overcommitted into the Braum, the Way, the Jin. The one thing that we said they couldn't do in the game. CCG really quickened their own demise. That mistake, Conviction were able to turn it into a win. Take the series now, get side select on the likely playoff matchup of the first round, as they will have a rematch against CCG.
Conviction believers really eating good after this series.
That was a damn close series. I really like how they cleaned up that game 3, but still think that was a really poor mistake from CCG that, again, quickened their own demise in a game where they have Tristana scaling. So I just don't think that play was really warranted at all. And that's not a hindsight area, right? It's, again, your Tristana is 7-2. We're team fighting in a 4v5 without Tristana. That's not the play that we want to take for CCG, as their impatience kills them and decides the series in favor of Conviction.
We'll see if they can clean things up once we get to playoffs, as, you know, I think that's the one, you know, co-benefit that you can look at if you are CCG fans or just CCG themselves going, okay, well, we lose side select more than likely, but you know what, that's okay. We'll show our true strength when it comes to the best of 5. But for Conviction Esports, I mean, they're going to take that and, you know, be proud of the results and the showing that we got to see from them today. I still look at game 1 being like the most... Oh, thank you for the frog, by the way. Sorry, I love frogs, man. Anyway, gosh, I lost my train of thought. Conviction. I still really love their game 1. That was still my favorite showing for them this entire series, just because their understanding of objective control and setup was really a masterclass being shown in that game. And I think CCG just getting a big expression of, man, you know, this Vi Ahri comp kind of sucks if we don't play proactively enough, right? And so hopefully for me, it's a potential sign of things to come of, you know, certain champions being phased out of the meta, other champions coming back into the meta because of the conversation we had about, well, now with Grubs being delayed to 8 minutes instead of 6 minutes, that means level 6 timers for jungle and potentially support are way more prominent for that fight.
Yeah, like you, as support, if, again, you leech XP off mid before 8 minutes, you should have 6 if the game is standard before the Grub spawn. So props to, shout out to Mickey X, who was actually a really big part of actually creating that meta in the past when G2 was smurfing with the old timers. And I think that's valid. I think in this league, I mean, we're a tier 2 league. The scaling usually is a little bit better because teams just aren't as clean in terms of snowballing through, which creates later games, just scaling being better. I still need more data on tier 1, but for sure feel like we're kind of in that old meta where I know when it was Mythics, there was a lot of conversation around, okay, do you want to fight at 15 minutes as a comp or 25 minutes as a comp, right? Be fighting on Mythic Spike or like 2-3 item Spike, which I can kind of feel that coming back with a lot of the timers, as I think a big thing was it opened up junglers to actually look to interact with lanes, so they just always have to be strong for the objectives. And yeah, definitely saw the game changed a lot, and these teams are going to have to adapt quickly as playoffs, of course, start next week. And playoffs are fast and furious here in the NACL, as the format that we have, of course, top 2 seeds, you do get a bye, and it is a double elimination bracket, but of course, you don't want to spend those lives too quick, too soon, too early.
True. And as we approach playoffs, we go from best of 3s to best of 5s. Yes. So the exciting drafts that Conviction Esports, you know, showed us in this series alone and across the entire regular split gets to be exemplified even more, or at least tested even more, once we add an additional potential 2 games to the series overall, or at least, you know, a third if you're just straight smurfing, you know, the first 2 wins of the series. And CCG Esports, not to say that they don't have creative drafts themselves. They obviously have some pocket picks that we've seen in the regular season or even in this series with something like the Aurelia. But I think there is a manner that's Conviction we're able to play out specific win conditions so diligently and so respectfully in terms of just like understanding, hey guys, we cannot F around, you know, when it comes to getting first 2 objectives when we have this composition. If we are first here, CCG are just limited on how they can enter and how they can actually, you know, fight their way through all of the things that it makes it hard for them in those choke point scenarios.
I mean, for sure, something to look out for. Again, this patch really evolving as we figure out what it means for our league and globally. And I know that, you know, talking about CCG Conviction, what they're showing, what they're pulling out, I do think that both teams are a little bit incentivized to not show everything. As, of course, next week's matchup matters more as we are entering playoffs, Rafa. So stakes get a little bit higher, and this will be a rematch that we see in a best-of-3. So kind of curious to see what we end up getting with both drafts. And to be fair, to Conviction, Game 2, they might have cooked a little bit too hard, even if I do like the idea that one didn't pan out. So, but still, good look for Conviction, and excited to see more out of them.
Sometimes you gotta F around to find out. But thankfully, we're gonna get a chance to not only sit down with one of the members of Conviction Esports for the interview, we're gonna sit down with one of the head cooks in the kitchen. It is Bach, the coach of Conviction Esports, on the interview desk. Welcome. Oh, he's got an R2-D2 deck. That's some insane sick drip flex right there. My goodness.
Yeah, no, I always keep this one next to me. He's my co-pilot here, but how's it going, everyone?
Good. It's good to see you, Bach. Glad that you get to join us on the broadcast. Of course, big win for you guys as you guys secure 4 seed. Bach, a little bit of background on you. You know, tell fans at home, this is not the only team that you've been helping out with this split. What's it been like for you really coaching overtime? I know you were helping out with the ERL squad. You have your own content. What's it been like for you on this journey and joining NACL as your first split coaching this group of guys and in this league?
You know what? Something I found out long ago is I am never going to make a living doing esports, but I'm going to make a lot of memories and learn a lot of lessons. So I've spent basically the past couple of years just, I don't know if I can swear. I'm not going to swear. Busting my butt to make as much of an impact as I have. So I coach a team in Europe. Right now I'm the assistant coach because NACL is just such a bigger time commitment, and I wanted to give these guys everything I could. But yeah, we made EMEA Masters last split. We're on track to make EMEA Masters again this split. We're undefeated in our ERL, and here we are making playoffs in NACL. So I would of course not take credit because you can't do it without a team, but it's just been such a wonderful experience. So stay busy.
Wow. That's awesome, dude. And this is our first introduction. Obviously, you've had experience already interacting with Matt behind the scenes. I think it was for Supernova Dark Matter, if I'm correct there.
He was stuck with my ass showing up sometimes and not, you know. So yeah.
Hey, Bach, if you wanted to see if you could swear or not, Cubby just took the bullet for you, so you know, no worries on that. I'll take a question real quick. Bach, where do you when it comes to cooking up some of these drafts, you know, Cubby has already alluded that, you know, Manui helps with, you know, the chefing, but you know, how much of the conversation is it just between you two, or you know, how much of the contributions are coming from some of the individuals on the team themselves as well?
So I want to like make sure that I'm not taking any credit that is not deserved here. I think this team without Manui, like his mind behind a lot of the drafts would not be nearly as potent. So I would like to say that I'm a little bit like what is it? I help filter some like the more funny business and help provide a lot of ideas, but I want to give credit. Manui's an extremely smart player. He studies the game a lot, puts in a lot of time. So yeah, it's not a one-man show.
Well, I mean, never is, and I know that always a team effort when you guys are figuring it out. And obviously, you know, you guys secured the 4th seed here. That does mean side select against your likely opponent in CCG. You know, diving into playoffs, we did see a pretty big meta patch. Rafa and I were talking a lot about scaling being a little bit stronger with the grubs being pushed back. There only being 1 spawn, and of course, them being a little bit less strong, as 3 grubs are pretty much the equivalent of what 4 was on the last patch. How do you guys go about figuring that out, whether it's, you know, practice or just trying to diagnose? How often are you guys able to really scrim and practice throughout the week? As of course, I'm sure that players, you know, have other responsibilities like school and jobs as well on your squad.
Yeah, I think all of my players are in work, school, or a combination of both. So it does make it difficult. I thought we were friends, Cubby. So I don't appreciate you asking me to divulge all our secrets on broadcasts like this. That's kind of messed up.
I thought you said you were Louis, man. Come on.
Hey, well, you know what? Come on, you know. it's a lot of talk back and forth. It's a lot of posting clips or screenshots from other regions. There's a lot of discussion, and then when we kind of hit the scrims, that's kind of where we have to make the most out of our limited time, because I know teams like Winthrop are playing 5,000 times a week, and they just get way more reps than teams like us, but we still somehow find a way to make it work much more effectively, at least so far. And I'm not trying to brag a little bit, but we are higher on the standings, so we're doing something right?
I respect that a lot. Sorry that Cubby was trying to get some secrets.
I trained you well PR-wise. You did a nice job getting out of that one.
Well, my last question will not try to divulge any secret sauce that you guys are cooking up for playoffs, but because of all the workload that you have for yourself, basically coaching teams across multiple regions. For you, what are some of your goals with this specific roster by the end of spring season as well as summer?
So Rafa, I'm gonna be 31 this July, and I feel like as a jaded old man, my goals have kind of just transcended placing well in the split. Going into this season for NACL, I was told by some people that the players that I had on my roster would be a pain in the butt to work with. Like they would butt heads, there would be arguments, people would refuse to take criticism. And so far this split, I felt like none of that has actually come to fruition, and I felt like we've actually came together and showed a lot of progress as a team. So my goal with every team that I work with is always, what can I hopefully give these players that is not just something they can use in the season, but will help them grow as people moving forward? Because that's also what I'm looking forward to. Like NACL, even winning is not the end goal in life. So I would like to foster some really healthy communication tactics, with my players, so they can, if they have some problems they want to talk about, they can feel comfortable doing that in an environment and know how to handle that on their future teams, because I have full faith that if these guys really want it, they can win NACL either this split or next split or go higher. So that's kind of like my goal, or like what I'm shooting for right now.
Well, I mean, knowing your team, they're probably doing a lot of that communicating in Twitch chat right now. So I think you got no worries there. But
yeah, little rats,
Bach,
dude.
Yeah, little rats, of course. But hey, you did a nice job managing them and helping get the most out of the squad. Bach, floor is yours, man. Any thank you shout out to like to give before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out all of the players. They're the ones who were like, hey, we want Bach to coach us, and it's been a treat. I've learned a whole lot. I couldn't have done it without them. Shout out to Tempest for picking us up initially, and then for transferring us to Conviction, who have been great to us so far. Big shout out to Sean Atonin. He's been like the mastermind who kind of got everything started way back in the day. And of course, everyone in the amateur scene, especially you, Cubby, who's helped me grow along the way. I'm still growing. Goal is LTA one day. Will it happen? I don't know, but I'm going to try my hardest. So thank you all. It's been wonderful.
Appreciate you, buddy. Always good to, I'm glad we got to talk to you, and folks got to hear your voice a little bit and know all the effort and time you put in behind the scenes with these guys. And congrats on 4th seed. Beating every team that's not the 3-headed Hydra. That's a good start for your season, and best of luck trying to take down that 3-headed Hydra as we go into playoffs.
Yeah, coming for you, Deos.
It won't be good luck when we get the playoffs, Won't be good luck.
Hey, I mean, let's give some credit where credit is due. Conviction Esports did take a game off of Luminosity.
It did. It was a good series.
The race to trying to beat the top 3 is definitely not that far away for someone like Conviction Esports, who by securing themselves 4th seed, you are kind of the designated dark horse of the playoffs for our spring season, right? I obviously was looking at CCG being the bigger favorite for dark horse. I still think they can be a dark horse in certain matchups, right? But Conviction Esports definitely, overcoming my expectations, and we're gonna see now who our MVP for the series is. Drumroll. I'm thinking Dark Wings. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, the play ended up being pretty game-changing in this last fight. I feel like the way that he played this one out, obviously it was an overextension from CCG, but Darkling's got the max punish as he flashes out of this one and ended up being quite good.
While the montage is playing, Cubby, I just want to get this off my chest. I love Isaac, man. I love Dark Wings. Ever since I first heard of this kid, winning the Red Bull solo queue 1v1 tournament and then making
the Casio
yes, the Casio. Dude, when CLG versus Dignitas Academy, there's a moment where all hopes are on Darkwings' shoulders, and he just clutched the fuck up, baby. Yeah, I'm dropping it because Darkwings deserves it. This guy, this guy has been on multiple teams, and I know that sometimes it's not always a great split for Darkwings, but I have loved his resilience, his humble attitude, his work ethic to constantly prove himself in a tier, in a league where many other mids are looked at first before they even consider someone like Darkwings. And I think this is, much like as we talked about Array and Breezy, this is the first time in a while that they get a chance to break into the top 3 for their role. I think Darkwings is putting on a split that actually puts him in conversation for being top 3 compared with the other mids we have.
I'm with you, man. I think Pobelter's been kind of the GOAT this split, but outside of that, I do think the Darkwings been really, really solid. So definitely good to see and get praise. I know some of his accomplishments early on. I mean, he was the only, or when we had the Proving Grounds era for those 2 years, he was a player that on 4 different teams with very different teammates qualified for Proving Grounds every single time. I think that really says a lot about him and the flexibility. And when Bach was saying that, other people in the scene might have told him that some of the players could have been stubborn or difficult to work with, that wasn't Isaac. I can guarantee you that, man.
Yeah.
That guy's a little puppy. A lot over for the team.
Dude, Isaac is a good boy. He does what he needs to do for the team. And in past iterations, that's unfortunately sometimes been dog mid role, but when he's given carries, woo! I mean, guys, he won a 1v1 competition for a reason. This guy does have hands, and if you give him the stage to shine on, he's gonna burn bright. So yeah. I'm happy that Isaac is definitely showing up in form and at least making a name for himself here in this split.
Great to see from all Conviction. They clutched up, managed to find a win in the back half, and glad folks got to hear from Coach Bach. Obviously, I've gotten the privilege to work with him behind the scenes, but always love when our coaches talk about stuff outside the game, taking learnings from life. That's what it's all about. And him shouting out Deo is definitely another coach that does that, and in charge of a damn good team in Luminosity Gaming. Definitely a match we are looking forward to potentially seeing in playoffs as we're getting closer and closer to diving on into that. Yeah,
love the connection to Deos too, since Deos was the first NACL coach for Darkwings back on that first Dignitas Academy squad. Oh, I missed him so much. Anyway, Nostalgia Fest aside, standings are up, and with it, we are still not necessarily locked in terms of placements on where everyone is score-wise, but this is pretty much, I actually you're right, because when I look at the last 3 games, or last 3 series tomorrow, Winthrop, Dark Zero, Near Airport, Pulse, Luminosity Gaming, Supernova, even if
Luminosity loses, then you get change up the 2 and 3 seeds given the tiebreaker, right? But 4 through 6 is locked. 7 through 10 is pretty much locked. Like, we know what our playoff picture is. We know who's getting relegated. Blue Water and Supernova can, fight for 7th or 8th. Who cares about that? But yeah, we're getting really close. It is going to be Conviction versus CCG in that first round, as Winthrop cannot reach the win-loss that CCG has. So again, that series was just for side select, and I gotta say that was a damn good one. Definitely built some excitement for when these 2 teams go toe-to-toe again next week.
Yep. And speaking of our tomorrow series,
the Super Week continues.
Super Week continues, baby. 4 back-to-back days as we are coming to a close of our regular season with our final 3 series tomorrow. Winthrop University against Dark Zero, Near Airport versus Pulse, and Luminosity Gaming versus Supernova. This is the first time we've had 3 back-to-back series on a NACL broadcast day, so it actually means we're going to have a caster swap after the second series. Yeah,
well, you'll see a lot of faces tomorrow. Definitely excited for that one, as I believe that first matchup, it will be the Dark Zero Dragon Steel sub-squad playing, so we're probably not going to have, it'll probably be the Toasty matchup, which they're going to probably protect some of their stuff for CLOL, is my guess coming in. As I know that Dark Zero Dragonsteel actually had some pretty dynamite scrims that were good enough where they actually opted to put the sub-squad in. And still won an NACL. I guess they're just that good, the 2 teams they have, man. Shame that no one grabbed that secondary team in the league. I really feel like they could have been successful if they got to play like as an 11 team or just overall,
well, it adds to Dark Zero benefiting now having 2 legitimate NACL squads under their belt that they can swap
Maryville
and pivot
tradition.
between. Yep, Maryville tradition, baby. And
two teams that maybe top 8 or top 4 in CLOL, the 2 teams top 4 in NACL, maybe. That's pretty insane over the last 5 years. So
yeah,
props to them.
You know, Maryville University has definitely built up a massive legacy and prestige to earn that respect and earn the respect of players that are strong enough to be wanting to play under their banner. But I'm sorry, I did not hear the last call from
Socials.
my producer. Oh, socials. Oh, by the way, guys, continuing the conversation on socials as always, hashtag NACL on all platforms, and then at NACL on all platforms except Twitter /X/ whatever, at Watch NACL, whatever you want to call it, the bird site, the Forbidden Curse site. Anyway, that's where the conversations are happening. Thank you to everyone in chat and all of our co-streamers that were watching all the series today. Yes. I bet if I'm not sure who was co-streaming today, but if Bon Chili, aka the resident Blue Otter co-streamer supporter, was definitely very happy with a convincing and dominant series end for Blue Otter, and at least ending the regular season on a high note, as well as any Supernova streamers who were also celebrating, knowing that Blue Otter guaranteed their summer split gonna be convincing. Yep. Yeah. So, yep. Always love having co-streamers being able to spread the word and spread the viewership and making sure to bring in more viewers and eyes to the scene here on the NACL. But that does it for me and Cubby. Any last shout outs, buddy, before we close out the show?
No, I had a blast. I'll see you guys for the last series tomorrow. Shout out to all of our NACL teams that continue the grind. It's been a lot of fun.
Yep, it's been a blast. Regular season coming to a close tomorrow, so make sure you tune in and see how it all unfolds. As always, it's Roth and Cubby. We'll see you next time. Stay healthy, stay safe. See you tomorrow.
Bark, bark.
Diffuse both of these hounds' pursuits by Lojaz, and now this Nefiri is feeling more like a wounded puppy, and Lojaz just cannot get back into this fight. Baz is trying to do everything he can, but look at how Blue Otter are just navigating this fight. They are weaving out all of the damage while being able to evade any answers from AMI in the back.
We'll say Fine Mini did pick up a solo kill on the Quacker in the bot lane, so AMI gonna do their best to come back with Lojaz.
Oh, he clipped Lojaz with that.
Speaking of fighting, Aaron being taken, should be secured, and Rafa.
Apex Mission Impossible, gonna try to see if they can make that happen. Not gonna be the case. Flash from Decoy looking for Samikin. Unfortunately, there's a red buff in the way, and Poke is not even finding the knockup because Samikin flashed the pulverize, and that's it. That's the end of the line for Apex Mission Impossible. Phi Mini will try one last time to send it for the boys, but for Blue Otter, a triumphant way to at least end the second half of the split. Yes, playoffs is not in the cards, but you know what is in the cards? Guaranteed that we'll see Blue Otter in summer split.
Something I know a lot of fans at home will be excited about, as Blue Otter again won over the hearts of a lot of NACL fans.
And the story continues, Matt. CCG getting bullied out of their own jungle quadrant here on the top side, and everyone from CCG is just not necessarily in the proper position they need to really fight with the best strengths of this composition that they have. Just more playing into what Conviction want to do, which is in these choke points now. That's a lot of damage. The Equalizer finally clipping a lot onto Chrome's health bar. Darkwings shoving Crimson into the wall. Oh, he can't move. He's pinned. He still finds a way to use his Flame Spitter to burn out Chrome. Manui getting super close to falling, but Darkwings is able to find a ray on the back, and now Aljun has got nowhere to go. Damn, what a shock blast from Hoarder as he blasts Aljun back to game 2. It'll be a one-way trip. Conviction Esports not going to flip, trying to turn onto Crimson, who's forced a lead strike onto a ward to get away. Aljun Blade Surging doing the same. Here comes Dardock now looking for a target. Kisno, Glacial Prison already summed up. Someone else on the back line. Chrome is in the Lamb's Respite, trying to pump out as much damage as he can, but force the flash and pop the ghost, and he has the on the hunt for the movement speed. He's able to survive, but CCG find Kisno. Now there's no jump.
It's at least going to be an inhibitor. Do Conviction actually push for the game?
Do they see the series win
Poor ass
in their
Flash.
sights? They're going to go for it, or at least a Nexus Tower or two. Conviction Esports opening up curtain call. Array already jumped below 50% HP. That's me it. Order flashing on top of Array. Explosive charge won't do enough. Sterix Gage is able to proc it. Array down to 10 HP. He's done. Conviction Esports have the Nexus in their sights. Open and bare. And Conviction Esports will slam this series shut. One more last stand from